Outside of the Immortal's cave, the parrot was currently soaring about in the sky, calling out with its shrill voice. Listen to me, all of you. Lord Fifth is a celestial bird, an ancient celestial bird. I know of the heavens, and I know of the underworld because there is nothing that Lord Fifth doesn't know. If I'm in a good mood, then I'll pass on to you a celestial magic. Celestial magic. Do you know what that means? Now repeat after me, as loud as you can. Have faith in the Lord Fifth. Gain eternal life. When the Lord Fifth appears, who dares to cause strife? As it finished speaking, it landed onto Huang Daxian's head, its expression lofty and proud, as if it were innately above all the masses. You're nothing but a flashy bird, said the meat jelly solemnly. It was currently perched atop the head of a cultivator of the Great Circle of Foundation establishment. You call yourself celestial, but you're really just a bird. And what do you mean by the number 5, Lord? What is number 5 anyway? At the most you're a first lord. The cultivator beneath it gave a wry smile, his face pale. How many lives have I been trying to teach you this? Said the parrot, glaring with contempt at the meat jelly. You still can't count past 3? You're not even qualified to talk to Lord Fifth. Oh yeah? How high can you count? Asked the meat jelly, sounding both furious and humiliated. I can count to 9, replied the parrot haughtily, glaring with wide eyes. Immediately, the meat jelly stared in shock as it tried to comprehend how vastly high of a number 9 must be. It wanted to say something back to the parrot, but seeing its haughty appearance, the meat jelly realized that 9 must be an incredibly high number. It suddenly started to feel a bit low in the self-esteem department. All of the surrounding cultivators had strange expressions on their faces, but none of them dared to hold back from repeating the words that so recently caused their blood to freeze upon hearing them. After all, they knew how fearsome the meat jelly and the parrot could be. The meat jelly was completely indestructible. 2 months before, yet another greedy nearby group had come, but the meat jelly had transformed into an enormous bubble and surrounded them. No matter what the dozen or so cultivators inside had done, they had been incapable of even leaving a mark. Eventually, they had had no choice but to just look out helplessly. Eventually, the meat jelly had let them go, giving a provoking look to the parrot at the same time. Later, another group of cultivators arrived, and then the local cultivators caught a glimpse of what could be called true insanity and true misery. One of those cultivators ended up cursing the parrot, whereupon the seemingly innocuous multicolored bird had delved into any hole it saw at top speed. In the blink of an eye, blood-curdling screams filled the air as the invading cultivators had half their bodies filled with bloody holes as the parrot shot through them. As for some of the unlucky ones, the parrot ended up shooting in and out of their eyes. Miserable screams rang out that people still couldn't forget. The man who had cursed the parrot, well, the parrot threatened the meat jelly, forcing it to transform the man into a luxuriantly furred ape. Then came a nightmare which continued to plague everyone who witnessed it. With a howling roar, the parrot shot like lightning toward the hairy ape, specifically, toward its rear end. The shrill screams which came out of the mouth of that cultivator, as well as the sinister and wicked excitement of the parrot, immediately caused everything else to be blanketed with thick silence. After these 2 battles, the group's power in the area was established, and no one dared to trifle with them. The haughtiness of the parrot became well known, as was its love of cursing people, its pettiness, and its unwillingness to forget a grudge. As for Huang Daxian, every time he saw the meat jelly or the parrot, he would flatter and fawn over them. Eventually, others learned from him. Soon, the entire region became the territory of the parrot and the meat jelly. From then on, it was on a daily basis that the cultivators would shout, "Have faith in the Lord Fifth. Gain eternal life. When the Lord Fifth appears, who dares to cause strife?" Their numbers grew, as did the range of their sphere of influence. As such, more and more of the celestial soil was collected. Meng Hao retracted his spiritual sense and examined his bag of holding. Actually, having so many people here was a bit of a headache. If any more people joined them, then even if Meng Hao had more medicinal pills, it still wouldn't be enough. After thinking about the situation for a while, Meng Hao stood and left the Immortal's cave. As soon as he appeared, the meat jelly flew over. The parrot seemed a bit unwilling, but also approached and began to circle around Meng Hao. The vines popped up from the ground and swayed back and forth, seemingly happy to see him. Some of the cultivators who had previously witnessed Meng Hao's power also bowed to him in greeting. The entire area was soon in relative chaos. Most of the people here had never seen Meng Hao, but had heard of him, and now craned their necks to catch a glimpse. Meng Hao looked at the crowd with a frown, and then walked over to the cistern located near the Immortal's cave. Suddenly, he had an inspiration. He slapped his bag of holding, sending 3 medicinal pills flying out. Before anyone could see clearly what exactly the pills were, Meng Hao had sent them directly into the cistern. Next, he performed a quick incantation gesture with his right hand, and then pointed at the cistern. The water began to seethe as if it were boiling, and an intense heat could be felt, as if an invisible fire were burning. After a moment, a thick spiritual energy wafted out from the cistern, enveloping the entire area. The faces of all the cultivators immediately changed, filling with shock and excitement. Based on the thickness of the spiritual energy, it seemed like drinking a mouthful of the cistern water would be like drinking medicinal elixir. "Everyone may drink once from this medicinal cistern," said Meng Hao, giving a look toward Huang Daxian and the cultivator of the Great Circle of Foundation establishment. When his gaze passed over them, their hearts trembled. The Tao pillars of the Foundation establishment cultivator trembled, as if they could sense the intensity and fearsomeness of Meng Hao. Everyone slowly lowered their heads, and then Meng Hao turned, taking the celestial soil that had been collected recently, and returning to the Immortal's cave to study it and gain further enlightenment. Another month passed. By this time, Meng Hao was able to study the soil for a sustained time equal to the burning of half an incense stick. During that time, he could observe the tiny figures formed from golden magical symbols and their paintings. Based on Meng Hao's judgment, he had actually only collected one part out of hundreds. In order to gain enlightenment, he would need to collect a lot more of the celestial soil. Recently, Meng Hao had also suppressed the growth of his core. The reason was that once his core qi appeared, it would signify that his core was completely solidified. The only following step would be to achieve the perfect gold core. As far as the essence of his core qi, according to Meng Hao's understanding, it would be better to develop it after he acquired the perfect gold core. He was confident that at that time, his battle prowess would experience instantaneous and incredible advancement. On this particular day, after Meng Hao concluded his research, he rested for a moment, then once again tried out the art of righteous bestowal. His recent days had been spent on cultivating these 2 divine abilities. Of course, whenever he used the art of righteous bestowal, he would not go anywhere near the field of rubble. The more he used it, the deeper his understanding became. He already had a basic mastery, and could fuse his will with demonic qi to create an incarnation. He placed his hand onto the ground, and ghost images sprang up everywhere. It took only a moment to merge his spiritual sense into the local demonic qi, and then send it out in all directions. At the moment, it could cover everything within a full 300-kilometer radius. That was equivalent to the spiritual sense of the late core formation stage. To reach past 500 kilometers was possible only for nascent soul eccentrics. As the amalgamation of Meng Hao's spiritual sense and the demonic qi spread out, it was as if he had an invisible body outside the Immortal's cave. This invisible body could go anywhere within the 300-kilometer radius, directed by his will. He saw the cultivators outside the Immortal's cave. They were already 70 or 80 in number, all of various levels of cultivation. There was only one assignment they were tasked with. Every day they had to leave the camp and then return with some of the violet-green celestial soil. They could use any means necessary to do so. The greater amount one returned with, the more they would be allowed to drink from the medicinal cistern. Meng Hao took a glance at it all, then ignored it, submerging himself in this strange state, traversing the local area, experiencing what it felt like to utilize the demonic qi. Before he even realized it, an hour had passed. According to Meng Hao's experience, the incarnation he had formed using the art of righteous bestowal would only last for a little more than an hour. He was just about to disperse the effects of the art, when his incarnation suddenly turned its head and looked off into the distance. Eyes narrowed. He experienced no alarm, only calmness. There, off in the distance, was the field of rubble. Shockingly, he could see a fog of black chi emanating out, coalescing into the image of an enormous old man. The old man was huge, as large as a giant, and he was looking at Meng Hao. His lower half was formed from black mist, above which he was dressed in a black robe. His white hair fluttered around him, and his eyes were like lightning. His expression was filled with ancient profundity, and a rift split the middle of his forehead. From within the rift emerged a host of tiny black snakes which wriggled and squirmed and emitted hissing noises. "Greetings, Senior," said Meng Hao, clasping his hands and bowing. The old man looked at Meng Hao for a moment. "I've been watching you," he said. Then he continued, his voice containing no politeness. "Why do you have a G-clan karma thread attached to you? Answer me." "That has nothing to do with you, sir," replied Meng Hao with a cool frown. "Oh?" said the old man with a piercing gaze. His aura suddenly flared out, and his entire body seemed to surge with heavenly might. The black mist seethed, and the host of black snakes protruding from his forehead glared at Meng Hao. Their forked tongues flicked in and out as they emitted savage screams. At the same time, over 100 enormous black pythons appeared in front of the old man, seemingly reflections of the small snakes on his forehead. After they appeared, they spread out in all directions. The sight of it was incredibly shocking. Of course, no one but Meng Hao could see this, and his expression was as calm as ever. "You came here once before," said the old man, continuing to look at Meng Hao. "You saw the seal which suppresses me. That's why you're so confident, isn't it?" His voice echoed out like thunder, causing even the sky to seem to grow dark. "Correct," replied Meng Hao casually. The man stared at him for a while, then suddenly let out a hearty laugh. "Nice response. You have a G-clan karma thread attached to you, which means you will have trouble evading their karma in this life. Cultivators who have achieved enlightenment regarding the essence of the ninth mountain and sea become prey for the G-clan. You're young, so for you to be able to sense the essence of the ninth mountain and sea means you must be on the path of some great legacy. However, such a path will lead you into conflict with the G-clan. It seems to me you won't get very far on your journey." With another laugh, he turned and the black fog began to disappear. Hearing the old man's words caused Meng Hao to feel a bit confused. Seeing the man was about to disappear, he suddenly blurted, "What is the essence of the ninth mountain and sea? What does the G-clan want with it?" "There are 9 mountains in the vastness. Each mountain has 4 planets, as well as a sun and a moon which revolve around the mountain and sea. 1 mountain, 1 sea, 1 essence. Acquire the essence of a mountain and sea. Become the lord of the mountain and sea." The lord of the ninth mountain and sea was surnamed Li, but he perished in a great calamity. The mountain then had no lord. Therefore, all of the immortals vied for the position. Lord Li had 2 subordinate celestial warriors. The most powerful of the 2 changed his surname. He used the heavens to cover over Li and called himself Ji. From then on, Ancestor Ji occupied the heavenly palace. He hunted and killed ancient names, changed the positions of the heavenly bodies, and sealed the hosts of immortals. Tribulation for mountain and sea. A great war among the stars. Immortals perished. There was boundless weeping. All living things raised their heads, but instead of glimpsing the stars, they saw the heavens of Ji. The old man's powerful voice seemed to be filled with both laughter and insanity as he slowly disappeared. Meng Hao floated in mid-air staring blankly. His mind spun, echoing with the old man's words, and his bitter laughter, which seemed part song and part lunacy. Here is a slightly closer look at the characters mentioned above. After quite some time passed, Meng Hao's figure gradually disappeared, transforming into a pulsing aura which disappeared into nothing. Back in the Immortal's cave, he slowly opened his eyes. They were filled with an expression of blankness, as well as a somewhat embarrassing feeling of fear. His breathing was a bit heavy. Everything the old man had said, every word, every sentence, continued to echo in Meng Hao's mind like thunder. Various memories began to flicker through his mind, and his eyes began to glow. The boundless ninth mountain. Chomentai is from the eighth mountain's planet Tiger Cage, and participated in what he called the Great War of the Ninth Mountain. That must be the Great War among the stars that the old man talked about. Also, I remember that the 8th generation Demon Sealer said that he came across the legacy of the 7th generation Demon Sealer in the 6th mountain, which was how he joined the League of Demon Sealers. He said he refined half of the sea of the 6th mountain to form his demon sealing jade. Two various clues that used to be scattered about in his mind were now being drawn together by the old man's words. Now, he was getting a much clearer image of everything. The vastness beyond this world includes 9 mountains and seas of indescribable size. Each mountain has its own respective sun and moon. Each mountain even has 4 planets. According to what Chomentai said, I'm on one of the 4 planets of the 9th mountain, planet South Heaven. In this instant, the world that Meng Hao used to know was torn to pieces. Everything was vastly larger than he had ever imagined. Currently, his mind was filled with knowledge of the heavens that only immortals understood. The G-clan is powerful not just here on planet South Heaven, but the other 3 planets as well. This is because Ancestor G seized the essence of the 9th mountain and sea and became the most powerful of all, eventually changing the heavens of the 9th mountain. Ancestor G covered the name Li with the heavens. How audacious of him! Meng Hao took a deep breath. He suddenly felt a great pressure upon him. Could he ever have truly imagined how powerful the G-clan was? It was unimaginably terrifying. Furthermore, what he was up against was merely a minor branch of the G-clan here on planet South Heaven. Karma thread, he thought. That must be the invisible thread that attached to me after I killed Ji Hongdong. With that thread stuck to me, I won't be able to flee anywhere in the 9th mountain and sea. I wonder what position the Fong clan occupies. He frowned, having no way to answer the question. The essence of the 9th mountain and sea. Could that be the demonic chi I'm able to sense using the art of righteous bestowal? Is the essence of the 9th mountain a demon? Meng Hao frowned. Considering his cultivation base and experience, these were things that he had difficulty comprehending. Chomentai is from the 8th mountain. The 8th Demon Sealer was from the 6th mountain. The 7th Demon Sealer's legacy was in the 6th mountain. I'm the 9th Demon Sealer from the Reliance sect. Meng Hao's mind was in complete disorder. It was as if some vast, mysterious scroll was slowly spreading out in front of him. The more he wished to see, the more of the scroll he needed to spread out. And then there's that woman from the Solitary Sword sect, Shan Ling. The demon sealing jade said that she was a stone from the 9th mountain who fell to here and became a spirit. Meng Hao rubbed the bridge of his nose. He felt like his entire mind was in a shambles. What kind of people were the previous 8 generations of demon sealers? By cultivating their magic, I can sense the essence of the 9th mountain and sea. How powerful were they exactly? And why didn't Ancestor G approve of the League of Demon Sealers? He frowned again. He liked thinking, but no matter how he thought about everything he knew, he couldn't put all the pieces together. He was just missing too much information. Using a tiny bit of information to try to understand a huge picture will of course lead to frustration. Demon Sealers, Demon Sealers. If the chi essence of the 9th mountain and sea is demonic chi, then wouldn't the League of Demon Sealers be in a position above the 9th mountain and sea? If that is the case, then His heart began to pound at the enormity of the question. However, he quickly decided to dispel the notion. Impossible. If that were true, then how could the previous 8 generations of Demon Sealers have perished? And why would I, the 9th generation Demon Sealer, be in such dire straits? My only Tao protector is an old turtle who has long since fled. Meng Hao laughed bitterly. No matter how he tried to get rid of the idea, it seemed impossible. And yet it had taken root in his mind. The 8th Demon Sealer had to experience Tao tribulation in the 9 mountains and seas. He didn't say 9th mountain, he said 9 mountains. He meant all of the 9 mountains and seas. Meng Hao thought for a while and then decided to stop analyzing everything. He let out a soft sigh. He knew that speculating would do him no good. He was nothing more than a core formation cultivator. Who knows? I might never leave planet South Heaven. The only way to do so is to reach Immortal Ascension. He shook his head to clear his mind. Immortal Ascension was just a vague concept to him. What was of more immediate concern was the path of the perfect gold core. In the following months of practice with the art of righteous bestowal, Meng Hao never again sensed the old man in the rubble field. However, he consistently had the feeling that he was being watched. Through the months, the number of outside cultivators who joined the force surrounding his Immortal's cave surpassed 100. It was now the most powerful force in the entire region. More than 100 people surrounded the small mountain. The medicinal cistern was the second of the holy locations, the first being Meng Hao's Immortal's cave. Every day, they were all required to recite the words regarding faith in the Lord Fifth bringing eternal life. Because of the sheer force of numbers, when they shouted their rallying cry, it sounded like thunder. The increase in numbers did benefit Meng Hao. Whenever he needed something, a large group of cultivators would appear at a single word to handle whatever matter it was. The parrot and the meat jelly seemed extremely interested in commanding all of the cultivators. Therefore, Meng Hao didn't need to pay them much attention, and instead left them to their devices. On one particular day, Meng Hao sat cross-legged meditating, when suddenly his eyes snapped open. He could sense that the magical symbol on Ji Hongdong's bag of holding had finally completely dissipated. I wonder what will be inside the bag of holding of a member of the Ji clan. It's hard to say, considering that Ji Hongdong was just a member of the junior generation. Now that he understood more of the fearsome power of the Ji clan, his anticipation was even greater. He took out the bag of holding and scanned it with spiritual sense. His face immediately changed, and he gasped. He was definitely worthy of being a Ji clansman, he murmured. I made out big this time. He had long anticipated that the contents of the bag of holding would by no means disappoint. However, regardless of the vast power and resources of the clan, Ji Hongdong was a tiny member of the junior generation. As such, Meng Hao had assumed he wouldn't be disappointed, but also didn't expect too much. However, it seemed he had underestimated the resources of a member of the Ji clan quasi-array. Ultra-high-grade quality spirit stones. A glow shone over Meng Hao's right hand as a spirit stone appeared. The interior of the spirit stone was turbid, not translucent. It looked ordinary, and was something most people had never even seen. However, Meng Hao was familiar with it. This was the exact same type of ultra-high-grade spirit stone he had used to duplicate the wooden sword all those years ago. Such spirit stones were incredibly useful. Meng Hao had long since run out of them. When he thought back to how he had squandered them that time, his heart hurt. In fact, considering that he felt that particular wooden sword to be only moderately powerful, it really felt like a waste. He really regretted his ignorance at that time. Having practiced cultivation down to now, he truly understood the value of ultra-high-grade spirit stones. In all of the southern domain, high-grade spirit stones could be found, but the ultra-high-grade variety were exceedingly rare. As he looked at the spirit stone in his hand, power suddenly surged from his cultivation base. The spirit stone began to glow with a resplendent light. At the same time, an immense amount of spiritual energy emanated out, filling the entire Immortal's cave, permeated the cave, spilling outside as well. The more than 100 cultivators outside all opened their eyes wide with shock as they sensed the spiritual energy. 50 ultra-high-grade spirit stones, thought Meng Hao. He suppressed his excitement. To him, such a collection of spirit stones would be incredibly useful. They could serve as the nucleus of certain magical treasures or spell formations. Furthermore, he could also try to duplicate the primordial heavenly replenishing pill, which he needed to help recover his longevity. Then, he would be able to use the blood immortal mask again and wield its shocking power. He began to put the spirit stone back. Alright, so there's spirit stones. What else is... Oh! Suddenly, his body began to tremble, and he rose to his feet, a look of disbelief on his face. This... He began to pant, astonishment written on his face. Just now, something had happened which he hadn't sensed in a long time. spiritual energy had flowed into his body. This place was neither the Blood Immortal Legacy Zone, nor the Song Clan. But suddenly he was able to absorb the spiritual energy in the area. It poured directly into his body, seeping in through his pores, filling him. The sensation of being able to once again absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth caused Meng Hao to close his eyes. Ever since he had formed the perfect foundation, he had been unable to absorb spiritual energy in any place other than the Blood Immortal Legacy Zone and the Song Clan. A moment later, he opened his eyes, and they glowed with an intense light. He had already absorbed all of the spiritual energy in the entire area, including that outside the Immortal's cave. This in itself completely changed his impression of this bag of holding. His mind was spinning even more intensely than it had when he heard the words of the old man in the field of rubble. Ultra-high-grade spirit stones. He once again looked at the spirit stone he held in his hand. He rotated his cultivation base and felt boundless spiritual energy surging into him. This proved his assumption. It was not an illusion. It must have something to do with my cultivation base. In any case, it seems that once I form the perfect gold core, I can still use ultra-high-grade spirit stones to absorb spiritual energy. I couldn't do that during foundation establishment. With these spirit stones, I won't have to only rely on medicinal pills and the violet pupil transformation to heal myself. He looked back down at the 50 ultra-high-grade spirit stones in the bag of holding. As of this moment, they were even more valuable to Meng Hao than they had been before. Meng Hao took a deep breath. The glow in his hand lasted for a long time before he finally put away the ultra-high-grade spirit stone. After that, a silver-colored magical symbol appeared above his palm. It began to emit a silver glow, as well as a faint aura that floated up into the air and transformed into more magical symbols. It gave Meng Hao a feeling very similar to that given off by the celestial soil. The magical symbols emanated powerful ripples which immediately caused Meng Hao to feel a sense of danger. He examined everything closely before sending the symbol away. Exactly as I anticipated. To kill a son of the G-clan, one must not get involved in a prolonged battle. Exterminate like lightning, giving him no chance to use any magical items. If I hadn't been so decisive in my use of the blood-colored mask, then I'm afraid. Fear filled him as he thought back to the fight. Had he hesitated in the slightest, there might have been a much different outcome. The G-clan was truly fearsome. Meng Hao just couldn't believe that they wouldn't have some powerful tricks up their sleeves. The main reason he had achieved victory was because he had attacked like a clap of thunder, giving his opponent little time to react. Looking at the silver magical symbol, Meng Hao could tell that it required preparation time to use. At its very weakest, this thing is more powerful than my cultivation base. I'm just not sure exactly how to use it. After thinking for a moment, his hand flickered again. This time, a translucent pill bottle appeared. Clearly visible inside was a medicinal pill the size of a longan fruit. The pill was branded with the image of a hand. Meng Hao's eyes glittered as he opened the pill bottle. After sniffing the aroma of the pill, he was visibly moved. This is not an ordinary medicinal pill. This is a 100% consummate pill. He took a deep breath as he closely examined the pill. A long moment later, a look of amazement filled his eyes. Soul Procurement Pill. One of the 3 great ancient medicinal pills. A consummate soul procurement pill. Breathing deeply, he examined it once again to confirm he was correct. There was no mistake. His expression filled with wonder. Of the 3 great ancient medicinal pills, Meng Hao already possessed a primordial heavenly replenishing pill. Therefore, he would be able to compensate for longevity he had squandered. Also, his master had given him 3 outlander pills, which he could use to suppress the resurrection lily, as well as add to his longevity. The nascent soul of a nascent soul cultivator is based on the 5 elements, and is divided into 5 colors. A 4-color nascent soul is actually considered the ultimate. With a flawless foundation and a violet core, along with a 1-color soul procurement pill, then it's possible to add 1 more element. If I had 4 elements, then this pill could increase it to 5. But, if I already had 5 elements, then would it be able to become a 6-color nascent soul? Too bad it doesn't matter how many times you consume this pill. It will only be effective once. He held the 1-color soul procurement pill and stared at it, his eyes glittering. Finally, he carefully put it away. He had the strong feeling that this pill would be extremely important to him in the future. Next, he looked down at the bag of holding as he pulled out a fishing rod. It was long and slender, and completely emerald in color. He hefted it in his hand, not quite sure exactly what function it served. It was glittering and translucent, and also appeared to be very sharp. The hook at its end shone with a cold light. This thing. After a moment's pause, he flicked the rod. Immediately, an illusory pool of water appeared in front of him. The fishhook flew down into the pool of water, and as it did, a tremor ran through Meng Hao's body. He heard the sound of infants wailing, the gasping breath of old people just before death, the laughter of able-bodied men, the stubborn oaths uttered by teenagers. He heard the voices of all living things. The sounds entered his mind and heart, shaking them. He felt as if he would be torn apart. He immediately loosened his hand. The fishing pole fell to the ground, and everything else vanished. It had only taken that brief moment for Meng Hao's entire body to be covered with sweat. His breath came in ragged gasps. "What is this thing?" he thought, looking down at the fishing pole. It didn't look like anything particularly extraordinary at first, but now, it seemed vastly mysterious. This was especially so when he thought about how terrifying the G-clan was. Clearly, this fishing pole must surely be some type of important item. Some time passed, after which Meng Hao put the fishing pole away. He looked back at the bag of holding. Other than a collection of ordinary spirit stones, there seemed to be only one other noteworthy item. It was a box. The box was square, seemingly crafted from jade, and yet not. It was pitch black, and on the right corner was a mark, a character. Fong. The box seemed ancient, permeated with an archaic aura. Meng Hao's eyes glittered as he slowly opened it. Inside was a single glove. It was as soft as the wing of a cicada as he picked it up. He used spiritual sense to examine it carefully for a moment before placing it on his right hand. The instant he put it on, he sensed an incredible power exploding out from within it, flowing into his right hand. He took a deep breath and looked at his hand. There was no glove visible. However, when he made a fist, cracking sounds could be heard, as if the air itself was being pulled toward it. Everything in the Immortal's cave trembled, then flew into the air toward Meng Hao's closing fist. Even the air seemed to be reduced by at least half, sucked into the fist. What power! Suddenly, an image in his mind appeared of the young woman of the Fong clan, and her terrifying fist. Fong! This item must be related to the Fong clan. If it is, though, why is it in the bag of holding of a member of the G clan? Furthermore, why wouldn't he use it? After much pondering of the matter, he remained puzzled. All of the other items, the ultra-high-grade spirit stones, the fishing pole, even the silver-colored magical symbol, were things that required time to use. Ji Hongdong had no time to use any of them. And yet he didn't wear the glove, which was clearly extraordinary. Had he put it on, it would not have been so easy to kill him. I still have his blood, thought Meng Hao. When I'm able to create a blood spirit, then its consciousness will be linked to me, and I will be able to see his memories. Perhaps then I can find out the answer. He took some time to feel the power of his right hand, then slowly opened it. He looked once again at the bag of holding. Inside were some miscellaneous items. As for the ordinary spirit stones, there were about 20 or 30,000, not enough to duplicate any of the medicinal pills he needed to copy. Eyes glittering, he put the bag of holding away. With these objects, he now had even more ability to rise to power outside of the southern domain. He could truly roam free now. Except I can't at the moment, he thought, shaking his head. He retrieved Ji Hongdong's bell, then spit out a mouthful of qi from his core and melded the two together. He then studied it for a while, trying to figure out how to use it. Like the other objects, it seemed that learning how to use it would require a bit of research. There's no hurry. My wounds are healed, and the time to emerge is almost here. First, though, I need to duplicate the primordial heavenly replenishing pill. At first he was a bit hesitant. He knew that the one-color soul procurement pill could only be used once. Unfortunately, there was no way to test whether the primordial heavenly replenishing pill had a similar restriction. If it did, then duplicating it would be a waste. However, if he didn't duplicate it but could use it more than once, it would be a huge loss. He had a decisive disposition. Therefore, eyes glittering, he pulled out the copper mirror and the primordial heavenly replenishing pill. He took a deep breath, and then began to duplicate it with an ultra-high-grade spirit stone. The three great ancient medicinal pills were rare in the modern world, and he wasn't sure at first if duplicating it would even work. It pained him a bit to have to spend 5 of the ultra-high-grade spirit stones to duplicate one pill. He immediately put the duplicate into his mouth. Time passed by. Several days later, his hair slowly began to change. It was no longer white, but black. His face began to show signs of color, and soon shone with life. His entire person glowed, and in fact, his cultivation base had even grown. It wouldn't be long before he would be able to break into the mid-core formation stage. Meng Hao held back though. His primary goal was the perfect gold core. He could not turn back once core chi appeared, and he entered the mid-core formation stage. A few more days passed before he opened his eyes. They glowed with a bright and piercing light. His longevity was completely restored. He cast his spiritual sense outside, where it was currently early morning. Beneath the dawn sun, the parrot was flying in circles in the sky, continuously calling out orders to the more than 100 people below. Lord Fifth is going to teach you a celestial spell formation. This celestial spell formation uses people as its base. I guarantee that if you master the formation, then you will be invincible. Now, cry out the words with me. Have faith in the Lord Fifth. Gain eternal life. When the Lord Fifth appears, who dares to cause strife? The roaring of the more than 100 cultivators was like thunder. The meat jelly sat off to the side, face filled with disdain. However, it couldn't conceal the envy and jealousy it felt inside. Meng Hao had watched similar scenes on multiple occasions recently. He had merely smiled wryly and ignored it. He was just about to retract his spiritual sense, when suddenly he frowned. He pushed 2 fingers down against the ground and invoked the art of righteous bestowal. The chi in the area poured into him, focusing in his eyes. Combining his vision with his spiritual sense, he swept the region with his gaze. There, several hundred kilometers away, was a procession of cultivators, flying in this direction. In the lead was a man and a woman. The man wore a gold mask, and Meng Hao recognized his aura. It was Blackland's Dao child Luochong. The woman next to him wore a fine gauze veil. Her beautiful features were just barely visible behind the hazy fabric. She seemed to embody all of the beauty in heaven and earth. She had long, slender legs and a full chest. This, coupled with the somewhat provocative gown she wore, made her emanate a fatal attractiveness. The garment hugged her slender waist, accenting her curvaceous rear end. On her forehead was a totemic tattoo of a butterfly, which made her appearance even more arousing. Her arms seemed as if they were carved from jade, and were also decorated with glittering totem tattoos. Behind these 2 people were 4 more. 2 were masked Blacklands cultivators of the mid-core formation stage. The other 2 were large-framed. At a glance, it was obvious that these were powerful Western desert experts. The 4 of them were obviously the followers of Luochong and the woman. "This is one of the most infertile regions within the Blacklands," said Luochong. "The only people who live here are low-bred rogue cultivators, not decent enough even for you to look at. Goddess Duolan, why exactly does your visit from the Western Desert bring you here?" Luochong's face was hidden behind his mask, but a warm smile could be heard as he spoke. His eyes sparkled with intense adoration as he looked at the woman. She gave him a graceful smile that looked like a blooming lily. She was without a doubt a natural-born beauty. Her smile caused Luochong to breathe a bit more heavily. She was just about to respond to him, when suddenly her phoenix-like eyes flickered. The butterfly totem on her forehead flickered as if it were about to fly out. "Who are you?" Meng Hao sat cross-legged in his immortal's cave, the fingers of his right hand pushed against the ground, eyes closed. His spiritual sense was currently merged with the mountain's demonic qi. Not only was the range of his spiritual sense now greater, but the sensation that he could form an incarnation was even stronger than ever. Luo Chong of the Black Lands and the woman from the Western Desert were directly in front of Meng Hao's field of vision. The world in front of him was a rippling blur, both the air, the land, as if it were some other location. Luo Chong and the four others were also rippling, blurry figures. As for the beautiful woman, however, as soon as her butterfly fluttered into action, she immediately became crystal clear. Meng Hao looked at her, and in that same instant, she looked back at him. To the woman, however, Meng Hao did not appear as the image of a person, but rather a blurry mountain. The mountain was not very high, but emanated a majestic and vigorous will. It rose up above the earth, exerting a pressure that made the woman's face flicker. Demon! Her eyes flashed and her pupils constricted. Sir, I am Duolan from the Western Desert. I have no intention of offending you, Demon Lord. Her voice was soft and filled with fear. Meng Hao didn't respond. He looked at her closely for a moment, especially the totem on her forehead. After a moment, the image of the mountain faded away from the woman's vision, disappearing without a trace. Her entire body shook, and her eyes shined with a bright glow. She began to breathe heavily, which made her chest rise and fall. This in turn caught the attention of Luo Chong. Goddess Duolan, he said, sounding surprised. What happened? He could see that her face was somewhat pale. It wasn't just him that noticed. The four people behind them had also seen it. Nothing, she replied with a smile, quickly recovering her composure. However, a look of fear still lingered in her eyes. At the same time, back in the Immortal's cave in the short mountain, Meng Hao opened his eyes. They glittered brightly as he lifted up his hand to look at his two fingers. This is the first time I've entered this state and then seen the power of totems. It seems as if they have something to do with demons. A thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. In the past, he had done a bit of research regarding totem variations, but had never been able to determine anything definitive. However, the woman just now had been using totemic power and had been able to sense him. Furthermore, he sensed demonic qi coming from her totem tattoo. Interesting, he thought, closing his eyes again. Not much time passed before Luo Chong, Duolan and the four others neared Meng Hao's group of cultivators. Their approach caused the cultivators in the area to look up toward them. As soon as they saw the golden mask worn by Luo Chong and the two green-robed cultivators behind him, as well as the Western Desert cultivators, their faces immediately filled with awe and veneration. In the Black Lands there were two great powers, sort of like empires. One was the Black Lands Palace, the other was the United Nine. The United Nine was a group of allied cities controlled by different cultivator clans. Of the two, however, the Black Lands Palace was the most frightening. Its cultivators wore masks, the colors of which indicated the level of their cultivation base. Azure masks represented core formation. Silver masks represented nascent soul. Gold masks represented Dao children. The Black Lands Palace ruled by force in the Black Lands. It was referred to as the number one power and was known to have the support of the Western Desert. Because of that, even the sects of the Southern Domain feared the Black Lands Palace. A Dao child from the Black Lands Palace was like a chosen of the heavens. One word from him could determine life or death for these cultivators. He was the heavens, they were nothing but bugs. The parrot tilted its head up, looking with contempt at the group flying through the sky. Next to it, the meat jelly had a solemn look on its face. These people are immoral, it muttered. They are just too wicked. Up in midair, Luo Chong's gaze swept over the group, and he suddenly let out a cold snort. The sound of it fell upon the group of cultivators. It felt like the fury of an emperor, causing all of them to silently lower their heads and kowtow. Seeing this caused a pleased expression to fill Luo Chong's eyes. He looked over at the incredibly beautiful Duolan. Goddess Duolan, what exactly are you looking for? He said with a smile. We have a bunch of backwater cultivators here. I can make them go looking for whatever it is you need." Based on his words, he obviously really did view the cultivators down below as nothing more than insects. Duo Lan's pretty brow furrowed slightly, and she hesitated. She thought about the place she wished to locate, and it was true. Having people familiar with the area would be of help. Just when she was about to nod in agreement, her eyes suddenly narrowed. She had just seen that, in the middle of the location occupied by the cultivators, was a small mountain. At first glance, the mountain seemed strange to her. At second glance, she felt a peculiar sensation that made her think back to the demon she had just seen. Luo Chong happened to see her looking over at the mountain. He glanced at it passingly before his gaze came to fall on the medicinal cistern. As soon as he saw it, his eyes narrowed, and he shot forward through the groups of people to land directly next to it. He scooped up some water and sampled it, after which his eyes shined brightly. "This is a natural medicinal elixir cistern. The quality is amazing, the highest quality." He laughed heartily, ignoring the incensed expressions of the surrounding cultivators. He waved his right hand, within which appeared a jade bottle that he prepared to fill with the medicinal cistern. "If I procure some of the medicinal stones from this area," he thought, "I can take this cistern back with me and put in the palace." It seemed that escorting this beautiful woman was going to pay off for him after all. In the blink of an eye, the bottle shot out into the air. The cistern water began to gurgle, and then shoot toward the bottle. The more than 100 cultivators in the area were growing more and more furious. It was hard to say who was first, but they all stood up in quick succession, their eyes shining with hatred. Black Land's cultivators are inherently a cruel and savage lot, and to see someone so brazenly steal their cultivation resources caused their veneration to turn into frenzy. However, in the exact instant in which all of the cultivators stood up en masse, one of the mid-core formation cultivators floating up in midair gave off a cold snort. The sound transformed into something like rolling thunder which swept across the ground, causing the faces of the other cultivators to instantly go pale. Some of them even coughed up blood. "You people sure are brazen," said Luo Chong with a cold laugh. "I'm a Dao child, and I've taken a liking to this medicinal cistern. That's good luck for the cistern as well as you. If I didn't need you to help Goddess Duolan, then based on your actions just now, I would have a mind to exterminate the lot of you." As soon as the words left his mouth, a calm voice echoed out from within the small mountain. "They may be brazen, but your temper takes the cake." The suddenness of the voice caused Luo Chong to immediately turn, a look of concentration in his eyes. The two Black Land's azure-masked cultivators from up above shot down to appear on either side of him, their eyes flashing. They had already scanned the mountain with spiritual sense, but hadn't detected anyone within. This unexpected voice immediately filled them with fear. As Meng Hao's voice echoed out, he reached down and touched the ground with one finger. The ground shook, and vast quantities of demonic chi tendrils rose up from the ground. They emanated out from the mountain and began to congeal at its peak. No one could see this chi, not even Luo Chong and his companions. The only thing they could sense was a crushing feeling of danger. The two Western Desert cultivators, on the other hand, as well as Duolan, could clearly see it. Their faces flickered as the huge amount of chi began to take the shape of a phantom figure. The phantom figure seemed to be draped with a black robe. His features were indistinguishable, but as he stood there, he seemed to be fused with the mountain, as if he were the mountain, and the mountain was him. Duolan was experiencing the exact same feeling she had from moments ago. She looked around and realized that the more than 100 local cultivators all had looks of respect on their faces. They were not kowtowing to the short mountain, but the sight in front of her reminded her of what you might see in a tribe of the Western Desert. Such tribe members were constantly prostrating themselves to the most powerful totems in the tribe. That was how they acquired totemic power. What she was seeing here was the early stages of such an arrangement. Suddenly, the black phantom atop the short mountain flickered, gathering together the demonic chi in the area and shooting toward Luo Chong and the other two people with him. Though they couldn't see it, they could feel the danger and retreated in shock. However, the speed of their retreat could not compare to the quickness of the Black Phantom. Just when they were about to collide, Duolan's face twisted. She could not allow the Tao child of the Black Land's palace to die right in front of her. That would most certainly affect her prestige. She lifted her right hand and then waved a finger. The butterfly on her forehead flew out, speeding directly toward Luo Chong and the others. At the same time, the two western desert cultivators let out gruff roars. A giant bear totem coalesced, snarling as it charged forward. After that was a giant elephant which also barreled ahead. In the blink of an eye, the phantom Meng Hao had created with the art of righteous bestowal was now racing to attack 6 individuals at the same time. An explosion rippled out. Meng Hao's demonic chi phantom shook and then dissolved. Blood sprayed from Luo Chong's mouth. The faces of the two azure-masked cultivators went pale. One of them grabbed Luo Chong and shot backward. The two western desert cultivators howled as they retreated backward several paces. As for Duolan, her face flushed red briefly before returning to normal. "Your Excellency, Demon Lord, we're here today." She actually felt a bit relieved, and was about to offer words of mediation when suddenly a cold snort echoed out from within the short mountain. "My incarnation is a bit weak," said Meng Hao lightly. The black chi around him covered his body, which suddenly flashed, speeding out of the Immortal's cave like a black smoke. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the bear totem western desert cultivator. He raised his right hand, the one covered in the diaphanous glove, and formed a fist, which then descended down toward his opponent. Boom! As the fist descended upon the bear totem western desert cultivator, his face flickered. The first thing that happened was that the giant bear shook violently and then shattered into countless pieces. As the boom echoed out, the man's body caved in. Blood sprayed from his mouth in 7 or 8 spurts as he was hurled violently backwards several hundred meters. Eventually he ground to a halt, coughed up another mouthful of blood, and then sagged visibly, his body covered in blood. His complexion suddenly seemed to grow older. Before he had even stopped moving, he'd changed from being a middle-aged man to an ancient one. His hair was gray, his skin covered with wrinkles, and his eyes listless. Most terrifying of all, the 3 totem tattoos on his body faded and then disappeared. Shockingly, a tiny, shrieking phantom version of the enormous bear from just now floated above Meng Hao's right hand. Meng Hao wasn't finished. In the space of a single breath, he took a step forward and lashed out with 3 more fist strikes. The first fist slammed into the elephant totem western desert cultivator. Blood showered from his mouth as he tumbled backward about 50 meters. He groaned, and it sounded like his body might be about to explode. He rapidly grew older. His life force dissipated, and his totems faded. Now a bear and an elephant circled around Meng Hao's hand. His second punch slammed into the chest of one of the azure-masked cultivators. Crunching sounds could be heard, and the man screamed. His mask shattered as blood shot from his mouth. He also was flung backward 50 meters or so. His body aged rapidly, and it seemed as if his cultivation base might collapse. The third punch landed onto the other azure-masked cultivator. His cultivation base was a bit weaker than the other. He had just stepped into the early core formation stage, and as such, his core was not completely stable. Meng Hao's fist strike sent him tumbling back about 35 meters. His scalp went numb as he felt a terrifying power surging through his body, destroying everything. His core shattered, and then his entire body exploded into a haze of blood and gore. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Then, Meng Hao was in front of Luo Chong. His diaphanously gloved hand shot out, latching onto Luo Chong's neck, lifting him up into the air. Behind his gold mask, Luo Chong's eyes shone with intense fear and astonishment. His body trembled and he panted raggedly. However, he didn't dare to struggle. He could sense the intense killing intent emanating out from his faceless attacker. The denseness of the killing intent caused his mind to reel. Seeing Meng Hao's billowing killing intent, Duolan's face paled and she cried, "Great Demon Lord, please listen to me. We harbor no ill intentions. What happened just now was a misunderstanding. Great Demon Lord, I beg you to forgive our hot-headedness. We did not know this was your territory. Great Demon Lord, please stay your hand. We are willing to provide compensation for our actions just now. Great Demon Lord, gushed Luo Chong. This is all just a misunderstanding. Really, just a misunderstanding. He felt like he already had one foot in the grave, the same feeling he'd had when facing Fong Mu from the southern domain, about whom he still frequently had nightmares. That was the first time he'd felt like this. Now was the second. Except, the feeling this time was even more intense than the first time. All of his arrogance from moments ago had completely disintegrated. Misunderstanding? Said Meng Hao, his voice hoarse, like two rocks rubbing against each other. His left hand reached into his robe to pull out a medicinal pill. He shoved it into Luo Chang's mouth, and then sent an identical pill shooting over toward Duolan. Consume that pill, he said coolly, and then we can consider this matter a misunderstanding. Luo Chang's eyes flickered with even more intense fear. He wasn't sure what medicinal pill he had just consumed, but he could imagine what it might be. There was nothing he could do about it now. He would have to wait until he got back to the Blacklands Palace, where the effects could surely be dispelled. Duolan's face flickered as she hesitated. She didn't care too much whether Luo Chong lived or died. However, if she didn't consume the pill, then the result of the offense given just now would not be good. Gritting her beautiful teeth, Duolan lifted up the medicinal pill and then swallowed it down. She looked at Meng Hao. He loosened his hand, then flicked his sleeve and turned to walk back toward the mountain. Purposely putting an imperious expression onto his face, he said, "Get the hell out of here. If you ever again enter the area 300 kilometers in any direction, the poison will kill you. No alchemist under heaven can neutralize my demonic pills." With that, he disappeared into the Immortal's cave. Luo Chong, Duolan and the others hesitated only for a moment before disappearing off into the distance. When they were about 100 kilometers away, they finally stopped and looked back in the direction of Meng Hao's Immortal's cave. Damn it! Once I get back to the Blacklands Palace, I'll dispatch some people to wipe that place out, said Luo Chong, a dangerous look on his face. I'll take care of it, said one of the old azure-masked cultivators through clenched jaw. Let's see what superhuman abilities that guy really has. Before he could finish speaking, however, a single word suddenly rang out from nowhere. Bestow! One word. The instant it echoed out, the azure-masked cultivator began to tremble. Luo Chong and the others watched in astonishment as a pulsating black aura emerged from his ears, eyes, nose and mouth. Soon a massive black aura was spreading out from him. As for Duolan, she could see that above the old man's head was a phantom figure. It was none other than Meng Hao's righteous bestowal demonic incarnation. The blurry demonic incarnation burrowed into the man's body through the top of his head. The azure-masked cultivator began to scream, and his right arm suddenly began to quiver. Luo Chong watched on in astonishment as the man's right arm suddenly struck out toward his own forehead. A boom could be heard as the man's head exploded, killing him instantly. Take care of yourselves, said Meng Hao coolly before disappearing. Everything was as silent as death. Luo Chong's body shook uncontrollably, and he immediately abandoned any thoughts about what he had just been talking about. The only thing he could think of was that he would never come with 300 kilometers of this place ever again. Duolan was panting and her eyes were wide. She had seen some so-called demon lords in the western desert, but none of them were as bizarrely frightening as this one. What if it was turned into a totem? Thought Duolan. Her heart beat even faster. Maintaining their silence, the remaining four cultivators shot off into the distance. Outside the Immortal's cave, the retreat of Luo Chong and the others caused the eyes of the more than 100 cultivators to fill with fanaticism. Cultivators worshipped the powerful, and the power displayed by Meng Hao just now left their minds reeling and hearts trembling. Did you see that? Squawked the parrot, immediately flying up into the air. Its eyes slowly passed over the amassed cultivators. That was none other than Lord Fifth's celestial magic. If you diligently practice your cultivation according to my methods, then it won't be long before you are just as powerful. Back in the Immortal's cave, Meng Hao's looked down at his right hand, and his eyes filled with a mysterious glow. This right hand, coupled with the power of my cultivation base and the demonic chi, can exterminate the mid-core formation stage. However, when it comes to late core formation, my only option is to use the Blood Immortal mask. Either way, considering I'm at the peak of the early core formation stage, there aren't many other core formation cultivators who are a match for me. Once I succeed with the perfect gold core and enter mid-core formation, a cultivator in the same stage who could deal with me would be a rarity indeed. His eyes gleamed with self-confidence. As far as he was concerned, the difference between the power he had wielded in Foundation establishment and his power now was vast. Getting the last medicinal plant ingredient won't be hard. But the heavenly tribulation which will come after I form the perfect gold core, that will be a problem. Meng Hao frowned. That was what he had the most misgivings about. The heavenly tribulation from back in Foundation establishment had been terrifying. If the Blood Immortal legacy hadn't fought against it for him, Meng Hao would never have been able to form the perfect foundation. Muttering to himself, his eyes glittered as he sent his spiritual sense out with a message. A few moments later, flapping sounds could be heard as the colorful parrot flew in from outside, looking a bit impatient. "What's going on?" it said, eyeing Meng Hao. "Don't you know that Lord Fifth is in the middle of training those cultivators out there? Don't you know how precious Lord Fifth's time is? How do I transcend heavenly tribulation?" asked Meng Hao, not beating around the bush. Heavenly tribulation? The parrot stared in shock, and then flew a few circles around Meng Hao, seemingly sizing him up from various angles. Finally, it made a clucking noise and shook its head. It sighed. "Nobody can transcend it. You're dead. It seems that I, Lord Fifth, ancient celestial bird, should consider getting a new master." It was about to leave, when Meng Hao, his expression the same as ever, calmly said, "So, you don't even know how to transcend tribulation, and you still call yourself an ancient celestial bird." His face was clearly filled with a sneer. When the parrot saw the sneer, its feathers immediately stood on end, and it glared at Meng Hao. "I don't know," it said, panting. "You dare to tell me I don't know? I can't be fooled so easily." Instead of continuing any further, it put on a supercilious expression and began to preen its feathers. "So, you really are just a flashy old bird," said Meng Hao casually, his sneer growing even more obvious. He even went so far as to close his eyes, as if he didn't deign to continue the conversation. The parrot was instantly furious. Pecking furiously at its feathers as it preened, it roared, "Who said I don't know? I know a method that can suppress and delay heavenly tribulation. There's no celestial magic like that which I don't know." "So you really don't know," replied Meng Hao lightly. "Heavenly tribulation is nothing but farts," roared the parrot. "Back in the day, I could transcend tribulation with a single breath. Even now, I know at least 10,000 ways, no, I mean a million different ways to do it. I'll tell you one of them. All you have to do is find a miraculous life form, the type whose roots and leaves are connected the same way a mother and a son are connected. The roots cannot be destroyed, and the leaves never die. The leaves never die, and the roots cannot be destroyed. You hold onto the roots, and use the leaves to defend against the heavenly tribulation. That is how you can transcend tribulation. Too bad for you, miraculous life forms like that aren't common. Even things similar to it aren't common. They're all extinct. You would have to have an incredible amount of luck and fortune to happen across one. Just from looking at you, I'd say it's not going to happen. You're not that kind of person. Most likely, you're dead." Hearing the parrot's words actually caused Meng Hao's eyes to flicker. After analyzing the parrot's words, they seemed to make quite a bit of sense. Furthermore, his mind was currently reeling. This was because he had thought of a miraculous life form from the Blacklands that was very similar to what the parrot had described. The roots cannot be destroyed. The leaves never die. The leaves never die. The roots cannot be destroyed. Meng Hao's eyes filled with thought as he put the pieces together. A miraculous life form that inherently displayed the type of relationship between a mother and a son. rare in the world, almost never seen. What appeared in Meng Hao's mind now were words he had heard years ago. The larva cannot be destroyed, and the thread cannot be broken. The thread cannot be broken, nor can the larva be destroyed. These words were describing a creature that, when fed sieve net thunder mulberry leaves, would transform from frigid snow into the miraculous bug called the eyeless larva. Besides that larva, there's another way, but their growth isn't complete. Meng Hao's eyes glittered as he thought of his blood clones. Because the nucleus of each blood clone was the skin of the meat jelly, as long as he himself didn't die, they couldn't be destroyed. Even if they were, they could easily be recreated. It might be a bit of an exaggeration to say that they were eternally indestructible, but the fact remained that it would be very difficult to truly kill them. However, the cultivation bases of the blood clones were too far removed from his own. They might be difficult to destroy, but when it came time to face the heavenly tribulation, Meng Hao knew that the blood clones would be defeated. Unless I refined 9 generations of blood, then added myself in, thus forcing another generation on top of the 9. Then it would be a blood spirit. I could not be destroyed, and the spirit would never disperse. As Meng Hao sat lost in thought, the haughty parrot once again looked at Meng Hao with disdain. "Don't even think about it," it said suddenly. "Only people with incredible luck and amazing fortune can ever have a chance to get a miraculous life form like that. As an example, Lord Fifth, once had a miraculous lotus root. Only someone like me could ever get something of the sort." Meng Hao ignored the parrot and continued to think. A new thought suddenly flickered in his mind. The parrot's words had opened up the floodgates of his mind regarding transcending tribulation. After all, he was not in the blood immortal legacy zone. This time he would be facing the test alone. He had been thinking about the matter for a very, very long time. The parrot's words just now had lit a virtual fire in his mind. All kinds of thoughts and questions exploded inside of him. Regarding miraculous life forms, he thought, there's something else I could do. I could borrow demonic chi from heaven and earth to create an illusory incarnation. After all, the incarnation can carry my will with it to kill people. I wonder if I could use it to defend against heavenly tribulation. It's too bad the incarnation is so weak. However, it's an area that could be explored. His eyes lit up as he realized that he actually already had 3 types of miraculous life forms. Plus, I have the meat jelly, he thought. His eyes contained an imperceptible glitter. Using the meat jelly when transcending tribulation would be his last resort. He had long since taken note of its ability to consume lightning. "Forget it. Just forget it," said the parrot, looking askance at Meng Hao. It sighed, its face filled with an expression that exuded omniscience. That method just now was definitely too difficult. In all the heavens, I think only Lord Fifth could pull off something like that. For other people, well, it could only happen in their dreams. Lord Fifth is an erudite, ancient celestial bird. Omniscient. Okay, I'll tell you of another method. This one isn't very hard. Actually, it's pretty simple. However, such a method is also only available to people with extraordinary luck and fortune. It's not very complicated. You just need to have a soul of lightning next to you. If you do, it will be much easier to transcend the tribulation. However, you'll have to train the soul of lightning yourself. Basically, you start out with the soul of a cultivator with a very profound cultivation base. Then, you slowly use lightning to transform its soul embodiment. Over time, you gradually increase the amount of lightning. Assuming the soul isn't destroyed, then you eventually force it to transform into a soul of lightning that you can use. The parrot yawned and then flew out of the Immortal's cave in a flash of light. Outside, it once again began to instruct the cultivators about its self-proclaimed celestial magic. Meng Hao sat cross-legged in the Immortal's cave, thinking about what the parrot had said about the soul of lightning. A strange expression appeared on his face, and after a while, he slapped his bag of holding. The blood-colored mask appeared in his hand. He sent his spiritual sense inside to find the Li clan patriarch, who had been forgotten by the meat jelly after the appearance of the parrot. The Li clan patriarch was no longer listless like before. However, as soon as he caught sight of Meng Hao, His entire body began to tremble. Clearly, his fear of the meat jelly had reached the ultimate level. Meng Hao circled around the Li clan patriarch, examining his soul embodiment. After a while, his eyes began to shine. The glow in his eyes struck terror into the heart of the Li clan patriarch. What are you planning?" he asked cautiously. He had a bad feeling, as if something miserable were about to happen to his soul embodiment. After his time spent being tormented by the meat jelly, without even the option of seeking death, he was no longer as proud and haughty as he used to be. Meng Hao didn't say anything. After examining the Li clan patriarch for a moment, he did something with his spiritual sense, and a lightning bolt appeared within the blood-colored mask. It crackled down toward the Li clan patriarch, slamming directly onto his soul embodiment. "Damn it! What the hell are you doing?" He trembled, and his soul embodiment flickered as if it were about to dissipate. Meng Hao nodded, then used his spiritual sense again to summon another lightning bolt, and then another. Rumbling booms sounded out as they fell down onto the Li clan patriarch, who emitted constant miserable shrieks. This process went on for about 2 hours, until the Li clan patriarch's soul embodiment was growing dim. "You psycho!" cried the Li clan patriarch, gnashing his teeth. "You're a damned lunatic, and that meat jelly is nothing but a nightmare. One of these days I'll get my revenge." He continued to curse, but inside actually felt quite pathetic, and was heaving constant sighs. In the Immortal's cave, Meng Hao opened his eyes. The Li clan patriarch has an extraordinary cultivation base. He meets all the requirements to become a soul of lightning. From now on, I'll need to use all methods at my disposal to get him accustomed to lightning. I also need an eyeless larva. Before that, though, I should head out and collect the last medicinal plant ingredient I need for the perfect gold core. Having made up his mind, Meng Hao sent his spiritual sense out to find Huang Daxian. He was currently looking on complacently as the parrot flew around above a group of people who were all running around in various patterns. Huang Daxian's body trembled as Meng Hao's voice suddenly echoed out in his head. Then, his mind was branded with an image of the plant Meng Hao needed. Half a month later, Meng Hao was looking down at a jade slip, inside of which was information regarding the medicinal plant he needed, a clue uncovered during the investigation carried out by his group of over 100 cultivators. Meng Hao stood and left the Immortal's cave. Dongluo City, member of the United 9 Cities. Inside the jade slip was also a map of the Black Lands, marked with the location of Dongluo City, which wasn't very far away. By now, Meng Hao was familiar with the power structure of the Black Lands, thanks to his more than 100 followers. Other than the Black Lands Palace and the United 9, the Black Lands were inhabited completely by rogue cultivators. In some cases, groups banded together to form small-scale powers. Some were strong, some were weak, but regardless, they existed in a state of disunity. As far as the United 9, it was made up of 9 of the Black Lands' most powerful cultivator clans, and the cities that had grown up around them. They had banded together and formed an alliance to stand up against the power of the Black Lands Palace. The ingredient Meng Hao needed was a spirit orchid leaf, a medicinal plant that wasn't particularly rare. That having been said, it wasn't something that the small-scale powers would have. It would only be available in one of the 9 major cities. According to the information he'd received, Dongluo City would be holding an auction soon. Medicinal pills would be up for sale as well as medicinal plants. As for the spirit orchid leaf, it could actually be consumed directly to treat injuries, so of course people would be willing to purchase it. Meng Hao flicked his sleeve as he left the region of his Immortal's cave for the first time in more than a year. Transforming into a beam of prismatic light, he shot like lightning off into the distance. Thanks to the primordial heavenly replenishing pill, his hair was now black once again and his eyes were filled with abstruseness. He wore a green gown, and his features were handsome and refined. On his forehead was mark that looked both like a scale and a feather, and yet was neither. Overall, he appeared completely extraordinary. As he flew away from the Immortal's cave, the meat jelly and the parrot followed him. As they flew along, the parrot continuously chided the meat jelly, who squabbled back endlessly. It went on for a few days, with the two of them occasionally getting into blows. Finally, the parrot used its trump card. It went on with a series of "Do you want to know?" questions, which resulted in the meat jelly transforming into a small bell which the parrot fastened around its leg. The parrot finally came to rest on Meng Hao's shoulder, perched there with an arrogant look on its face that said that it was a one-of-a-kind ancient celestial bird, esteemed in heaven and earth, unique in all creation. The ground beneath them was pitch black, with occasional black-colored plants growing up from the soil. It all looked very sinister. The entire time, Meng Hao didn't stop once. Following the information on the map, he flew straight toward Dongluo City. On one particular evening several days later, a green city appeared up ahead. It wasn't grand and majestic, but rather square in shape and apparently constructed from vegetation. The city walls were created from interwoven plants. The greenness created by the plants made the city stick out conspicuously from the black soil. In the middle of the city, trees grew up. All of the trees had massive amounts of branches growing out from them, which were also interwoven to form layers. The city as a whole seemed to be formed of two levels, one on the ground, the other in the sky. There was a third level which was formed by a single, enormous tree, the interior of the city. From a distance, the city looked very bizarre. Meng Hao's eyes began to shine. As they approached, they saw the city gate, which was formed by 8 giant interlocking trees. Cultivators walked in and out of the gate, and inside the city itself were quite a few cultivators. Perched atop the massive tree in the center of the city was what appeared to be an enormous phoenix, several dozens of meters in length. It had bright, scarlet feathers, and was incredibly beautiful. A closer look revealed that it wasn't actually a phoenix, but a peacock. It would occasionally look around at the city with an arrogant expression. It didn't emit the power of a cultivation base, but from a distance it still emanated a powerful, threatening aura that Meng Hao could sense. It caused his pupils to constrict. The look in the peacock's eyes seemed to say that no one was worthy of its gaze. It looked around arrogantly, seemingly despising all that it saw. Suddenly, Meng Hao heard the parrot whisper, "You dare to act like that in front of Lord Fifth, bitch?" Meng Hao had read some information about this scarlet peacock in the jade slip. It was a holy animal of the Dongluo clan. For some reason unknown to outsiders, it would occasionally take to flight and circle around the city. Everyone who saw the spectacle would praise its beauty. Just as they were about to enter the city, Meng Hao heard the parrot next to him, panting heavily. Now that I'm closer, I can see that flirty look in its eyes. A red bird. I've never tried that out before." Before Meng Hao could react or even think about what it meant, the parrot was gone. Meng Hao watched as ripples spread out in the air, and a multicolored streak shot up through the air toward the peacock. Everything was happening too quickly. Meng Hao gaped in astonishment. Before he could react, he saw the multicolored streak flying through the air at high speed. It looked like a shooting star as it headed toward the beautiful, proud scarlet peacock. Within the colorful light was none other than the parrot, shooting forward like a spear, head upraised. Its sharp, curved beak emitted a cold glow, as it clenched its body tight into something that looked like a spearhead. Meng Hao wasn't sure if he was mistaken or not, but it very much seemed like its eyes were shining with excitement, as well as determination and lasciviousness. It moved with incredible speed. In one breath, it was quite a distance from the peacock. In the next breath, it was upon it. All of the feathers on the body of the scarlet peacock stood on end as it turned its beautiful head, emanating the powerful might of a phoenix, seeming to warn everyone from encroaching upon its space. Meng Hao's eyes went wide, and his mind began to spin. He suddenly had a very bad feeling about what was happening. He watched the multicolored streak of light that was the parrot as it charged directly toward the peacock's rear end. An intense, miserable screech echoed out from the once graceful and beautiful peacock. The sound was wretched, as an indescribable pain washed over it. All its feathers stood on end, and its expression was twisted and distorted. It was no longer elegant, and its beauty had now been transformed into suffering. It trembled violently as its scream filled Dongluo City, which of course attracted the attention of large numbers of cultivators. All of them lifted their heads up in astonishment. What they saw was the peacock, always so graceful and haughty, now trembling violently and screaming miserably. It was flying haphazardly through the air, beating its wings, as if it was trying to shake something off of its body. Its efforts were of no avail. As it screamed, its eyes turned red, and a billowing flame sea appeared around it. Within the fire, the peacock continued to scream intensely. Its feathers bristled to the point where it looked like it might explode from insanity. All of the cultivators in the city were staring with gaping mouths, unsure of what exactly was happening to it. However, they could all sense that the peacock was currently experiencing indescribable pain. It was at this time that members of Dongluo City's cultivator clan emerged, looking worried as they flew up toward the peacock. One among their number was a young woman wearing a long, emerald green garment. Her features were beautiful and enchanting, but her phoenix-like eyes were filled with worry and confusion as she approached the peacock. "Scarlet Peacock, what's wrong?" she said. Her voice was pleasant, like the song of a lark. As soon as the cultivators down in the city saw her, they began to discuss the matter in hushed tones. "That's Goddess Dongluo Ling of the Dongluo clan. Too. That's none other than one of the 3 most beautiful female cultivators in the Blacklands, Dongluo Ling." By this time, Meng Hao had ducked his head down and hurried into the city, his scalp slowly growing numb. He blended into the crowd, his face ashen, looking up at the flames in the sky. The miserable shrieks of the peacock continued to ring out. "Damned parrot," thought Meng Hao, grinding his teeth. There was nothing he could do about it, though. He should have considered the parrot's indulgences. Back when it was stuck in the copper mirror, Meng Hao had to take the initiative to provoke something like this. But now that it was free, it couldn't hold itself back after seeing a pretty, feathered peacock. "I can't let people find out that I brought it here," he thought with a frown. Up above, the peacock let out another shriek. Now, everyone could see a multicolored beam of light whizzing through the air near the peacock's rear end. Before anyone could see clearly what was inside of it, it built up some momentum and then shot back toward the peacock. The peacock tried to dodge out of the way, but was unable to. When people saw this, they could only watch on in dumbstruck silence. Based on what they had just seen, they now understood why the elegant scarlet peacock was emitting such blood-curdling screams. A buzz of conversation immediately rose up as everyone expressed their disbelief and astonishment. What is that thing? What it's doing is indescribable. That multicolored light is entering. My God, is there really a magical item that does something like this? What is it? It's simply too vicious, too malicious, too penetrating. Meng Hao stood in the crowd, his jaw clenched. He felt as if his face were burning, and he was very worried about everyone finding out that the multicolored light had been brought into the city by him. The Dongluo clan cultivators floated in mid-air, trying to figure out how to help the peacock. Dongluo Ling's face was filled with anxiety. However, the sight of the multicolored light caused them to stare in shock. The scarlet peacock's wails were pitiful, its eyes filled with humiliation and pain. Suddenly, it began to fall to the ground, body trembling. The Dongluo clan cultivators rushed forward in a frenzy. As they neared, the multicolored light disappeared, leaving behind only an exhausted panting sound. The Dongluo clan cultivators' faces were extremely unsightly. Dongluo Ling's was virtually bursting with flames. Moments later, the entire city was sealed down tightly. More Dongluo clan cultivators appeared, bursting with bestial killing intent and rage as they began to search for the multicolored light. One could imagine what savage methods they would employ to punish the mysterious multicolored light if they ever found it. As for the scarlet peacock, it was currently being given emergency treatment. Meng Hao's face was just as unsightly as he dispersed along with the crowd. He wasn't sure where the parrot had gone to. If it suddenly appeared on his shoulder, then he would have to leave the city immediately. He suddenly realized that the meat jelly was actually very well behaved. As night fell upon Dongluo City, Word of what had just happened spread through the various cultivators. Late that night, the wrath of the entire Dongluo clan was burning. In the Dongluo clan's manor house, Dongluo Ling stood there with tears in her eyes as she comforted the trembling, sleeping scarlet peacock. Every time it trembled, her eyes would flash with killing intent. "I'm going to find that multicolored light," she said, gnashing her teeth. "And when I do, I'll hack it into pieces." Meanwhile, Meng Hao sat cross-legged in his room in a local inn, his face dark. Finally, he opened his eyes from meditation and let out a soft sigh as the parrot appeared. It looked the same as ever, multicolored, with the meat jelly bell still attached to its foot. Its expression was one of arrogance, and its eyes flickered with contentment and complacency. "Hey, Lord Fifth is back," it said, strutting back and forth on the table, lifting its head up to stare at Meng Hao. "Did you have fun?" asked Meng Hao coolly, his facing expressionless. "Lots of fun," replied the parrot. It took a deep breath, and the haughtiness in its face disappeared, to be replaced by a look of reminiscence. "I've tried out many different purely colored birds such as that," it said with a sigh. "One year I even tried out their ancestor, the phoenix. However, scarlet is the only color I haven't tried. Not bad. Really not bad. Do you know how much difficulty it's going to cause if they found out it was you?" said Meng Hao. "What are you scared of?" it said, its face filled with conceited grandeur. "Have faith in the Lord Fifth, gain eternal life. When Lord Fifth appears, who dares to cause strife? If they dare to mess with me, I'll screw him to death. I'll deal with them like I dealt with that bird. I'm not talking about you, of course. Birds have their tenacity, and so do people. Tenacity, that's the key. Look, I have a duty to help you out. Join me in your loudest voice." A solemn-looking face suddenly appeared on the bell on the parrot's foot. "You're immoral. Simply too wicked. My life's mission is definitely to convert you, you sinister bird." The parrot looked down at the meat jelly with a look of disdain. "Shut up, bitch. Did I ever not take you with me to do these kinds of things? Do you remember the space ape from that year? Did I take you with me, or not? How about the flame phoenix? Did I take you with me, or not? What about that big hairy fish in the Star Sea, or that tiger in the Eighth Mountain? What about the great golden dragon? Did you forget about that?" The meat jelly hesitated for a moment, then gritted its teeth and said, You forced me." Meng Hao sat off to the side, watching on silently. Originally he had planned to say a few things about what had happened today, but hearing the parrot list off its achievements, he suddenly realized he didn't have anything to say. He sighed, shaking his head and ignoring the two, instead closing his eyes and continuing to meditate. As the night went on, the Dongluo clan used all its power, all their precious treasures, all their divine sense, to search every corner of the city. It was all to no avail. As the search continued, 3 days slowly passed. During the 3 days, Meng Hao went out twice. Each time, the parrot would perch pompously on his shoulder to accompany him. On a few occasions, they encountered members of the Dongluo clan. However, the uncomely parrot didn't seem to attract any suspicions. "Don't worry," said the parrot. "I've done things like this before on many occasions, and I've never gotten caught. The only things left behind are legends of Lord Fifth. However, no one ever knows my true appearance." Meng Hao didn't respond. On the 2 occasions he went out, Meng Hao made inquiries about the auction which was to take place in 10 days, and was able to confirm that 10 spirit orchid leaves would be up for sale. He also made some inquiries about the price. This particular plant would appear in the auction every few years, and the price was always a bit over 10,000 spirit stones. Meng Hao personally didn't have many spirit stones, but Ji Hongdong's bag of holding had ultra-high-grade spirit stones, as well as a collection of regular spirit stones to the number of about 20,000. It wasn't much when it came to duplicating medicinal pills, but it should be enough to purchase the spirit orchid leaf and still have some left over. On evening of the 4th day, Meng Hao sat cross-legged in his room. Suddenly, his eyes opened, and he let out a sigh. As he had anticipated, trouble had come looking for him. He looked up at the door. It didn't take long before it exploded, shattered to pieces that showered into the room. The instant the door shattered into pieces, a whooshing sound could be heard, and the parrot disappeared without a trace. Meng Hao wasn't sure where it had gone to hide, but obviously it had seen the look on his face and knew the trouble it had stirred up. However, instead of cleaning up its own mess, it left it to Meng Hao. Meng Hao's mood sank even deeper. His eyes flickered with coldness. He knew that the law of the jungle was a strict one and was revered as a way of life in the Blacklands. Weakness and retreat gave an opponent even more power and reason to crush you. In the Blacklands, there was no reasoning, there was only strength. The strong could plunder cities and enslave clans. In the Blacklands, you could do anything you wanted and no one would do anything against you unless it was to their benefit. If you didn't encroach on someone's territory, they wouldn't pay attention to you at all even if you slaughtered countless other cultivators. For example, the 9 clans that made up the United Nine had changed countless times throughout the years. One would rise, another would fall, down to this very day. After the door was destroyed, 2 people charged into the room, accompanied by a cold, glittering light. As they descended upon him, Meng Hao let out a cold snort. It didn't matter that he was actually in the wrong. He sat there cross-legged, his killing intent flashing. He lifted his right hand up as fast as lightning, and a single finger attack shot out. A miserable scream immediately filled the air, and a corpse toppled backward out the door. At the same time, his 4 remaining fingers curled into a claw which latched onto the neck of a black-robed cultivator. No matter how he struggled, the man couldn't move an inch. Meng Hao immediately sent spiritual power into the man's cultivation base, sealing it down tightly. When attacking, one cannot hesitate nor show weakness. That is a fundamental rule in the Blacklands. Meng Hao's expression was calm as he looked over at the door. Standing outside were 8 cultivators wearing black robes. Their expressions were serious, but they didn't dare to enter the room. Instead, they stood there looking vigilantly at Meng Hao. "Dongluo Ling," said Meng Hao coolly. "Is this the way the Dongluo clan receives its guests? You'd better provide an explanation, or I'll turn your skull into a cooking pot." The people outside remained silent as a woman stepped out from behind them. She wore a long, emerald-green robe, and was quite beautiful. Her skin was so delicate it seemed a breeze could break it. This was none other than Dongluo Ling. Her brow was furrowed as she glared into Meng Hao's room. "Since you know who I am, then you'd better let my man go immediately. Then we can discuss some matters." Her voice was pleasant, but filled with iciness. Her cultivation base was beyond ordinary. It appeared to be at the early core formation stage. Meng Hao grinned. He might have the appearance of a scholar, but looking at him now, he possessed a certain fierceness. He suddenly clenched his right hand. Loud cracking sounds could be heard. The man's body twitched as his neck was crushed into pieces. After he was thoroughly dead, Meng Hao stood up and turned into a blur as he rushed toward the door. Dongluo Ling laughed mockingly. She stood her ground, not moving at all. As she glanced down at the body of the dead man, the 8 men around her suddenly moved forward to obstruct Meng Hao's way. 2 of them were white-haired old men. Their gazes were like lightning, their stature tall. Shockingly, they even had totem tattoos on their arms. However, they didn't look like Western desert cultivators. They had extraordinary cultivation bases at the mid-core formation stage. Their bodies flashed as they moved forward to defend Dongluo Ling. They were fast, but Meng Hao was even faster. In the blink of an eye, he was out the door. He flicked his sleeve, and a gale-force wind suddenly exploded out. It screamed out in all directions, causing the bodies of the 8 cultivators to shake as they spit up blood. They all retreated, looks of astonishment on their faces. This caused Dongluo Ling's face to change and her pupils to constrict before she could even think about it. The faces of 2 old men in front of her fell. Meng Hao was as calm as ever as he neared Dongluo Ling. The eyes of the 2 old men flickered as they also advanced, hands flickering in incantation gestures. Their cultivation bases roared with power as their magical techniques appeared. "No core chi," said Meng Hao, his expression intentionally lofty. "Insects. Even as he spoke, his right hand lifted up and then descended downward in a fist. Boom! An expression of shock filled the face of one of the men. The magical technique he had been incanting immediately collapsed to pieces. He felt an incredible power slam into him, and blood sprayed from his mouth as he staggered backwards several paces. As for the other old man, his eyes narrowed and he let out a howl as he attacked. Meng Hao's left hand snaked out, and he tapped the man's forehead lightly. Suddenly, demonic qi rose up, visible only to Meng Hao. It poured into the man, causing his veins to bulge and his eyes to fill with confusion. All of this happened in a single instant, and then, Meng Hao was standing directly in front of the shocked Dong Luoling. Dong Luoling knew that she had acted rashly, and that her opponent was far more powerful than her. The only thing she could do now was angrily say, "Do you really dare to offend me in my own clan city? You're dead for sure." Meng Hao looked her over coldly. Then he lifted up his right hand and was about to grab her, when suddenly he frowned and paused in mid-motion. Then he pointed his hand down toward the ground. The entire inn began to shake as invisible qi rushed up from all directions to circle around Meng Hao. It formed into a barrier to protect against a black spear which was currently shooting toward him from off in the distance. The spear was as thick as the hand of a child, and was covered with complex, swirling patterns. It whistled through the air, slamming into the demonic qi vortex surrounding Meng Hao. A boom echoed out, and the spear shook, then collapsed into pieces. The pieces transformed into green-colored core qi, which then dissipated in all directions. The spearhead, however, did not disappear. It was still stabbing through the vortex. Just as it seemed it would pierce all the way through, Meng Hao reached up and tapped the top of the spearhead. As soon as he touched it, the spearhead trembled and then exploded into fragments of core qi. Dong Luoling took advantage of this opportunity to back up about 20 meters. It seemed she was about to flee. Meng Hao coolly said, "Get back here." The words were simple, but the instant she heard them, Dong Luoling's face went pale white. She had suddenly discovered that her entire body was incapable of moving. The old man who Meng Hao had just tapped on the forehead looked confused, as if his spirit had fled. Seemingly not even under his own control, he bound Dong Luoling, grabbed her, and then flew back toward Meng Hao. It was at this moment that Meng Hao lifted his head and looked off into the distance. It was currently dusk, and there were no cultivators visible anywhere. Even the inn seemed to be empty. However, far off in the distance, a middle-aged man stood on a rooftop. His body was skinny and withered, almost like a skeleton. However, he emitted a dignified aura as he looked toward Meng Hao. Their gazes met, and their spiritual sense shot out, emanating with massive pressure. Invisible ripples exploded out. Meng Hao didn't move, but the face of the middle-aged man flickered, and he retreated several paces, coughing up blood. "So," said Meng Hao, his voice cool, "mid-core formation core qi turns out to be slightly more powerful than insects. Your Excellency, who are you?" asked the stooped, middle-aged man. "Why do you wish to make the Dong Luo clan your enemy?" His expression was serious, and it seemed he couldn't see Meng Hao's cultivation base. "Sir, that is exactly the same question I wanted to ask you," said Meng Hao calmly. "I have no grievance with the Dong Luo clan. So why did you send everyone in the area away, and then surround me and try to kill me?" Dong Luoling ground her teeth and glared at Meng Hao, her eyes radiating hatred. "From the day the Scarlet Peacock was injured until today, 13 people have entered the city. I've personally looked into the other 12. You are the last one, and also the most suspicious." When she thought about how the Scarlet Peacock couldn't even fly now, and would always tremble and shake as it slept, her hatred toward Meng Hao seeped into her bones. Meng Hao's face sank. His voice cold, he said, "What ultimate absurdity! You're just trying to stir up trouble." He didn't even make an attempt to explain anything. His simple response made him seem even more awe-inspiring. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment. Finally, he clasped hands and bowed toward Meng Hao, a bitter smile on his face. "This is all just a misunderstanding," he said with a sigh. My little sister went off on her own to investigate things. Fellow Taoist, I truly hope you can forgive us. That scarlet peacock is my little sister's most beloved pet, and what happened has really aroused our ire. Therefore, we accidentally offended you. Sir, I am Dong Luohan. I implore you to give me a bit of face. What do you say? One Meng Hao looked hesitant. He waved his right hand, and the old man who had bound up Dong Luo Ling no longer looked confused. He regained his senses, then immediately began to tremble. He looked at Meng Hao as if he were a ghost. Dong Luo Ling's body flashed, transforming into a beam of light as she flew over to stand next to the middle-aged man. She glared viciously at Meng Hao. Many thanks, fellow Taoist, said the man. Allow me to give you a Dong Luo City Command Medallion. With this medallion, your time in the city will be much more convenient. Dong Luohan pulled out a black command medallion which he tossed toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao grabbed it and looked it over. In his time spent in the city recently, he'd learned that in Dong Luo City there were 5 different types of command medallions. Scarlet was the highest, black was secondary, then yellow, blue, and white. Each medallion came with various privileges within the city. For example, in order to participate in the upcoming auction, one needed, at the least, a yellow command medallion. After Meng Hao took the command medallion, Dong Luohan once again clasped hands and bowed, then grabbed the obstinate Dong Luo Ling and left, along with the other cultivators. As she left, Dong Luo Ling's features were filled with fury. Third bro, why did you compromise with that guy? She asked. We surveilled him for several days. Of the 13 suspects, he was definitely the most suspicious. Some people even saw him with a multicolored parrot. Before Dong Luohan could respond, a dignified voice suddenly could be heard from off to the side. I told him to. Along with the voice, a man appeared. He looked to be middle-aged, but there was also some sort of ancientness to him. As soon as he appeared, Dong Luohan and Dong Luo Ling lowered their heads and saluted. Greetings, clan chief. The Black Lands are falling into great chaos. The United Nine face imminent danger. At the moment, the last thing we need is to provoke powerful enemies. That guy appears to be in the mid-core formation stage, but his attack just now was matchlessly ruthless. He dispatched another mid-core formation cultivator with no difficulty. He seems like a rogue cultivator, but at the same time, not. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't matter. But for now, we need to exercise caution. The Black Lands in great chaos? Said Dong Luohan, gaping at the clan chief. Dong Luo Ling also gaped for a moment. For as long as she could remember, the law of the jungle in the Black Lands made it appear on the surface as if there were no rules. However, because of the Black Lands Palace and the United Nine, there was a bit of stability. Superficially, the Black Lands seemed chaotic, but the powers beneath the surface made things much less chaotic than they seemed. The Dong Luo clan chief was quiet for a moment before looking up at the stars in the sky and saying, 4 days ago in Saturn City, Elder Tumu was killed by Patriarch Death Spirit from the Western Lands. His words caused Dong Luohan's face to flicker. The surrounding cultivators all looked shocked and doubtful. Breathing heavily, Dong Luohan said, Elder Tumu was an almighty spirit-severing cultivator. The 9 clans that made up the United Nine were all very different. Furthermore, various clans had come and gone throughout the years. However, the main reason the United Nine was able to stand up to the Black Lands Palace was because of their 4 great mountains. These 4 mountains housed 4 spirit-severing patriarchs. The clans of these 4 were naturally the leaders in the alliance. With the presence of the 4 patriarchs, they had been able to oppose the Black Lands Palace down to this day. The Dong Luo clan chief slowly continued. After Elder Tumu perished, the Black Lands Palace immediately invaded his Saturn clan. In a single day, all the clan members were slaughtered, and their city was taken over by the Black Lands Palace. Dong Luohan gasped. The Black Lands Palace. The Western Desert. After a moment's thought, his heart and mind trembled. This news caused him to completely forget about the matter of the Scarlet Peacock. This matter must be kept a secret, said Dong Luo Ling, looking at the other surrounding cultivators. The clan chief shook his head. It won't take long before news of the incident spreads throughout all the Black Lands. Even if the United Nine tries to cover it up, the news will spread. He looked tired and very anxious. Dong Luoling was about to say something else, when suddenly, a miserable shriek could be heard coming from the top level of the city, where the Scarlet Peacock was. The cry was one of ultimate misery, as if it were experiencing indescribable pain. Dong Luoling's face immediately flashed. Next to her, Dong Luohan gaped in shock. All of the cultivators immediately looked upward. As for Meng Hao, he was sitting cross-legged inside of his room. After the Dong Luo clan members left, the staff of the inn returned, giving Meng Hao a wide, respectful berth. The owner of the inn waited on him nervously, allowing him to change rooms and even giving him some spirit stones before making an excuse to leave. At first I thought I was going to have to fight my way out and come back in disguise, thought Meng Hao, looking down at the Black Command medallion. Who would have thought that the Dong Luo clan would back down? Puzzled look appeared on his face. Has something happened I don't know about? It was at this point that he heard the miserable shrieks coming from outside. He immediately stood, opened a window, and looked out, a strange expression on his face. Another scream rose up into the air. This time, it was obvious that it was a different Scarlet Peacock than the one from before. Even as looks of shock filled the faces of everyone in the city, a third shriek echoed out. At the same time, 3 figures, blazing like fire, shot out from the second level of the city. It was 3 more Scarlet Peacocks. The largest was nearly 100 meters long, the smallest only about 30. They were letting out shrill shrieks. Anyone who heard them could almost feel their pain. A boom rattled out, and for some inexplicable reason, a massive force seemed to rip through one of the huge trees that made up the second level of the city. It shot in and out several times until it had cut out a character. 5. A bang rang out as a tall, strapping man appeared in midair, surrounded by a multicolored glow. His features were indistinct, but he gave on an eminently conceited air as he floated there in midair looking down on the ground. The 3 peacocks trembled. Beneath them, the massive character 5 that had been cut into the tree was extremely clear. You all listen carefully to what Lord Fifth has to say. When I was born, I was the most revered in heaven and earth. If I want people to wear clothes, they wear clothes. If I want animals to have fur or feathers, then they grow it immediately. The echoing voice immediately evoked the wrath of the Dong Luo clan. Furious shouts could be heard from within the Dong Luo clan. A ruddy-faced old man suddenly charged out, emanating the power of the nascent soul stage. He shot toward the Parrot, who was currently utilizing the meat jelly's transforming ability. You dare to defame the residents of the Dong Luo clan? Get back here, you old fart, screeched the man-form Parrot. Lord Fifth is gonna screw you to death. His body flickered as he shot toward the old man. He radiated a savage potency, as if he were a member of an elite death squad, one, the most powerful and esteemed person in all the heavens. This powerful vigor radiated thickly off of him, as if there were no orifice in the world that he couldn't conquer. The Parrot, in the form of a virulent, muscular man, suddenly appeared next to the old nascent soul cultivator. The speed of his movement left the man shocked, and before he could do anything, they slammed into each other. As the boom rattled out, the nascent soul cultivator's face twisted. Cold sweat burst out from his forehead as he realized that his opponent had been shooting straight toward the area roughly a hand's breadth below his navel. If he hadn't moved quickly enough, before he could continue along with this train of thought, he suddenly felt a cold air on his back. The man-form Parrot was off to the side, raising his head up and giving out a piercing howl. You're far too wicked, said a voice. Doing this kind of thing is very immoral. Very, very immoral. You shouldn't. Shut the hell up, bitch. Lord Fifth is gonna screw this guy to death. The man-parrot's eyes grew green as he glared at the nascent soul cultivator, let out a wild shout, and then charged forward. The old man's scalp went numb as he saw the strange man approaching him. This was the first time he had ever felt such fear in his heart. However, it was at this exact moment that a cold snort suddenly sounded out from within the Dong Luo clan. Two prismatic beams of light flew out, emanating the power of nascent soul cultivation bases. One of these men was even of the late nascent soul stage. A boom echoed out, and the man-parrot tumbled backward. His eyes grew even more green, and its body began to tremble with rage. "I'm gonna screw you to death, all of you." "No need to get so excited," said the meat jelly. "Don't be so impulsive." "Azura fire!" cried the man-parrot as it floated there in the air. Suddenly, black flames leapt into being. "Skywalker slaying!" it cried again. The flames roared up into the sky. In the middle of all the black flames was the man-parrot, its body trembling. Suddenly, a black band of cloth appeared in its hand, which it wrapped around the top of its head, covering one eye. It was really a bizarre sight. Suddenly, it shot down toward the nascent soul cultivators. It moved with incredible speed. As it did, a black mist emanated out from its body, as well as fire. It gradually transformed into an enormous one-eyed raven, hundreds of meters long. It emanated a shocking power as it charged in a frenzy toward the three nascent soul cultivators. Everyone who saw this was astonished. Even Meng Hao's eyes were wide. The three nascent soul cultivators were pale-faced. They all began to perform incantations. Above them, the intensely shocking flames descended down. The faces of the nascent soul cultivators fell, and they retreated. A massive boom shook everything as a huge crater appeared in the ground. This crater was located in the very center of the city, causing the plants which composed the floor to begin to sway and sag. The entire second level of the city was virtually destroyed. The ground quaked, and all of the cultivators currently in the city flew up into the air, faces pale with astonishment. There was nothing alive within the crater, and the enormous black raven had disappeared without a trace. The only thing left behind was a wildly arrogant voice which broke the silence. "Have faith in the Lord Fifth, gain eternal life. When the Lord Fifth appears, who dares to cause strife?" This was the only sound that echoed out into the quiet. Dong Luoling's eyes were filled with fear, and off to the side, Dong Luohan was panting. The Dong Luo clan chief had a serious expression on his face as he shot off toward the crater. His solemn voice called out, "Remember this, never, ever provoke that cultivator. A person like him has a lot of helpers. We've reached a moment of truth. Make friends, not enemies." The ground eventually ceased quaking. Meng Hao stood at the window, his expression strange. Everything that had happened just now made him suddenly think that the parrot was actually kind of funny. A multicolored light suddenly flashed in the room. The parrot appeared, looking exhausted. It flopped down onto the table and looked at Meng Hao out of the corner of its eye. It was huffing and puffing, but its expression was as haughty and proud as ever. "Bitches. If Lord Fifth hadn't just recently awoken from slumber, then he would be much more powerful. I could have screwed the entire city. Then they would know how badass Lord Fifth is. As for you, kid, feel free to express your thanks by offering me some worship. Come, come. Say it with me. Have faith." Meng Hao turned, ignoring the parrot and instead looking once again out the window, his eyes shining with vigilance. He had long since pulled out the good luck charm to see if he could use it. "It's too bad I haven't been able to harness the power of the rock. If I had, then even a nascent soul cultivator wouldn't be able to keep up with me." He continued to look out in the direction of the Dongluo clan. As time passed, however, it seemed that the commotion had died down. No one came to cause trouble, and the Dongluo clan didn't seem to be furious. Everything was smoothing over. This, however, made Meng Hao even more nervous, although what he was worried about wasn't the Dongluo clan, but whatever momentous event had led to the current circumstances. If something major hadn't happened, the Dongluo clan definitely wouldn't be acting like this. 3 days later, Meng Hao finally understood everything. One of the cities of the United Nine had been taken over after its spirit-severing patriarch perished. The Western Desert was controlling the Black Lands Palace. It seemed their goal was to devour all of the Black Lands. This news swept over the Black Lands like storm winds over the following days. Soon, everyone knew about it. When the day of the auction arrived, Meng Hao left his room. A cold wind blew outside, and the sky above was filled with dark clouds. It seemed a thunderstorm was approaching. "The Black Lands are heading towards an upheaval," said Meng Hao to himself. He looked around to see cultivators all around him hurrying in the direction of the auction. The parrot was perched on Meng Hao's shoulder, looking around proudly as if it knew that one day it would take care of this place once and for all. The crater in the middle of Dongluo City had long since been filled in with vast amounts of vegetation. The damaged second level was also restored to its normal condition. However, the 5 on the big tree could not be covered up, no matter what the Dongluo clan did. The auction was being held not very far away from that very tree. As Meng Hao approached the auction, he couldn't help but see it. The parrot, perched on his shoulder, looked up at it out of the corner of his eye. With an egotistical expression, he lifted his head up as if everything were beneath him. The auction facility wasn't very large, a far cry from the Violet Fate Sect auction, in which tens of thousands of cultivators could participate. There were only a few hundred people seated around the auction floor, conversing in whispers. In the middle of it all was a raised platform. Only cultivators with the appropriate command medallions from the Dongluo clan could enter. As soon as Meng Hao produced his black command medallion, he was immediately treated with favor and escorted to a comfortable seat. If the auction floor had been set up with private booths, Meng Hao would have been entitled to one because of the black command medallion. He sat down, his expression the same as ever, then closed his eyes and settled his mind. There weren't very many people seated near him, nor were there many people in the auction in general. This wasn't a very common sight in Dongluo City. Because of the latest news circulating around the Black Lands, people were nervous. Many cultivators had already fled the cities. At the moment, the cities of the United Nine were now no longer as safe as the outside world was. After all, the Blacklands Palace was targeting not Blacklands cultivators in general, but the clans of the United Nine. Under such circumstances, Meng Hao knew that any people who had chosen to come attend this auction were people with utmost self-confidence. Considering war had already broken out, an auction like this most likely wouldn't be held again for some time. In fact, this would probably be the last auction in Dongluo City until the war ended. "I have to attend," said Meng Hao to himself. After enough time passed for an incense stick to burn, the auction would begin. More people began to filter in, and as they did, a man and a woman approached Meng Hao. As they neared, Meng Hao opened his eyes and saw Dongluo Han and the beautiful Dongluo Ling. Dongluo Han had a broad smile on his face, whereas Dongluo Ling looked irritated, like she didn't want to be there. "Fancy meeting you here, fellow Taoist," said Dongluo Han with a grin, approaching Meng Hao and sitting down next to him. "When last we parted, I was unable to inquire as to your respected name. Would it be possible to find out?" Dongluo Ling hesitated for a moment and then sat down on the other side of Meng Hao. "My humble surname is Meng," said Meng Hao coolly. "I'm a simple rogue cultivator." He smiled at Dongluo Han. He could sense that the man hadn't come to cause him trouble, but must have some other request, and had chosen this moment before the auction to bring it up. His presence here was not unexpected. Meng Hao had actually predicted that something like this would happen. "Brother Meng, there's no need to be so modest," replied Dongluo Han with a polite smile. "Considering how strong you are, I don't think any other rogue cultivators could measure up to you." His glance flitted over the parrot, and an imperceptible flicker of fear flashed through his eyes. As for Dongluo Ling, she sat on the other side of Meng Hao. During the entire time, she had been glaring fiercely at the parrot. If looks could kill, then she would have slain the parrot many times over by now. Meng Hao chuckled but didn't say anything. Since Dongluo Han hadn't brought up whatever request he planned to discuss, Meng Hao would just have to remain in the dark. However, he turned the good luck charm over and over in his palm, just as he had been doing for the past several days, never returning it to his bag of holding. It was at this point that the parrot looked impatiently at Dongluo Ling and said, "What the hell? Are you crazy? What do you keep staring at Lord Fifth for? Are you looking for a screw?" Dongluo Ling's eyes went wide, and the veins on her face bulged out. Her beautiful features went purple, and she lunged to her feet, filled with explosive power. She was so angry that her entire body trembled. During her entire life, she had never met anyone who she wanted to chop into pieces as much as this parrot. As such, her disgust toward Meng Hao had also reached an incredible level. Dong Luohan gaped for a moment, then laughed bitterly, and was about to say something when the parrot rolled its eyes. "Lord Fifth hates featherless, furless necks," it said in its high-pitched voice. "Lord Fifth also hates waists with no fur or feathers. Nice chest and rear end, but again no fur, no feathers. Even if you offered yourself free of charge, Lord Fifth wouldn't accept." The expression on its face said that no matter what she said, it would never like her. Meng Hao felt a massive headache coming on. He cleared his throat. The parrot's words just now made Dong Luoling feel as if her mind were about to explode. Flames of fire raged in her eyes, and she seemed on the verge of losing control. She was about to spring into action when Dong Luohan's face suddenly darkened. "Fifth sis, sit down." Dong Luoling's head shot up to look at him. Gritting her teeth, she thought about the safety of her clan, and of Dong Luohan's solemn expression. Bottling up her frustration and fury, she could do nothing but sit back down. However, she made a firm decision that in the future, no matter who tried to get her to come see this detestable parrot, she would absolutely refuse. "We've incurred Brother Meng's ridicule," said Dong Luohan. "Please don't take offense at my younger sister's impulsiveness. Actually, I brought her with me today to offer an apology for the matter from the other day. You're too courteous, fellow Taoist Dong Luo. That was just a misunderstanding. There's no need to bring it up." Meng Hao smiled, but inwardly he was on guard. He had anticipated that the clan would seek him out eventually. Because of the power he had displayed, and the parrot's performance most likely, he met the qualifications to be recruited by the clan. However, based on what Dong Luohan had said just now, Meng Hao could tell that he had something even bigger planned. "My younger sister lacks discipline, and unfortunately, the clan is facing upheaval. Brother Meng, you are handsome and talented. You and I hit it off well right from the start. In fact, I don't even take you to be an outsider. Brother Meng, I wonder if you would—" Meng Hao's eyes suddenly flashed, and he was about to say something when Dong Luoling once again shot to her feet. "What are you talking about, third bro? You said you brought me here to make an apology. I get what you're trying to say, and I completely disagree. I don't care if it's your idea or the clan's idea. I will never comply. If you try to force me, then I'll kill myself. I will never become anyone's beloved, especially this shameless, vulgar, despicable hoodlum." She turned to glare coldly at Meng Hao, making no attempt to conceal her hatred, disgust, and contempt. "You might as well quit your dreaming. I've taken an oath to never become someone's beloved. But even if I hadn't, there are countless heroes in the United Nine, and you don't measure up to even a single one of them." With that, she gave Meng Hao a final contemptuous look, then turned her supple waist and stalked off. Her slender, lithe figure would cause any man who saw it to feel tremors in his heart. Meng Hao frowned. After hearing Dong Luohan's suggestion, he had been about to refuse. However, hearing Dong Luoling's reaction caused him to smile and hold his tongue. He looked back at Dong Luohan. Dong Luohan sighed inwardly. The idea hadn't come from the clan. It was something he had spontaneously come up with himself. He had the feeling that this cultivator named Meng possessed some unfathomable secret. As such, the idea of convincing him to join the clan had wormed its way into his head. Seeing Dong Luoling's fierce reaction, however, caused Dong Luohan to shake his head with a bitter laugh. He gave Meng Hao an apologetic look and didn't bring the matter up again. Instead, he sat silently in thought for a moment and said, "I assume you guessed my purpose in coming, Brother Meng. The Black Lands are falling into chaos. The alliance of United Nine Cities isn't equal to the Black Lands Palace, but our power is not too far off. Fellow Taoist, join the United Nine, and your every wish will be but a command away." Meng Hao didn't immediately refuse. He sat thinking for a short while, before slowly responding, "I can't make a decision immediately, sir. No matter, replied Dong Luohan. Actually, if Meng Hao had agreed immediately, it would have aroused his suspicions. An initial refusal was actually the most appropriate response. The United Nine will be recruiting Black Lands cultivators throughout the coming days. I want you to know that the United Nine will naturally treat recruits with utmost sincerity. Even though war has broken out between the Black Lands Palace and the United Nine, you should be able to see that the United Nine will not easily be exterminated. Brother Meng, I will await your decision. You can use that command medallion to notify the Dongluo clan. In addition, you can use the medallion to borrow some spirit stones for use in the auction today. A gift from me. It was at this time that bells echoed out from the platform in the center of the auction floor. A glowing light emanated out, and a figure appeared on the platform. The auction was officially beginning. Dong Luohan clasped hands and smiled, then made his way out of the auction area to look for other cultivators to recruit. The entire Dongluo clan had been mobilized in an effort to get more rogue cultivators to bolster the alliance. There weren't a lot of people present, but the auction atmosphere was still lively. However, Meng Hao quickly noticed that there were three particular groups of people with whom others would not compete, regardless of what item was up for auction. At the most, they would watch on with dark expressions, but would hold their tongues. These three groups were located carefully in opposite locations of the auction floor, and would not compete with each other. Meng Hao glanced them over, then paid them no further attention. Regardless of where you went, there would be groups of various levels of influence and power. Groups like this would invariably flex their muscles at an important auction such as this. Perhaps under normal circumstances they would be a bit more cautious. However, considering this was Dongluo City, and also considering the general chaos in the Black Lands, groups such as this were now far more valuable than before. What Meng Hao needed, though, was the spirit orchid leaf, of which 10 would be available in the auction. Considering the turmoil on the horizon for the Black Lands, medicinal plants that could heal injuries would be increasingly valuable. Despite that, Meng Hao still was able to acquire one. When he did, 7 or 8 cultivators eyed him greedily. His expression was the same as ever as he waited for the auction house to deliver the spirit orchid leaf to him, whereupon he prepared to leave. Next up for auction is a flag. This flag is a treasure suitable for the core formation stage, and is called the Black Days Banner. When unfurled, it unleashes incredible power, and places inky blackness beneath your feet. It can be used both offensively and defensively, and most strange of all, can be fused with your core chi. This treasure was acquired from within some ancient ruins. Furthermore, we guarantee that in all the Black Lands, there is only this one. As auctioneer introduced the item, a woman walked out from behind him bearing a copper tray. Atop the tray was a piece of cloth the size of a fist. Meng Hao was just about to leave when he heard all of this. Suddenly, the parrot's eyes went wide, and it stared at the flag, its eyes filled with disbelief. After a moment, the parrot didn't speak, but rather transmitted its shrill, disbelieving voice into Meng Hao's head. Get it. You have to get it. This is incredible luck for you. Meng Hao paused in mid-step, then sat back and focused once again on the auction, his eyes glittering slightly. There didn't seem to be anything very special about the flag, but for the parrot to show such interest in it left Meng Hao assured that it was something extraordinary. 10,000 spirit stones, someone cried in a husky voice, even as the introductory words were still echoing around the auction floor. Meng Hao glanced around surreptitiously and saw that the owner of the voice was someone among one of the 3 groups of cultivators who were dominating the auction. The opening bid caused everyone to frown. However, nobody dared to offer another bid. Not even the cultivators from the other 2 groups did anything more than discuss the matter in low tones. The auctioneer sighed inwardly. In the past, such a situation would never have arisen in the Dongluo City auction. However, because of the current disorder in the Black Lands, the United Nine wanted to recruit powerful groups of cultivators just like these ones. Therefore, the auction itself wasn't very important, and matters such as those occurring right now were ignored. Just as the auctioneer was about to bang his hammer down to set the final price, Meng Hao's cool voice rang out. 15,000 spirit stones, he said calmly. The instant he did, the entire auction floor went silent, and one gaze after another came to rest on him. This was especially true of the group of cultivators who had called out the opening bid. There were more than 10 of them in the group, 3 of whom were of the core formation stage. The rest were foundation establishment, but all of them gave dark looks to Meng Hao. One of the 3 core formation cultivators, whose cultivation base was about the same as Meng Hao's, coldly said, "Hand over your 15,000 spirit stones to me and then leave. If you do, we won't cause any trouble for you." His words only caused Meng Hao to smile. 16,000 spirit stones, he said. This caused the surrounding cultivators to gasp. They could see a strange light in Meng Hao's eyes that caused the face of the middle-aged man who had just spoken to darken. Killing intent gleamed in his eyes. "Are you fool enough to reject a face-saving offer? 20,000 spirit stones. 21,000 spirit stones." Meng Hao didn't have many more spirit stones, and in fact, this was his limit. After purchasing the spirit orchid leaf, his supply was dried up. "Interesting," said an old man standing next to the middle-aged man. He was one of the other 3 core formation cultivators. His cultivation base was the same as Dongluo Han's, at the mid-core formation stage. "So, it turns out that there's someone in Dongluo City who dares to steal things that belong to one of the 3 great sects. I'll offer 40,000 for this flag." He glared at Meng Hao as if he were already a dead man. Meng Hao was silent for the space of a few breaths, and then said, 50,000 spirit stones." The surroundings were completely silent. Even the auctioneer appeared to be shaking with fear. In his estimation, this flag was worth no more than around 40,000 spirit stones. 50,000 was an extremely high price. Perhaps auctions could reach such a high price in the southern domain, but this was the Black Lands. Furthermore, the actual function of the flag was not as amazing as he had made it sound. He had actually exaggerated a bit. The mid-core formation old man looked at Meng Hao, his gaze icy cold. It wasn't just him. Many of the surrounding cultivators seemed to think that Meng Hao was specifically targeting one of the 3 major powers of the Dongluo City region, the Han River sect. "If you want to make a bid like that, you'll need to show the spirit stones," said the old man, his gaze flickering. "Otherwise, I could make random bids too." He looked over at the auctioneer, who hesitated for a moment and then faced Meng Hao. "Fellow Taoist," he said, "according to the rules of the auction, since you've incurred the suspicion of fellow participants in the auction, you'll need to produce the spirit stones to prove that you have them. Please, don't make things difficult for me." "How many spirit stones can I borrow with this?" asked Meng Hao, lifting up the black command medallion. 100,000, replied the auctioneer, looking back at the core formation cultivator. "I'll pay 150,000 for the flag," said the core formation cultivator coolly. He looked at Meng Hao with cold laughter in his eyes. Given the power of the 3 great sects, as well the fact that they had received recruitment invitations, a mere 150,000 spirit stones was a price that could easily be erased by the Dongluo clan. Therefore, he didn't care too much. What he did care about was having his sect targeted in front of all these cultivators. Killing intent already glowed in his eyes. Meng Hao was silent for a moment, and then sighed inwardly. He just wanted the flag. He wasn't targeting anybody. However, the auctioneer was now looking over at him, apparently preparing to announce the winner of this lot. "Just how important is this flag?" Meng Hao transmitted to the Parrot. "Very important," was the response. "If Lord Fifth isn't mistaken, that's no flag. Whoever it was that refined that thing into a flag is an idiot. He wrecked a precious treasure. Do you remember the guy I told you about who painted a talisman which ended up getting burned? The falling ash from the talisman became the Black Lands. Well, that talisman wasn't completely destroyed. Some of it remained and fell to the earth. Well, this flag is none other than a remnant of that scorched talisman. If you can get it, it will help you a lot in gaining enlightenment of that Immortal's magical symbols. You could say that getting this flag will make you qualified to practice cultivation based on those magical symbols. If you don't have the money, then just steal it. What are you waiting for? Don't be scared. Have faith in the Lord Fifth, gain eternal life. Lord Fifth is watching over you. Steal it. That's what I did all those years ago. Steal it. I'll even help you break the shield protecting the platform. The parrot seemed to be getting more and more excited at the prospect of getting Meng Hao to steal the flag. The voice of the meat jelly bell interrupted the mental conversation between the parrot and Meng Hao. Stealing is immoral, wicked, wrong, it said solemnly. For you two to do this is really bad. However, having heard the parrot's words, Meng Hao's eyes glittered and filled with determination. This auction was hosted by the Dongluo clan, and Meng Hao was even considering joining them. However, he was only one person. How could he possibly compare to 10? It was hard to tell who the Dongluo clan would side with in the end, which was a problem. Seemingly having no other options, and seeing the auctioneer about to say something, Meng Hao suddenly stood up. This caused the auctioneer to stare over in shock. As he did, Meng Hao's body flickered. In front of the gaping eyes of all of the surrounding cultivators, he shot toward the platform in the center of the auction floor. He moved too quickly for anyone to react. As he neared the platform, the parrot continued to grow more excited. It squawked loudly, spitting something out of its mouth. It was an attack that instantly slammed into the podium, causing a resounding boom to fill the air. The auctioneer stared in shock as the invisible shield protecting the podium shattered into countless pieces. Meng Hao descended, ignoring the auctioneer and grabbing the flag, then turning and shooting away. Most of the cultivators participating in the auction didn't even have time to react. However, the instant Meng Hao began to make his escape, two roaring howls rose up from the center of the auction floor. Two old men had suddenly appeared and flew to intercept Meng Hao. You dare to steal from our Dongluo clan auction? You're looking to die. Get back here. The cultivation bases of the old men exploded with the power of the late core formation stage. Seeing them approach only seemed to make the parrot more excited. It squawked again, and a piercing sound rang out, an attack which spread out explosively toward the two late core formation old men. Their bodies shook, and they were incapable of approaching any closer. Meng Hao dodged past them, flying like a shooting star above the heads of the other cultivators. He kicked up a stiff wind that blew across their faces as he transformed into a beam of light that shot off into the sky. This entire process took only the space of a few breaths. From the moment he snatched the flag until he disappeared, he moved with incredible speed. The method he had used to snatch the flag was natural and smooth, almost rehearsed. The minds of the observing cultivators reeled and were filled with blankness. This was the first time they had ever seen anyone rob an auction. Even in the Black Lands, this was something extremely rare, especially considering that it was always major clans who hosted auctions. All of the cultivators had strange expressions on their faces. The people from the three great sects watched on, stunned. Most shocked of all was the old man who had just made the top bid. How could he have anticipated that his opponent would actually violate the rules in such a way? He had no money, so he just stole the item. Granted, these three great sects often did similar things, but usually it was in secret. They would never dare to do so publicly. In fact, now it seemed as if everything the old man had just said was a joke. An angry expression quickly appeared on his face. Even more angry were the two core formation old men who had tried to stop Meng Hao. Their eyes blazed with fury and the veins on their forehead bulged out. They were clearly incensed. A buzz immediately rose up among the onlookers. Who was that? How brazen! He actually stole the item. He's far too daring. He had no spirit stones, so he stole it. Compared to him, we don't even count as Black Lands cultivators. He is the true Black Lands cultivator. We need to learn from him. Off in the distance, on one particular wall that no one in the auction could see, was a small booth. Inside stood Dongluo Han, who was currently staring out in shock. From this booth, everything on the outside could be seen, however, no one could see inside. He had long since noticed Meng Hao's lack of spirit stones, and had felt a bit embarrassed. After all, Meng Hao had been competing with the Han River sect, one of the three great sects that the Dongluo clan had already made an initial agreement with. Dongluo Han had already begun to prepare a diplomatic response if Meng Hao gave voice to complaint. He had never imagined that Meng Hao would actually resort to theft. What a daredevil! Another man stood next to Dong Luohan. He looked gentle and refined, but he also let out a sigh of praise. Dong Luohan could only make a wry smile. At the same time, the old core formation cultivator from the Han River clan let out a roar. You dare to steal things at the Dong Luo clan auction, and my things at that? The three great sects won't let you get away with this. His body flashed as he flew up into the air. He was immediately followed by 10 or more people who all transformed into colorful beams that shot up into the air. The other two groups from the three great sects exchanged glances. Then they also flew into the air to pursue at top speed. As for the remaining cultivators, they saw that the auction was now over, so they too flew up into the air to follow. Meng Hao sped through the air. The parrot gripped his shoulder tightly with its claws, flapping its wings and looking extremely pleased. Steal, 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 it squawked. That's the way to do it. Steal what you feel like, screw whatever you want. That's the way to live. Have faith in the Lord Fifth. Gain eternal life. When the Lord Fifth appears, who dares to cause strife? Meng Hao ignored the parrot. His face felt a bit red. This was the first time he had openly stolen something, and it felt strange. Back when he was a scholar, he would never have been able to brazenly rob in the way he had just now. Actually, without the urgings of the parrot, he still would never have done so. Even with all the egging on, he had still hesitated. Actually, if he had been able to, he would have tried to sell some medicinal pills first. In the end, though, that didn't seem possible. Therefore, for whatever reason, he had listened to the parrot and performed the robbery in the auction. Such brazen theft made him feel quite nervous inside, but also a bit excited. He shook his head, laughing bitterly as he moved along at top speed. He suddenly realized that he had been unconsciously influenced a lot by the parrot since it woke up. Damned parrot! He thought with an inward sigh. Suddenly, the cultivators speeding through the air at top speed could be heard from behind him, along with roars of rage. You little bastard! You stole my stuff. Are you looking to die? The voice echoed and rolled about like thunder. Meng Hao sent out his spiritual sense, and immediately saw the dozen or so pursuing cultivators, whistling along through the air just behind him. He wasn't sure what technique they were using, but their bodies were surrounded by a red glow, seemingly connecting them all together and lending them greater speed as they pursued. I'm not going to do something like this again, thought Meng Hao. Stealing doesn't really suit me. Yeah, next time I'd rather let the old guy buy the item, then find him later and take it from him. That way I can avoid this kind of attention. Meng Hao was good at problem solving, so he thought for a moment and then sent his spiritual sense out again. One of the three core formation cultivators, an old man with a face full of pockmarks, was the only one Meng Hao was paying attention to. He had a cultivation base at the late core formation stage. Everyone else Meng Hao ignored. The pock-faced old man hadn't said a word the entire time. Instead, he had observed everything with cold eyes. This made Meng Hao feel a bit of pressure. Unless he put on the blood immortal mask, it would be difficult to defeat him. He looked over and gave the parrot a look. This whole disaster is your fault. What are you scared of? Said the parrot, looking back at him with an intense look of pride. Screw them to death. Suddenly, its claw lifted up toward its face, placing a black band around its head, covering one eye. After that, it flew off of Meng Hao's shoulder. It squawked, and suddenly a black fire appeared around its body, which began to grow rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it was now 20 or 30 meters tall. It lowered its head, looking every bit like the member of some sort of elite death squad. With a cry, it made its attack. Meng Hao's eyes went wide. He saw the parrot advancing bravely. It only took an instant for it to slam into the dozen or so pursuing cultivators. A boom rang out, and the red glow which surrounded the cultivators instantly collapsed. Some of them coughed up blood. The three core formation cultivators scattered. Meng Hao's eyes glittered. Without hesitation, he shot forward. In an instant, he was in front of the early core formation cultivator. He lifted his fist and struck out. The man's mouth twisted into a vicious smile. He made an incantation sign with both hands, and immediately a spinning vortex shot out. It was black, and lightning crackled within. Furthermore, terrifying shrieks could be heard, along with a multitude of spirit faces, which shot toward Meng Hao, apparently intent on consuming him. Meng Hao gave a cold snort. Without hesitation, he landed his punch. A boom filled the air. The faces twisted and screamed, and then collapsed into pieces. The lightning disintegrated, and the vortex broke up into pieces. This magical technique couldn't stand up in the least to Meng Hao's fist. Before the middle-aged cultivator could react, Meng Hao's fist passed through them all and slammed into his chest. Boom! The man toppled backward, blood spraying from his mouth and out from his back. His body shook as a massive hole appeared in his chest. He only had time to look down at it before his entire body exploded. Meng Hao didn't pause for a moment. His right hand immediately began to form an incantation. In front of him was the old mid-core formation cultivator, who brimmed with killing intent. He waved his sleeve, and 9 pagodas appeared around him, upon the surfaces of which were carved the images of bizarre creatures. Suddenly, countless phantom creatures sprang into being around the pagodas, filling the sky. They immediately charged toward Meng Hao. However, it was at this moment that Meng Hao cried, "Eighth demon sealing hex." His finger fell, and immediately ghost images sprung up everywhere, from everything. It was as if a second phantom world existed on top of the current one. They folded in onto the old core formation cultivator, causing his expression to flicker. His cultivation base was immediately locked down, as if he had been removed from the world, shoved alive out of heaven and earth. What magic is this? His mind spun as the cold-faced Meng Hao approached. His fist descended, then another, then a third. By the time the third punch fell, the 9 pagodas had been smashed into smithereens. In the blink of an eye, Meng Hao's fist was speeding toward the old man's forehead. Suddenly, an intense feeling of danger filled Meng Hao's head. Without a moment's hesitation, he transformed the fist into a claw and snatched the mid-core formation old man. Meng Hao shoved the man in front of himself and then pushed, using the immobilized old man to propel himself backward. As he lifted his head, he saw an orange light shining out from the face of the pock-marked old cultivator. It flew through the air to the spot he had just been in, which was now occupied by the mid-core formation cultivator. Suddenly, the glowing light stopped. That orange light was what had just caused the sense of crisis to appear in Meng Hao's mind. He laughed coldly as he fell back. The parrot shot over like lightning, and together, they flew off into the distance. "I'm the patriarch of the Han River sect," said the pock-faced old man, his face grim. "Let's see how you try to escape me." The mid-core formation cultivator's cultivation base was now recovering, but his face was pale white and he looked at Meng Hao with fear. His killing intent, though, was stronger than ever. The group of cultivators once again began to pursue Meng Hao, this time, with the pock-faced old man in the lead. Meng Hao's expression was calm. He had the good luck charm in his hand still. It was full of cracks, and he wasn't sure how many times he could use it before it completely disintegrated. Unfortunately, he had discovered long ago that he could not duplicate the good luck charm. However, he would still use it without hesitating if the situation demanded. "Hold on," said the parrot. "Don't use that thing. I know what it is. Why waste the excellent opportunity we have right now?" As Meng Hao sped along, he looked at the parrot, who was clutching tightly to his shoulder. "What are you talking about?" The parrot's eyes gleamed as it said, "Don't you want to get rich? Don't you want to get a bunch of treasures? Don't you want to become the wealthiest person under the heavens?" Meng Hao blinked a few times. Ever since he was young, he had dreamed of being rich. For the parrot to mention such a thing at this moment left him feeling a little bit suspicious. He sent out his spiritual sense to glance at the people pursuing him. Given his own current speed, he guessed that it wouldn't be long before the Han River sect cultivators caught up with him. Lord Fifth doesn't care too much about riches. Lord Fifth loves fur and feathers. "Okay, how about this? You can keep everything, but you have to promise that in the future, you'll find more beautiful furred and feathered creatures for Lord Fifth." One similar to that scarlet peacock would do nicely. Without waiting for an answer from Meng Hao, it lifted up one of its claws and shook it. Ultimate vexation. Get the hell out here. A face appeared on the small bell that was attached to the parrot's claw. It looked incensed. I know what you're planning. This time I won't do it. I have principles. I won't do it. I won't. Never. The parrot yawned and said, Remember the fatso who attacked you that year? I'll tell you where he is. Its expression was one of complete disdain, as if the meat jelly's consent was a foregone conclusion. As soon as it heard the parrot's words, the meat jelly's face appeared to twist with indecision. That damned fatso. I hate him. It was with complete goodwill that I spent 10,000 years converting him. Then he repaid my kindness with enmity. Fine. I need to finish converting him. For that reason, I'll help you one more time. But only this once. And this is the last time. Really? As the meat jelly chattered, an impatient look appeared on the parrot's face. Kicked its claw one more time, and the meat jelly flew off. Bitch! Will you ever shut up? Alright, turn into some spirit stones for Lord Fifth. I want 1 million. Okay? When the parrot finished speaking, the meat jelly let out a growl, and then, to Meng Hao's shock, suddenly exploded. The sound of the explosion immediately caught the guarded attention of the Han River sect cultivators. Even the pock-faced old man suddenly stopped moving. However, a moment later, vast amounts of shining, glittering spirit stones appeared. They looked like rain as they descended from the sky all over the place. They were dazzlingly bright in the sunlight, and a thick spiritual energy emanated out from them, completely shocking. The amazing, brilliant sight of it caused all of the nearby cultivators to begin to pant. 1 million spirit stones, and the quality of each one was beyond average. These were not low-grade spirit stones. To see them slowly floating down in midair caused the Black Lands cultivators to instantly charge forward with reckless abandon. Even the pock-faced old man's eyes went wide. To him, 1 million spirit stones was a vast number. Behind him were the members of the other 2 great sects, and behind them were nearly hundreds of other cultivators. All of them rushed forward with wide eyes. Meng Hao's eyes glittered, and he immediately transformed into a beam of light that shot off at high speed, like a shooting star. He left behind all the people who were suddenly enthralled with the idea of getting rich. It was as if they had lost their minds, and didn't even stop to think why Meng Hao would suddenly have so many spirit stones. If he did, why would he need to perform robbery at the auction? Actually, Meng Hao was feeling a bit torn. He couldn't believe he had never thought to have the meat jelly turn into spirit stones. Heh heh, chuckled the parrot with an arrogant, sinister smile. Steal away. The more you steal, the better. Years ago, I forced Ultimate Vexation to use this method on the 8 Taiping Dao patriarchs to rob them blind. 1 million spirit stones appeared. Brilliant sunlight reflected off of them, creating a radiant glow. This afternoon in this part of the Black Lands, a crazed frenzy rose up among hundreds of cultivators. This was especially true of the cultivators in the very back, who had come along to watch the excitement. Their eyes went red as they immediately used every technique they knew to increase their speed, scattering in all directions to grab spirit stones. The people from the Han River sect were the closest. The pock-faced old man hesitated for a moment. Something didn't seem right to him. He thought back to the auction, and how Meng Hao had apparently been short on spirit stones. However, it was impossible to tell whether the spirit stones were illusory or real. Seeing how the disciples surrounding him were all breathing heavily, he gritted his teeth, abandoned the chase, and went after the spirit stones. His sleeve flicked as he tried to gather together as many as possible. The other Han River sect disciples charged forth madly. The disciples from the other 2 sects immediately began to struggle for supremacy in taking the spirit stones. It only took a moment for hundreds of cultivators to be flitting about in all directions after spirit stones. Soon they began to fight and plunder. Damn it, that's my spirit stone. The guy who robbed the auction tossed out these spirit stones to save his own skin. They don't belong to anybody. First come, first serve. The sound of explosions echoed out. 1 million spirit stones seemed like a lot, but considering hundreds of cultivators were fighting over them, they were divided up very quickly. It was without hesitation that the cultivators tossed them into their bags of holding. Suddenly, their excited, complacent thoughts changed, and they looked off in the direction Meng Hao had fled. In their opinion, for him to have thrown out 1 million spirit stones just to buy some time, indicated that he must have even more spirit stones on his person. A strange light appeared in the eyes of the Han River sect cultivators. They had snatched up the most spirit stones of all, perhaps more than 200,000. The expression on the face of the pockmarked old man indicated that he was determined to win. He knew the spirit stones weren't fake. After snatching them up, he had carefully examined one. With a hearty laugh, he shot in pursuit of Meng Hao, his disciples in tow. Almost all of the other cultivators in the area did the same. There were a few who hesitated, worried that something untoward would happen if they were too greedy. Some even considered leaving. After all, everyone had gotten some spirit stones, which meant that everyone had profited at least some. Some people were surreptitiously examining their bags of holding to count exactly how many spirit stones they'd acquired. It was then that a flabbergasted gasp could be heard. Huh? Where are the spirit stones? I just took about 10,000. Where did they go? Mine are gone too. What's going on? Others who overheard such remarks immediately looked down to check their own bags of holding, whereupon their faces instantly fell. My spirit stones are gone. Impossible. I stole at least 8,000 just now. Something fishy is going on. A buzz rose up, mixed with miserable cries. As they checked their bags of holding, the faces of all the cultivators grew deathly pale. Some of the cultivators even began to shake, and veins began to pop out on their faces. Intense rage and insanity poured out from their eyes. My magical items are gone. Damn it! My medicinal elixir. There's none left at all in my bag of holding. Ah! My bag of holding has nothing in it. What's going on? It's totally empty. Even the magical item I just bought at the auction is gone. As word spread, the miserable cries grew even louder. The pock-faced old man from the Han River sect flickered as he looked down to his own bag of holding. Then his face went as gray as ash. He lifted his head up to the sky and let out a desolate howl. His body shook, and smoke began to rise up from the top of his head. Veins of blood shot through his eyes, which radiated vicious frenzy. How could he not go crazy? His heart virtually dripped with blood, as if someone had literally ripped it open. His bag had originally contained hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, which had apparently vanished into thin air. All of his medicinal elixir, magical items, medicinal pills, everything was gone. Even the random odds and ends he had collected inside. His bag of holding had been thoroughly cleaned out. He was now completely empty-handed. His savings of many years, half of the wealth of the Han River sect, had all been on his person. Now, however, it was gone. The pock-faced patriarch howled. Behind him, the patriarch from one of the other great sects was shaking and howling madly. His bag of holding was equally empty. The bags of holding of all the hundreds of cultivators were completely empty. Someone had inexplicably removed their contents, leaving behind not a sound or hint of how it had occurred. That heaven-damned bandit. I won't rest until he's dead. These words came out even before Patriarch Pockmarks could say anything similar. They came from a rubicund old man whose entire body was quivering. The insanity in his eyes outmatched that of Patriarch Pockmarks. This was the patriarch from one of the other clans. The source of his madness was the fact that just before the auction, he had filled his bag of holding with 1,000,000 spirit stones. That was the price he had demanded from the Dongluo clan to join them. In addition to the spirit stones, there had been magical techniques from the Dongluo clan, which he had long thirsted for. Now, though, they were all gone. How could he not go mad? These Black Lands cultivators weren't stupid. If they couldn't figure out that Meng Hao was the culprit, then their years of cultivation had been spent in vain. And the root of the problem was those spirit stones. Hundreds of cultivators were now in a rage. Their eyes were red, and they used all the power they could muster to shoot at top speed after Meng Hao. Revenge must be had. However, there was no sign of Meng Hao. Fearing that he would escape completely, the hundreds of cultivators used a variety of methods to call upon friends. Some arranged for people up ahead to block Meng Hao. Others contacted people from other power groups or sects up ahead, requesting either direct assistance or to borrow jade slips or spirit stones. Of course, none of them realized that Meng Hao hadn't actually conned them. The Parrot had. However, it didn't matter. Meng Hao and the Parrot had both done such things many times in the past. When you think about how many people Meng Hao had conned throughout his time in the cultivation world, well, you could say that he had conned people the whole way. As a tiny example, there was a certain group of discarnate souls back in the Black Civ sect who Meng Hao could send into instant misery if he felt like it. As Meng Hao whistled through the air, the meat jelly reclined lazily on top of his head, looking quite arrogant. "This is wrong." It coughed up dozens of magical items. "This is immoral." It burped up a vast quantity of spirit stones. "This is too wicked." In the blink of an eye, it spat up mouthful after mouthful of bottles of medicinal elixir and hundreds of jade slips. "You two are going to turn me into an evildoer." With a sigh, the meat jelly coughed up some more items. Meng Hao stuffed the belongings of hundreds of cultivators into his bag of the cosmos. Only it was large enough to contain so many things. Seeing such a vast collection of items caused Meng Hao's mouth and tongue to go dry. The sight of more than 1,000,000 spirit stones caused his eyes to shine. Then there were the jade slips, which surely contained a vast array of information. As for the magical items, none of them particularly caught Meng Hao's attention. However, if he sold them, he would be able to make a heap of spirit stones. Then there was the random collection of other items, one of which happened to catch Meng Hao's eye. It was a book, plated in something that looked like gold. It consisted of 3 pages and 3 illustrations. The first illustration depicted 10 swords arranged so that their tips pointed outward to form something that looked like a lotus flower. The second illustration depicted 100 swords, formed together to make 10 lotus flowers which were arranged into a large ring. The third illustration depicted 1,000 swords arranged into 100 lotus flowers, creating a massive formation. They circled around each other, forming 10 layers which all seemed to be revolving in different directions. The mere sight of it was dazzling. "A sword formation?" thought Meng Hao. He glanced at it for a moment, then put it aside. He continued flying on, heart thumping. He really had struck it rich this time, having stolen the wealth of hundreds of cultivators. "It's too bad." He was just whispering this sentence in his heart, when the parrot next to him let out a sigh and spoke out loud exactly what he was thinking. "It's too bad there weren't very many people," said the parrot. "If there were more, then this transaction would have truly been profitable." "Don't even think of trying to get me to do it again," blubbered the meat jelly. With a pop, it again transformed into a bell and attached itself to the parrot's foot. Meng Hao looked at the parrot, and the parrot looked back at him. One man, one bird. In this instant, seeing the light in each other's eyes caused them both to experience the feeling of mutual friendship. "From now on, you are Lord Fifth's master," said the parrot, its voice sincere. "In the future, I'll find some more fur and feathers for you." After exchanging these words, the man and bird looked down at the meat jelly bell. The meat jelly quivered and opened its eyes, as if it had just felt something very cold. After opening its eyes, it saw Meng Hao staring off into the sky, and the parrot looking down at the earth below. "You're both evildoers," said the meat jelly loudly. "Wow, the weather is great today," said Meng Hao, looking up at the beautiful white clouds, seemingly entranced, as if he'd never seen them before. "Eh?" said the parrot, looking down at the ground with an expression of rapture. "The flowers down there are beautiful. They almost look like they're covered with feathers." Soon, 3 days had passed. Meng Hao proceeded onward at top speed the entire time. Behind him, the hundreds of cultivators stretched out in a line as they pursued him, based on the level of their cultivation base. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. Their hatred for him had not quite reached the point where they refused to live under the same sky with him, but it was close. Blacklands cultivators were used to living in constant danger, and as such usually keep most of their belongings in their bags of holding. That was especially the case when going to an auction. You could even say that it was at the very moment when their bags of holding were fullest that they met Meng Hao. As such, their hatred toward him was incredibly intense. This was especially true of the three great sects. The Patriarch Rubicund was the most frenzied of them all. He had taken the lead position in the group. After him was Patriarch Pockmarks. Their eyes billowed with venomous killing intent as they glared ahead toward Meng Hao. They couldn't wait to tear him to pieces and eat him alive. "Little bastard. I'll hunt you to the ends of the earth if I have to." "You're dead!" screamed Patriarch Rubicund, gnashing his teeth as he thought of his spirit stones. His heart bled. "Look, you old fart, you're the ones who started chasing me. That's what started this whole thing." Meng Hao's eyes flickered with coldness as he proceeded onward. Off to the side, Patriarch Rubicund whistled toward him. The man gave a cold snort, then increased his speed. "Stealing auction items is a high crime. Then you used depraved tricks to steal our wealth. You're a disgrace to the Black Lands, which earns you the death penalty." Behind him, Patriarch Pockmark's eyes were darkly sinister. Further back, the rest of the cultivators were all looking at Meng Hao with intense killing intent. "Your cultivation base is in the late core formation stage, and yet after 3 days you've been unable to catch up to a paltry early core formation cultivator like me? How do you have the face to raise such a ruckus?" Meng Hao also increased his speed. "You sure know how to run your mouth. It won't be long before I help you to understand what it's like to live a life worse than death." As he spoke, Patriarch Rubicund used some unknown technique to cause his face to suddenly grow purplish-black. His speed then increased by several times as he shot toward Meng Hao. At this speed, he would catch up in the space of just a few breaths. "Greedy to the bones," said Meng Hao coolly. "Considering your cultivation base, do you have any face whatsoever?" The parrot opened its mouth and a gale-force wind sprung up along, with a shocking roar. Meng Hao's speed increased. Facing up against the fierce wind, Patriarch Rubicund and the rest of the hundreds of cultivators behind him could do nothing except howl in rage as their speed decreased. Currently, none of them had any magical items. Some of them were able to use secret techniques or core chi to close some of the distance between them and Meng Hao. However, a single breath from the parrot would immediately increase the gap. Therefore, no matter what they did to increase their speed, it did no good and they were unable to catch up with Meng Hao. During the 3 days, their rage only continued to grow more and more intense. Seeing the distance between them and Meng Hao grow once again, the killing intent in Patriarch Rubicund's heart spread to fill his entire body. The Patriarch Pockmarks was exactly the same, as were all the 100 cultivators behind them. After 3 days of travel, Meng Hao could tell from the landmarks and regions he was passing that he was getting close to his Immortal's cave. "Considering how pissed off they are you sure your idea will work?" said Meng Hao to the parrot, frowning. "Of course it'll work," replied the parrot boastingly. "You can never go wrong when you listen to Lord Fifth. Just lead these people into our lair. You can go practice cultivation and leave everything else to Lord Fifth." It patted its chest and proudly continued, "Don't worry, the more people there are, the more chaotic the aura will be, and the easier it will be to use that technique I mentioned to delay the heavenly tribulation." The frown remained on Meng Hao's face. During his 3 days of travel, he had discussed with the parrot the matter of delaying the heavenly tribulation. He knew that the method was a type of deception, using a variety of miscellaneous auras to confuse heaven and earth. It was like spreading a gauze over the face of the heavenly tribulation. Therefore, these pursuing cultivators, more than 100 of them, would actually be of some use to Meng Hao and the parrot. However, as to whether the technique would succeed, and as to whether the parrot would really be able to hold off the crowd, well, Meng Hao wasn't completely certain. Even as he was thinking about these things, his eyes suddenly flashed. He looked ahead of him and his eyes narrowed. There he could see a dozen or so beams of prismatic light whistling toward him. He was being blocked in. There was a blockade up ahead, and people pursuing him from behind. The people up ahead merely had to delay him for a bit, and then the pursuers would arrive. He was encircled. Behind him, Patriarch Rubikind and many of the others all of a sudden looked very excited. Obviously, they had used various methods to call for help earlier, and result was this group of people up ahead preparing to block Meng Hao's way. Among the approaching cultivators was a middle-aged man of the mid-core formation stage. Core chi floated above his head, but it appeared to be a muddle of colors. Clearly the man had just recently cultivated it. Furthermore, he obviously had a mixed core. His expression was grim as he sized up Meng Hao. Then, he performed an incantation sign, which caused the core chi to transform into the shape of the head of a wild beast. It roared as it shot forward. Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever as he lifted his hand and then pointed a finger down toward the ground. Righteous bestowal! A strange light flickered in his eyes. In an instant, ghost images sprung up from the ground everywhere. Now, he could see wisps of demonic chi which were invisible to everyone else. They shot toward Meng Hao and then began to circle around his body. The invisible pulsating aura which surrounded Meng Hao coalesced into a phantom. It was blurry, but after taking shape it emanated Meng Hao's aura. Next, he waved his hand toward the group of cultivators up ahead, causing the phantom to shoot toward them. Meng Hao didn't want to split his attention to control the phantom, so as soon as it neared the group of cultivators, he said, "Burst!" The phantom immediately exploded. A huge boom rocked heaven and earth. What everyone else saw was Meng Hao simply pointing toward the group cultivators, after which blood sprayed from their mouths. A few people even directly blew up. The face of the core formation cultivator fell, and he retreated 7 or 8 paces. However, he was powerless to fight back against what seemed like an invisible gale force wind that slammed into him and sent him tumbling backward. Astonishment filled his face as he was knocked head over heels, blood spraying out of his mouth. Before, he had assumed that even if his opponent was extraordinary in some way, he was with a group of a dozen or more people. Furthermore, all he had to do was delay him, which should be no problem. And yet Meng Hao had used an unknown technique to simply point a finger and then unleash some sort of incredible power. The man's heart felt cold as he watched Meng Hao approach. He didn't dare to do anything further to stop him. Meng Hao shot forward, immediately passing the scattered group of cultivators who had been attempting to block his path. This scene caused the 100 or so pursuing cultivators to feel completely shocked. All of them slowed, hesitating. However, when they thought about their empty bags of holding and the expression's strength in numbers, then their killing intent once again billowed up. Not a single one retreated. They immediately shot in pursuit of Meng Hao, stringing out in a line that resembled a sharp arrow. Time passed. After 3 or 4 more breaths from the parrot, Meng Hao finally caught sight of the short mountain and the Immortal's cave. He also saw the group of more than 100 cultivators living around the mountain. When they caught sight of him and his pursuers, looks of vigilance and uneasiness appeared on their faces. The instant they began to feel uneasy, the parrot's shrill voice blared out, "Okay, children, Lord Fifth is here with some guests. Get in formation." At the same time, Meng Hao transformed into a beam of light which shot directly toward the fissure in the side of the mountain. As he did, the parrot loosened its grip on his shoulder and flew into the air. The meat jelly bell attached to its foot made dainty clinking sounds. When the more than 100 local cultivators heard the parrot's voice, tremors ran through their bodies. Gritting their teeth, they immediately rose to their feet. Then, they began to run in a particular order and fashion, coiling around the short mountain as they did so. A strange expression appeared on Meng Hao's face as he used spiritual sense to watch all of this. He thought back to what the parrot had called a celestial spell formation, and all the running training it had made the cultivators do. He hesitated for a moment, then clenched his jaw and sat down cross-legged. He pulled out the medicinal plants needed to make the perfect gold core pill and began to concoct. He would make the perfect gold core pill, consume it, and then replace his violet core with a gold core. Furthermore, he would go all out, breaking through from the early core formation stage into the mid-core formation stage, all using his perfect gold core. After that happens, I will delay the heavenly tribulation and cultivate core chi. If all goes smoothly, then when I leave this Immortal's cave, Meng Hao's eyes glowed with a frigid light. I'll help them to experience true deadly pursuit. He took a deep breath and then produced the copper mirror, which he used to duplicate some of the medicinal plants he needed. Before, he would have had to be very careful, considering his lack of spirit stones. Furthermore, using the ultra-high-grade spirit stones would have been far too distressing. Now, however, he had more than 1,000,000 spirit stones in his bag of holding. Therefore, he felt free to use them without being miserly. In addition to that, Meng Hao felt supremely confident in his Tao of alchemy, far more so than Chu Yuyan had been back when she concocted the perfect foundation pill. Using the mysterious legacy technique of the East Pill Division, along with his alchemic flame, Meng Hao was more than 70% confident that he would succeed. Outside the Immortal's cave, Patriarch Rubicund, Patriarch Pockmarks, and all the others approached, faces filled with murder. They saw Meng Hao disappear into the short mountain, the detestable parrot flying around squawking, and the group of cultivators running in circles around the mountain. All of it caused them to gape in shock for a moment, and then begin laughing uproariously. As more people arrived, they too looked at the cultivators running in circles and laughed out loud. What are these people doing? Have they gone insane? Are they jogging for exercise? What kind of cultivators are they? They're really losing face for the Black Lands. The sneering ridicule of the cultivators who had been pursuing Meng Hao caused embarrassed looks to appear on the faces of the cultivators on the ground. However, they didn't dare to stop running. This was the only celestial magic that the parrot had taught them, which drew its power from people running. According to what the parrot said, this technique was incredibly, unbelievably amazing. It was supposedly the ultimate spell formation in all heaven and earth. "Come, come!" cried the parrot excitedly as it soared through the air. "Everyone put your voices together." The more than 100 local cultivators hesitated for a moment. However, nearly a year of practicing had created a virtual instinct. As soon as one person cried it out, everyone joined together to shout, "Have faith in the Lord Fifth. Gain eternal life. When the Lord Fifth appears, who dares to cause strife?" Their voices joined together and echoed out in powerful waves. As the sound rose up, so did a wind. It was hard to tell whether the wind was started because of the running, or because of their shouting. In any case, the wind caused the area 50 kilometers around the Immortal's cave to suddenly become blurry. The blurriness was faint, so faint, in fact, that no one noticed it all, not even Patriarch Rubicund, who was of the late core formation stage, or the others of similar level. "Kill everyone!" cried Patriarch Pockmarks. "Don't even leave a blade of grass left alive." His words floated through the air lightly, but were filled with shocking killing intent. As they rang out, the Han River sect disciples behind him, as well as many of the other random cultivators, transformed into prismatic beams. They shot forward, their faces twisted viciously, their killing intent billowing. It was with ultimate derision that they prepared to vent their venomous hatred of Meng Hao. The large group of Han River sect disciples descended with killing rage and taunting laughter. Eyes beaming with viciousness, they neared the over 100 cultivators who were running around on the ground. "Children, don't look. Ignore them!" cried the parrot as it flew back and forth in the air. The clinking of the bell on its foot could also be heard ringing out. "Come, come. Join me in your loudest voice." The more than 100 cultivators once again joined voices to call out loudly. The cultivators who had been pursuing Meng Hao all the way from Dongluo City grew closer. However, as they neared, their expressions flickered as they felt a wind picking up. The wind brushed against their faces, rippling their clothes, blowing against their hair. It even began to push their bodies about. The charging cultivators were gradually forced to stop. Their clothes whipped violently, their hair was in disarray, and their expressions were gradually changing to that of shock. A vortex of slowly moving wind began to spread out from beneath the feet of the running cultivators. As it extended outward, it pushed back against the incoming cultivators, blocking them. In an instant, it changed from a gentle breeze into a screaming gale force wind. The screaming of the wind was shocking, and it mixed with the cries of the cultivators inside to form a power that seemed as if it could rend the very heavens. The cultivators from Dongluo City retreated in astonishment. Some were too slow and were caught up by the cyclone of wind. Blood sprayed from their mouths, and even their organs were broken into pieces. A dozen of the cultivators who had weak cultivation bases suddenly began to scream. Their miserable cries drifted along with the wind, piercing the ears of the onlookers. People watched on in horror as the clothing of their dozen compatriots was ripped to shreds. Their hair turned gray, and their skin was slowly peeled off of their bodies as if they were being punished with death by 1,000 cuts. Blood and flesh flew about within the screaming wind. In the blink of an eye, the skin and muscle of the dozen cultivators were completely flayed off of their bodies, turning them into skeletons. Cracking sounds could then be heard as the skeletons were smashed into pieces and then disappeared into the wind. This scene caused the pursuing cultivators' scalps to grow numb. Their faces shone with intense horror and disbelief. Their breathing came in ragged pants as they hurriedly backed up. No one dared to proceed forward, and complete silence filled the air, with the exception of the cries of the wind and the voices of the running cultivators, joined together and melded into the wind. Have faith in the Lord Fifth. Gain eternal life. During this moment of relative silence, Patriarch Rubikind gave a cold snort. From behind him walked out a cultivator of the mid-core formation stage. Another mid-core formation cultivator appeared at the side of Patriarch Pockmarks. His jaw clenched. A third mid-core formation cultivator appeared along with a patriarch who was obviously from the third of the three great sects. This man was tall and well-built. After he stepped forward, the three core formation cultivators turned into beams of prismatic light that shot forward. They appeared intent on piercing through the massive, foggy whirlwind to destroy the more than 100 cultivators within. However, as soon as they neared the wind, their faces changed immediately. They emitted howls as core chi appeared above their heads, taking various forms as they charged into the foggy wind. They had advanced nearly halfway to the 100 or more cultivators, and were roughly 30 meters away from them when, suddenly, a gigantic phantom figure appeared within the whirlwind. It was formed from wind itself and was no less than 30 meters tall. Its facial features were indistinct. The only thing visible was its strapping frame and the illusory clothes which rippled on its body. As the phantom appeared, it was running and emitting an indistinct howling sound. It seemed to have not even noticed the three incoming cultivators. The killing intent of the three men flickered as they performed incantation gestures. Core chi exploded outward, transforming one into a stretch of sandy soil, another into a vast array of flying swords, and the third into a painting of mountains and rivers. The core chi enveloped the area, sweeping directly toward the gigantic phantom. "Shatter!" cried the three men, their voices cold. However, their core chi passed directly through the giant phantom, as if it were completely illusory. This caused the three men to gape in astonishment. The next thing that happened was that the phantom turned and barreled directly toward them. The phantom was supposedly illusory, and yet it caused the bodies of these three men to tremble violently. Their faces turned ashen, and they coughed up mouthfuls of blood. Looking astonished, they were about to retreat when they suddenly saw a second, a third, a fourth, and in an instant 10 giant phantoms had appeared within the wind. All of them charged forward toward the three men, who immediately began to retreat. The core formation cultivator from the Han River sect was a bit slower than the others. Before he could retreat more than a few paces, one of the phantoms was upon him. Eyes filled with viciousness, the core formation cultivator bit down on the tip of his tongue and spit out a mouthful of blood out into the air. He passed his hands through it, created a blood-colored mark. He pushed against the blood-colored mark, causing it to ignite and then transform into a massive blood-colored skull. With a roar of rage, it shot toward the approaching phantom. Instead of slamming into each other, the blood-colored skull passed directly through the phantom, and then flew past it through 8 more phantoms before finally dissipating. A look of despair appeared on the face of the Han River sect cultivator as the first phantom slammed into him. Blood sprayed from his mouth and he let out a blood-curdling scream. "Patriarch, save me!" He cried in a voice filled with fear and dread. Patriarch Pockmark's face fell. He was about to charge forward to save the man, when his eyes narrowed. Suddenly, he felt as if he didn't dare to charge forward, and instead retreated. The reason for this was that he suddenly caught sight of dozens of phantoms approaching at high speed within the wind. Their approach shook the ground, as if giants were trampling the earth. Howls mixed with blood-curdling shrieks as the Han River sect core formation cultivator was trampled to death in a bloody pulp. This scene caused the hearts of all of the outside cultivators to begin to pound, regardless of the level of their cultivation base. The foggy wind was growing more and more blurry. As for their expressions, there was no longer even a hint of derision to be seen. Instead, their faces were filled with terror. Immediately, people began to consider fleeing. However, what they hadn't noticed was that behind them, another foggy wind had appeared. It surrounded them, completely enveloping them and cutting off their escape. These cultivators had pursued Meng Hao with menacing viciousness, but now, their hearts grew cold. This was even more so when they noticed that inside the foggy wind ahead and behind were dozens of phantom figures. The figures were running, causing the ground to heave. It was easy to imagine how quickly they would be injured, or even killed, were they to be struck by the phantoms. After all, the phantoms had just trampled a mid-core formation cultivator to death in an instant. This filled the other cultivators' hearts with dread. It didn't take long for them to realize that the phantoms running through the wind were actually none other than the more than 100 cultivators they had previously derided. As they circled the area, their voices grew louder and louder. Have faith in the Lord Fifth, gain eternal life. When the Lord Fifth appears, who dares to cause strife? The shocking sound of the voices shook the earth, causing everything to tremble and the other cultivators' faces to drain of blood. What spell formation is this? The words were not spoken by Patriarch Rubicund, whose heart trembled with fear and trepidation as he looked at the foggy wind around them growing less and less clear. Nor were they spoken by Patriarch Pockmarks, who stood there with an unsightly expression on his face. Instead, they were spoken by another cultivator. He was short with a very large head. Because of that, he didn't stand out very much within the crowd. Even Meng Hao hadn't even noticed him. When the big-headed cultivator spoke out, looks of reverence appeared on the faces of many of the surrounding onlookers, who stepped back politely. Patriarch Pockmarks was from the Han River sect. Patriarch Rubicund was from the Sky High sect. And this big-headed cultivator was the patriarch of the third great sect, the Talisman sect. His cultivation base was at the late core formation stage. His methods were ruthless, and few people in Dongluo City would dare to provoke him. Furthermore, he was known to be very skilled with spell formations. As he stepped forward and looked out at the foggy wind, he slapped his bag of holding to produce a jade bracelet. Patriarch Rubicund and Patriarch Pockmarks looked at Patriarch Bighead's bag of holding with bitter smiles. They said nothing, but it was obvious that he hadn't been part of the Great Spirit Stone theft incident. Clearly, his bag of holding was completely intact. Patriarch Bighead stared down at the bracelet, the surface of which was murky, but upon which could be seen over 100 dots of light, moving to and fro. He studied it for a long moment and then took a deep breath. His eyes shone with amazement, and his heart trembled. "What a splendid celestial spell formation," he said. "This is a legendary magic from ancient times, long since lost to the world. And yet here it is today, being employed in front of our own eyes. This celestial spell formation is based upon humans. Ancient cultivators used powerful corporeal bodies to form the eye of the spell. The more people in the spell formation, the more power it can employ. The wind of this spell formation has the potential to slay immortals. Those phantoms are human celestials." Patriarch Bighead's scalp was numb. He suddenly turned his head to look at the foggy wind behind them, and his eyes began to glitter brightly. However, there are only 100 people powering this particular spell. Furthermore, these are not ancient cultivators, and their cultivation bases are varied and weak. In turn, that means this spell formation can be broken. What is your choice? To break through the wind in front of us and slay the people therein, or break through the wind behind us, retreat and then come up with another plan? He looked at Patriarch Pockmarks and Patriarch Rubicund, his eyes gleaming. The three of them exchanged glances, whereupon their eyes filled with determination. "I don't want much," said Patriarch Bighead with a smile, his eyes filled with avarice. "Just that parrot. I want my belongings back, plus half of the contents of that guy's bag of holding," said Patriarch Pockmarks, his voice grim. "The other half goes to me," said Patriarch Rubicund, his killing intent flickering. "Along with his life." This chapter was sponsored by Edwin Wanjohi, Christian Selly, Lance Chong, CV, Emil Swatakani, Lim Derrick, and Jacob Hare. A brutal glow flickered within the eyes of the three cultivators. Patriarch Bighead laughed heartily, and then once again slapped his bag of holding to produce what appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary grain of rice. It was plump, glossy, and white. At first glance, the sight of it would make you hungry. The eyes of Patriarch Rubicund and Patriarch Pockmarks narrowed. This object was pried from the mouth of an ancient giant locust," said Patriarch Bighead, his voice cool. "It was passed down through generations to me. After studying it thoroughly, I refined it anew. It can be used to break any spell formation in heaven and earth." He waved his hand, and suddenly, waves of rice grains flew out from his hand, pouring in sheets toward the black, foggy wind ahead of them. The pure white rice instantly began to turn dark. It only took the space of a few breaths for it to become pure black. Patriarch Bighead gasped, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. His body trembled, and he began to shrink as if he were being withered. Veins of blood appeared in his eyes. "Fellow Taoists, I need power from your cultivation bases." He lifted his right hand, and Patriarch Rubicund and Patriarch Pockmarks immediately began to transmit power from their cultivation bases. Patriarch Bighead absorbed it without hesitation. Other surrounding cultivators heard the words uttered by Patriarch Bighead. Patriarch Pockmarks glanced at the remaining Han River sect disciples, and soon, a mutual understanding was reached by everyone. Power poured out from the cultivation bases of the hundreds of surrounding cultivators. Patriarch Bighead turned into a black hole as he sucked in the power. His eyes turned bright red, and he raised his hand straight up into the air and extended a finger. "Luminous rice," he said, his voice hoarse. Instantly, the blackened sheets of rice began to emit blinding rays of light, which shot out, forming together into a vast sheet of brightness. The light illuminated the surrounding darkness of the foggy wind, and if you didn't look too closely, everything suddenly didn't seem as mysterious as before. Patriarch Bighead bit down on the tip of his tongue and spit out a mouthful of blood. The glowing blood, which was filled with the power lent by the surrounding cultivators, melded into the shining rice grains within the foggy wind. Heavenly Army transformation! A powerful boom filled the air, and the surrounding cultivators instantly saw a vast array of emaciated figures appear within the fog. They were short, about half the size of an average person, and did not appear to be any sort of heavenly army. In fact, they looked more like evil spirits that had just crawled out of hell. All of the grains of rice transformed into such evil spirits. In the blink of an eye, there were hundreds of them. The bodies of the evil spirits were indistinct, as if they couldn't quite fully manifest into the world. Even still, a cruel and bloodthirsty viciousness emanated out from them. Patriarch Bighead's face was pale as he retreated a few steps, clasped hands and bowed. "Heavenly Army, I beseech you to break this formation. The more than 100 people inside are my sacrifices to you. O Heavenly Army!" Up ahead, the fog roiled as the massive phantoms began to slam into the evil spirits. Shocking explosions rang out. Inside the spell formation, the parrot's eyes went wide with both fear and irritation. "Damn it! That's an immortal divine ability that's supposed to turn rice into soldiers. Who was it that changed it into something that summons evil spirits? That's not something a core formation cultivator could pull off, and it's also not a technique from the 9th mountain. That's something from the League of Hellfire from the 4th mountain. Somehow that guy managed to get his hands onto an incomplete legacy. Damn it, everybody else can pretty much ignore these evil spirits, but considering the current state of my body, It could cause some big problems if I ran into them. For the first time, the parrot looked somewhat nervous. So annoying, it said, taking in a deep breath. Meanwhile, back in the Immortal's cave in the short mountain, Meng Hao's eyes glowed brightly as he looked at the black pill furnace he held in his hand. On the surface of the pill furnace was the face of a youth, which looked back at Meng Hao with an expression that said it would never yield. This was none other than the pill furnace he had acquired in the Violet Furnace Lord trial by fire. However, from the moment he had acquired it, it had showed no sign that it would ever submit to him. At the moment, Meng Hao looked at it with brow furrowed. Finally, he gave a cold snort and performed an incantation with his right hand. Then, he pushed his finger down onto the face of the youth. It twisted and filled with a look of pain. Meng Hao was currently surrounded by countless threads of qi, visible only to himself. They swirled toward him from all directions to pour into the pill furnace. "If you still won't give in, fine," said Meng Hao coolly. "A pill furnace with a spirit inside is a bit better, but I'm already used to the kind without." Meng Hao pushed down, and the demonic qi in the area poured in, transforming into a cage. The cage surrounded the image of the youth, and then transformed into something that looked like a net, which completely suppressed it. The youth screamed, filled with anxiety. However, the scream was weak. "If I want to let you live, then you can continue to exist. If I want you dead, it will take a mere thought." Meng Hao's voice was cold, and even as he spoke the words, the net tightened, thoroughly restricting the youth in all aspects. The blackness of the pill furnace began to grow dim, to be replaced by a violet color. Glancing at the pill furnace, Meng Hao waved his right hand, whereupon a vast quantity of medicinal plants emerged. His left hand flickered like a ghost as he began to catalyze, extract fluids, make adjustments, and feed ingredients into the pill furnace. A flame appeared in his right hand. It was not red, but violet. This flame was none other than the East Pill ever-burning flame, the legacy alchemic flame stoked by his violet core. This ever-burning alchemic flame would allow him to employ the spirit summoning incantation. Just when Meng Hao was about to begin concocting, the anxious voice of the parrot was transmitted into his mind. Meng Hao immediately sent out his spiritual sense, whereupon he saw the fog in the outside world, as well as the hundreds of vicious evil spirits. He was silent for a moment, and then looked at the pill furnace. His eyes filled with determination as well as a cold glow. "I don't care what price you have to pay. Give me 3 days," he transmitted back. Then he severed his connection with the outside world and began to concoct. 3 days? Thought the parrot, a feverish light shining in its eyes. A flicker could be seen at its feet, and the meat jelly appeared. "Lord Fifth gets it, bitch. How annoying. I never imagined that someone would have a Hellfire legacy. Even though it's not complete, it still could restrain Lord Fifth." The parrot eyed the meat jelly earnestly. 3 days. You need to cooperate with me for 3 days. If Meng Hao isn't finished by that time, then we'll just have to flee. Only on rare occasions would the meat jelly not be talkative. However, as soon as it heard about the Hellfire legacy, its eyes grew wide. The meat jelly shivered and nodded repeatedly. "The League of Hellfire from the 4th mountain. How is it possible for them to appear here?" Time passed slowly. Meng Hao's expression remained calm the entire time. Rumbling sounds were already detectable from outside of the Immortal's cave, the results of the unanticipated problems the parrot had mentioned. Meng Hao wasn't the type of person to lay blame on others. True, it had been the parrot's idea to lure all the people here. However, even though unexpected problems had cropped up outside, Meng Hao was still confident that they could be handled. This was the self-confidence of a cultivator. As long as there are no nascent soul cultivators, then all I have to do is put on the blood-colored mask, and I can take care of everything myself if I have to. This is a good opportunity to teach the parrot a bit of a lesson. Meng Hao's left hand flickered as he poured more medicinal plants into the pill furnace, along with a mouthful of violet qi. This qi was not core qi, which could give birth to divine abilities, but normal cultivation-based qi. The purpose of this action was to cause his alchemic flame to grow even stronger. A variety of complex thoughts filled his mind as he began to concoct the perfect gold core pill. Under normal circumstances, this pill would require quite a bit of time to concoct. However, Meng Hao was a grandmaster of the Tao of alchemy. Furthermore, he had his legacy flame and the spirit summoning incantation. Considering all of that, he was confident that he could reduce the concocting time by quite a bit. Time passed. 3 days later, the squawks of the parrot echoed out throughout the foggy wind. Explosions filled the air. The fog had already subsided by about half. The killing intent of the cultivators from the 3 great sects billowed to the heavens. They had been trapped for days now, and had constantly been sending power out from their cultivation bases. They were growing more exhausted, but their hatred for Meng Hao caused them to intensify their efforts. Of the hundreds of evil spirits, only about half remained. As for the more than 100 cultivators who ran about within the spell formation, many were coughing up blood and their bodies were stooped over. They did not seem to fear for their lives. Nonetheless, they slowly began to slip into unconsciousness. As more and more of them passed out, the forces of the 3 great sects grew nearer. Patriarch Bighead pulled out more rice, flinging it out into the air. Darkness filled the area, even the sky itself. There were no clouds. This darkness bore the appearance of a turbid magical river. The yellow springs appear. This is definitely the work of the League of Hellfire. The parrot laughed bitterly. Inside the fog, a light glittered as the meat jelly appeared. It flew through the air listlessly, looking dispirited. The 2 of them had used quite a variety of special defensive techniques throughout the past 3 days, but now they were running out of steam. "Damn it," said the parrot hatefully. "If I had just 1 more year to practice or 500 cultivators, then the power of this trifling, incomplete legacy couldn't possibly break through Lord Fifth's celestial spell formation." Suddenly, an explosion could be heard from within the Immortal's cave. Meng Hao's eyes were bloodshot. He had used all the energy he could muster to concoct the perfect gold core pill. At the critical moment, the pill furnace began to shake. Strands of golden light began to emanate out from within, bathing the entire Immortal's cave with a golden glow. Meng Hao's hair was in disarray, his expression listless. And yet, determination still glowed within his bloodshot eyes. His alchemic flame burned as he continued to refine the pill, increasing its medical strength. At this moment, the sky in the outside world, which was dark and gloomy to begin with, suddenly filled with massive amounts of black clouds. The black clouds churned and seethed, covering an area 50 kilometers in diameter. The illusory visage of the yellow springs was concealed, and the gruesome darkness banished. However, the earth below only grew darker. Booming sounds filled the air as countless bolts of lightning writhed up above like silver snakes. This was not the heavenly tribulation of perfection. This was pill tribulation caused by a medicinal pill. However, if the pill was successfully concocted, and Meng Hao consumed it, then the tribulation would change. Its explosiveness would increase exponentially, and it would transform into a horrifying, exterminating heavenly tribulation. When the pill tribulation appeared, Meng Hao sat in the Immortal's cave, his eyes shining brightly as he stared at the pill furnace in front of him. The pill furnace was thoroughly inundated with golden light, illuminating the entire Immortal's cave with the color of gold. As the gold light spilled out, Meng Hao could sense cracking sounds. The sounds came from within the pill furnace. Meng Hao sensed something like a liquid gold within the pill furnace, rapidly congealing, shrinking. Each time it shrank, a cracking sound could be heard, as if the liquid was being compressed. It was at this time that the pill tribulation appeared in the sky overhead. Such tribulation was unavoidable. Meng Hao took a deep breath and concentrated on the pill furnace. In the outside world, the tribulation clouds spread out in all directions. Lightning crackled and thunder boomed up to the heavens. Outside of Meng Hao's Immortal's cave, wisps of white chi were rising up from the short mountain. They circulated together to form into the shape of a pill furnace that seemed to wish to fly up into the sky. The sight of it caused the late core formation patriarchs of the 3 great sects to stare mutely. However, it didn't take long for their expressions to fill with disbelief. "That's Pill tribulation. That's definitely the legendary pill tribulation. I've read about it in the ancient records. They say that when certain medicinal pills appear, or sometimes other precious materials, the heavens become angry and wish to exterminate the object. That damned cultivator is concocting pills? Who knew he could do that? And who would have imagined he could concoct a pill that would provoke pill tribulation? Greed appeared on the faces of the three patriarchs. The cultivators behind them didn't understand what the black clouds meant, so their eyes filled with confusion. Then, the booming of thunder began to grow more intense, and their faces filled with fear. It was at this moment that a huge tremor ran through the earth as what remained of the more than 100 cultivators powering the spell formation all coughed up blood and then passed out. As they fell, the fog dissipated. The short mountain was now visible, as were the parrot and the meat jelly, floating in midair. They were currently looking up into the sky, odd expressions on their faces. When the fog fell, the remaining evil spirits began to scream, as if the lightning and thunder in the sky filled them with terror. Suddenly, a massive, thick lightning bolt began to descend down toward the earth. As it shot down, over 1,000 smaller lightning bolts merged together with it until it was nearly 1.5 meters wide. It shot directly toward the short mountain. The sight of it caused the patriarchs of the three great sects, along with the cultivators who surrounded them, to stare open-mouthed. However, just when everyone thought that the lightning bolt was about to smash into the mountain, it suddenly began to collapse for no apparent reason. As it did, it split into hundreds of smaller lightning bolts, which then screamed toward the trembling evil spirits. It seemed these evil spirits were also something that attracted the attention of the heavenly tribulation, causing it to split apart and seek to destroy them. That was the reason for the strange looks on the faces of the parrot and meat jelly. Actually, it was a lucky break that the pill tribulation appeared at the exact same moment that the spell formation fell apart. Explosions filled the air and the ground quaked. The hundreds of evil spirits screamed miserably as over half were instantly smashed into nothing. The other half began to slowly dissipate, intent on leaving. Not a single spark of lightning headed toward Meng Hao's pill furnace inside the Immortal's cave. The golden glow shone up from the pill furnace, spreading out in all directions, piercing out through the Immortal's cave, penetrating up through the mountain and the soil. Suddenly, a blinding golden light appeared outside of the short mountain. In addition, bands of golden light seeped up from within the earth. The evil spirits who had escaped the tribulation lightning and were dissipating saw the golden light and then began to scream and disappear with even greater haste. A fathomless golden light. It shot out from the center of the mountain, as if a sun were buried deep within. It seemed as if the sun wished to rise up out of hell and charge into battle with the heavens. The meat jelly and the parrot had long since flown off. However, the parrot felt bad for the cultivators who had formed the spell formation. So before leaving, it and the meat jelly carried them off to hide some distance away. Within the blink of an eye, the mountain was no longer visible. The only thing one could see was the boundless glowing light. The light pierced up into the clouds above, causing them to churn violently. The lightning danced back and forth, and a second bolt began to form. It shot down toward the center of the golden light, the short mountain which was the nexus of it all. It moved with incredible speed, and was soon almost directly on top of the mountain. However, even as that happened, a popping sound rang out within the Immortal's cave. The lid flew off of the pill furnace, and an unprecedentedly bright golden light emanated out, eclipsing the light from before. Something that had the appearance of a sun flew out, emanating scorchingly hot rays of golden light. Meng Hao's Immortal's cave seemed as if it would ignite, along with the entire mountain. What actually was, it began to melt. The stones, the restrictive spells, all the objects within, became ash in an instant. The only thing left behind was the piercing golden light which shone up into the heavens. The light was impossible to cover up as it shot upward to slam into the lightning bolt. When the light and the lightning bolt connected, a massive boom ripped out that violently shook heaven and earth. The Immortal's cave was gone. Meng Hao sat there cross-legged, bathed in goldenness. The ground beneath him was beginning to melt. The black soil was transforming into golden liquid, which spread out everywhere to form a lake. A golden lake. At the very center of the lake was Meng Hao, his hair flying about, his violet core spinning inside of him, the strange mark on his forehead glittering. His clothes rippled wildly, and his eyes shone with stubbornness. There in his right hand was a golden medicinal pill. It might be more correct to say that what he held was not a medicinal pill, but a blazing golden sun. This golden pill was the perfect gold core pill. The patriarchs from the three great sects, along with the hundreds of other cultivators, stood there with hearts pounding. The instant they saw the medicinal pill, the Tao pillars of the Foundation establishment cultivators began to tremble, as if they were aware that the results of consuming this pill would be different from that of any other. As for the core formation cultivators, especially the three patriarchs, their bodies trembled violently. They could sense intense hope emanating out from the cores within their bodies. It seemed as if their cores wanted to merge with this golden medicinal pill. It only took a moment for the three cultivators to suddenly understand. Were they able to consume this pill, then they would be able to tread an unprecedented path of cultivation. Only the three patriarchs could control themselves. The remaining hundreds of cultivators instantly went crazy and shot directly toward Meng Hao, intent on stealing the perfect gold core pill. However, even as they approached, the sound of thunder filled the air as three lightning bolts congealed. Meng Hao's hair whipped in the air as he used all the power he possessed to place the pill in his mouth and consume it. Here begins the great Tao of the gold core. This chapter was sponsored by Hong Lai, Dennis Liu, Nikita Belayev, and Fernando Freitas. No! The sight of Meng Hao consuming the pill sent all of the cultivators, even the patriarchs of the three great sects, into a frenzy. Their minds spun, and they couldn't control themselves. They rushed madly toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao was calm as he placed the medicinal pill into his mouth. However, his eyes shone with an extraordinary light. His hair whipped in the air as the heavenly tribulation roiled above him. He sat straight and tall in the middle of the golden lake, filled with a sort of divine grace. The pill did not dissolve, but instead instantly slid down into his abdomen. When that happened, the descending lightning bolt suddenly stopped in midair and exploded. Countless sparks of electricity showered out, forming into something that looked like a face. The face's eyes were closed, but it still seemed as if it could see everything in the world, and it appeared to be concentrating on Meng Hao. The face faded away, and the tribulation clouds in the sky seethed with unprecedented intensity. The clouds had been 50 kilometers in diameter, but now they grew with explosive speed. 250 kilometers, 500 kilometers, 1,500 kilometers. It only took a moment for them to cover a radius of 5,000 kilometers. For 5,000 kilometers in all directions, black clouds covered everything. Thunder boomed and lightning danced. Flashing light from the heavens seemed to be preparing to sunder the earth. A few hundred kilometers away from Meng Hao in the field of rubble, the sound of ragged panting could be heard. The old man who was sealed there was observing the proceedings from within his black mist. No one could see him, but as he looked up, he could see the lightning, and it made him laugh. His laughter was hearty and filled with excitement and pleasure. "A perfect immortal body," laughed the old man. "One of the three great immortal bodies, the perfect immortal body. This kid will reach immortal ascension soon." Meanwhile, Meng Hao's body began to shake as the perfect gold core pill slid down into his abdomen. A fierce expression covered his face, and veins bulged out on his forehead. His body felt as if it were about to be violently ripped into pieces. The pain was indescribable. After forming his violet core, his pupils had taken on a violet hue, but now the violet was being replaced with gold. Within him, his violet core shook, and cracking sounds could be heard as fissures spread out across its surface. It seemed to be on the verge of breaking into pieces. At the same time, the hundreds of cultivators in the area began to descend upon him, their eyes burning red. They seemed to have lost their minds. The only thing that remained was frenzy and greed. Meng Hao had consumed the golden pill, so they wanted to consume him. It seemed the thought of even taking a single bite of his flesh was enough to drive them to infinite madness. However, even as they neared him, Meng Hao lifted his head up toward the sky and roared. The sound of the roar slammed into the approaching cultivators like a wave. Blood sprayed from their mouths as they tumbled backward. Even the patriarchs of the three great sects were sent spinning away, bodies shaking and blood shooting from their mouths. As they spun away, out of control, Meng Hao's violet core shattered. The pain caused by its disintegration caused Meng Hao's roar to become even more shocking. His pupils were now more than half gold, and a golden light filled his entire body. Inside of him, where his violet core used to exist, a gold core suddenly appeared, whereupon it instantly swept up the shattered remnants of the violet core. Massive amounts of golden light poured out from the gold core, spreading out through Meng Hao's chi passageways. His entire body was filled with the color of gold. The pain was instantly replaced with a rapturous feeling. His hair whipped about him as he felt power surging through his body. His heart began to pound. Every rotation of his cultivation base sent roaring booms in all directions. His skin was a bit pale, and a bit of a demonic air seemed to seep into his features. He was more handsome, his body taller and straighter. He was surrounded by golden light. Power. He felt something similar to what he had felt back near the rebirth cave, when he reached core formation. Back then, the difference between foundation establishment and core formation had been clear. That was the same feeling he had now. His spiritual sense grew, his physical body became stronger, his bones tougher. Even his mental faculties were quicker than before. Everything about him changed, as if he were going through a massive transformation. This transformation equated to stepping foot onto a great Tao. The great Tao of the golden core. Meng Hao's eyes opened, and when they did, a dazzling golden glow shot out. Golden light shone through his green robe, making his entire person seem like some sort of celestial warrior. Off in the distance, the parrot and the meat jelly were cautiously observing. The parrot's eyes were wide and filled shock. It had been with Meng Hao for years, but most of that time had been spent in the copper mirror. Meng Hao actually had many secrets that it wasn't aware of. As for the meat jelly, it really had no idea about Meng Hao's true level. It only knew that he seemed relatively strong. Now, both of them watched as he underwent his transformation. "How bizarre," muttered the meat jelly. "It's a perfect immortal body. I never noticed it before." "Inhuman," said the parrot, sounding hurt. "What incredible good fortune. What amazing destiny. Only a sublime spirit doyen can have a perfect immortal body, and yet, he actually does. Only big shots like Lord Fifth should have a perfect immortal body." 3 heavenly scriptures. Sublime spirit, Tao divinity, heaven severing. Each scripture contains secrets of the heavenly mountains and seas. Using them, the 3 great immortal bodies can be cultivated. From ancient times until now, only a sublime spirit doyen and a Tao divinity doyen have appeared. A heaven-severing doyen has never been seen. This kid really has heaven-defying good fortune. A perfect immortal body. With a body like that, if he reaches immortal ascension, he could become a legacy apprentice of the sublime spirit doyen. Doyens, truly powerful experts within the 9 mountains and seas, cultivators who can oppose the lords of the 9 mountains and seas. Sure, Lord Fifth doesn't care too much about them, but Lord Fifth is in a weak position now. Damn it. So he has to rely on their help. The parrot was getting more and more animated. And then there's that damned legend, which is the reason I've met such calamity. According to the legend, if all 3 of those scriptures are collected and combined, they will form the mountain and sea scripture. That scripture. As it started to recall the terrifying mountain and sea scripture of legend, it seemed on the verge of going crazy. As for Meng Hao, he took a deep breath as he felt his cultivation base rotating along with the gold core. Great waves of power washed through him, filling him with determination. "So, is this the power of the perfect gold core?" he murmured, his eyes glowing with golden light. His entire person radiated dignity. He waved his right arm, and power exploded out of his cultivation base. As it did, a vortex of golden wind sprang into being around him, sweeping across everything. The hundreds of cultivators stared in shock. The frenzy was still visible on their faces, but they couldn't stop themselves from backing up, pushed away by the invisible power of the golden wind generated by Meng Hao. In the blink of an eye, the golden wind swirling around Meng Hao had turned into a screaming cyclone. As it spun through the air, a face appeared within the wind, that of Meng Hao. As of this moment, Meng Hao said coolly, I no longer need to hold back my cultivation base. It is time to enter the mid-stage of the perfect gold core. The gold core within him began to spin rapidly and cultivation base power surged up. As it grew stronger, the cyclone caused the hundreds of surrounding cultivators to be thrown backward. Astonishment filled their faces, especially the patriarchs of the three great sects, whose eyes shone with disbelief. It felt to them as if Meng Hao could crush them at any time. The cores inside of them were even beginning to show signs of instability. The same question was spinning in the minds of everyone. What pill did that guy just consume? It was at this moment that Meng Hao's cultivation base reached the pinnacle of its climb, and a great roaring filled his mind. It seemed like his cultivation base had reached a bottleneck, and that at any moment, it would break through. The golden storm winds surrounded Meng Hao for a radius of 50 kilometers. He felt himself suddenly break through from the early gold core stage to the mid-gold core stage. He felt his body grow tougher and his spiritual sense stronger. The gold core fused with him, forming what seemed like a second soul. The gold core contained his memories, his soul, his life. It was as if his life force and very life itself existed inside of it. In fact, it actually felt like a seed, the seed of a great Tao. The instant he entered the mid-gold core stage, the golden glow around Meng Hao intensified until it seemed like a golden sun hovered above his head, shining out across the land, turning everything the color of gold. It's about time to form my core chi. I wonder what the essence of my core chi will be. He closed his eyes as the golden cyclone whipped around him. In his mind appeared images, from when he was small until now, the Tower of Tang, Yunjia County, Mount Daqing, the Reliance Sect, the State of Zhao, the Southern Domain, the Violet Fate Sect, all the way to the events at the Rebirth Cave. Core chi essence can be abstract or literal, he thought. Suddenly, he recalled the starry sky he had seen just before he met Chomen Tai. In that land, he had looked up and seen an ancient starry sky. Meng Hao also remembered that Ji Hongdong's core chi had taken the shape of a starry sky, except that was the starry sky of the Ji clan. The starry sky of ancient times. That is the essence of my core chi. He opened his eyes, and as he did, the golden sun exploded. Massive amounts of golden core chi expanded out. At the same time, the golden tempest around him suddenly shrank inward. In the blink of an eye it melded into Meng Hao's body, causing the golden glow which bathed the surroundings to disappear. The only thing left was roiling gold core chi which took the shape of a star's cape. It was not a golden star's cape, but a black one. However, within the blackness was a myriad of golden stars. Those stars were stars that few people could ever see. The starry sky of ancient times. The blindingly bright starscape which floated above Meng Hao's head immediately began to emanate an unprecedentedly shocking pressure. The surrounding hundreds of cultivators were shaken, especially the patriarchs of the three great sects. The instant they saw it, they gasped in astonishment. His core chi, its essence, is a star's cape. The power of core chi is manifested by the grandness of its essence. What could possibly be more grand than the stars? From ancient times until now, only the truly chosen of heaven and earth have manifested core chi as a star's cape. This guy. The three of them began panting, looks of fear on their faces as they slowly backed away. Suddenly, thunderous booms could be heard from within the roiling black clouds that stretched out for 5,000 kilometers. A multitude of dancing lightning bolts could be seen within them. In addition, a terrifying aura suddenly appeared. It was an aura that wished to destroy everything, an aura that seemed to desire to wipe out all the people in heaven and earth. Even if it meant destroying the land itself, everyone must die. Meng Hao looked up at the vast, churning tribulation clouds up above. It didn't matter how strong he was. It seemed the heavens would destroy and kill everything. An intense golden light shone in Meng Hao's eyes. There was something different about acquiring the perfect gold core than the time he had acquired the perfect foundation. A change had occurred within him, as if a great Tao had opened up in front of him. However, before anything else, he needed to transcend this heavenly tribulation. "Damn it, Lord Fifth is going to have to risk it all," cried the parrot. "This master is different from the others, and I can't pull the wool over his eyes. His luck and fortune can't possibly measure up to mine. But after all these years, I haven't seen anyone better. He's the one. You're the one. Kid, Lord Fifth is going to go all out. Let's delay this heavenly tribulation." The parrot's eyes turned red as it suddenly shot forward. At the same time, it lifted its claws up to tie a black band around its head, covering its right eye. As the parrot flew out, the lightning up above began to coalesce. The sheer amount of it vastly surpassed that from the pill tribulation. Furthermore, this lightning was red in color. Meng Hao's hair flew wildly around him, and his body shook violently. His eyes turned as crimson as if they had been ripped into pieces. The lake water beneath him boiled, rapidly transforming into myriad golden beads that slowly began to rise into the air. "Parrot!" roared Meng Hao. At the same time, he began to use a technique the parrot had taught him to exercise control over his consciousness. In the blink of an eye, the golden light in his eyes vanished, as did all of the qi he was emanating. His body suddenly seemed to wither, and his expression grew dull. The parrot soared up into the air and let out a furious shout. "Deceive the heavens!" Along with the shout, its body exploded with countless multicolored beams of light. The nearby cultivators trembled as wisps of qi began to emerge from the tops of their heads. The strands of qi floated up into the sky and merged together with the light to form a huge net. In the middle of its descent, the red lightning suddenly hesitated, as if it couldn't locate Meng Hao's aura. Ultimate vexation. "Get over and help, bitch!" the parrot roared. The meat jelly hesitated for only a moment. Then, a pop could be heard as its body suddenly transformed into a million illusory phantoms that shot up into the air to form a second net. The tribulation clouds in the sky seethed, and more lightning bolts writhed about, apparently searching for Meng Hao's aura. "Luckily you're asleep, heavens of G!" cried the parrot arrogantly. "Only a sliver of your will exists. Maybe I couldn't fool your true self, but you think I can't hoodwink a bit of your will? Lord Fifth is omniscient. All right, all I have to do is hold on for 3 days, and this tribulation can be delayed for sure." As soon as the words were out of its mouth, the red lightning bolt descended. Being unable to find Meng Hao's aura, it shot toward the first large net. A boom could be heard as the illusory net shattered. The hundreds of cultivators surrounding Meng Hao spat up blood and then, with the exception of the 3 patriarchs, all of them, instantly exploded. The 3 patriarchs coughed up blood, and their bodies shrank and withered. Inside, cracks spread out across their cores, as if they might collapse at any moment. After a moment, their eyes grew clear and their faces filled with astonishment and fear. They retreated at top speed, scalps numb. The only thing they could think about was running away. "Bitch, why don't you keep searching for the correct will?" raged the parrot. "Instead, you're just blowing random things up. You're cheating. Fine, so can Lord Fifth. I'll screw you to death. Tribulation schmibulation. Lord Fifth is gonna screw you to death. Ultimate vexation. Come help me. Bitch, turn those clouds into my favorite Fluffy." It seemed to feel its dignity had been severely challenged. With a howl of rage, it bit down on one of its own multicolored feathers, then whipped its head about and threw it down. Eyes brimming with insanity, its body suddenly grew larger and larger, and it shot up into the sky. It flew at high speed directly into the tribulation clouds. At the same time, a beam of light shot out from the meat jelly net, seemingly a bit resentfully. It entered into the tribulation clouds and spread out through all of them. Suddenly, the clouds began to twist and distort. Meng Hao gaped open-mouthed as he saw the tribulation clouds begin to change shape. They changed into a gargantuan, plump animal, covered with white fur. The luxuriant furriness of this animal is difficult to describe. The fur draped off of the enormous creature which stretched out for thousands of kilometers in every direction, so large you couldn't see from one end to the other. As for the parrot, it gave an excited squawk as it dove into the fur. It emerged again in a moment, but showed no signs of being tired, instead diving enthusiastically back in from a different angle. This process repeated over and over again. As Meng Hao watched on, his mind went blank. He could never have possibly imagined that the tribulation clouds could be changed into this appearance. What had previously been a very solemn and momentous occasion had suddenly turned somewhat comical. Meng Hao shook his head. Suddenly, the furry tribulation cloud let out a massive boom. The countless lightning bolts dissipated in all directions. Within the cloud, the parrot was visible, its body dark, but still stubbornly persisting. "Fluffy, I'm gonna screw you to death. Wench, I'm definitely gonna screw you to death." The excited parrot didn't seem to want to stop. However, the masses of lightning in the area began to fall, accompanied by thunderous booms. They shot toward Meng Hao seemingly without number, tens of thousands of them. Meng Hao's scalp went numb. The heavenly tribulation when he had acquired his perfect foundation had seemed solemn and imposing in its desire to destroy all living things. But this, the seemingly endless amount of lightning gave off an aura that made Meng Hao feel uneasy. It seemed that this tribulation sent against his perfect gold core had somehow changed, thanks to the interference of the parrot. As the lightning descended toward Meng Hao, the meat jelly net let out a disgruntled howl and moved to cover over Meng Hao. A massive boom sounded out, shaking the earth. The lightning slammed onto the meat jelly, causing Meng Hao to shake in trepidation. A blinding light filled his eyes that made it impossible to see anything around him. After a very long time, the lightning and thunder gradually faded away. Meng Hao looked back up to find that the massive ball of fur in the sky was gone. His eyes widened and he took a deep breath. Everything looked placid. But Meng Hao knew that such massive quantities of tribulation clouds couldn't possibly vanish like this. The sense of crisis he'd felt because of the heavenly tribulation had not departed. The pitch-black parrot fell to the ground with a flopping sound. It struggled to its feet and then slapped itself roughly on the chest. It was panting. Its expression was somewhat listless and its aura weak. However, its voice was as arrogant as ever as it said, "Is Lord Fifth badass or what? The heavenly tribulation has been delayed for you. Time to give your profound thanks. Without Lord Fifth, it wouldn't matter if you had ultimate vexation here. The heavenly tribulation would just keep going on forever until he was smashed to pieces. Don't get too excited, though. I went all out to delay the heavenly tribulation, but there's no way to tell for how long. You need to get a hold of your tribulation-transcending life form as quickly as possible. Alright, it's time for Lord Fifth to rest up. Don't be too moved. Oh, and don't forget to find some more furry, feathered creatures." With that, it fell flat onto its face. Its body transformed into gray ash which drifted away with the wind. However, along with the ash was a multicolored glow that flew into Meng Hao's bag of holding. Meng Hao's mind and heart shook. He quickly checked the copper mirror inside the bag of holding. The parrot loved to brag, and wasn't very reliable, but Meng Hao would never forget how much it had helped him just now. Dispersing the tribulation clouds had seemed simple, but seeing the parrot in the state it had been just now, Meng Hao knew that it had paid a high price for its actions. "No need to check on it," said the meat jelly languidly. His body was tattered and listless. "It's not going to die. After it rests for a few days it'll be fine. Poor me, always struck by lightning. I like eating it, but sometimes I just get so full." It transformed into a hat which settled onto Meng Hao's head. "You need to be careful," it continued, its voice growing weaker. "That wicked parrot and I once helped a young girl delay heavenly tribulation. Later she got pissed off and tried to kill us. She chased us for years and years, repaid kindness with enmity. I really hate people like that." Eventually it trailed off into a muffled murmur, and then stopped talking. Meng Hao sat there thinking for a long moment. He looked around, and then waved his hand, causing more than 100 medicinal pills to fly out. They crumbled in midair as they shot toward the unconscious cultivators that the parrot and the meat jelly had been protecting. After the medicine entered their bodies, the cultivators trembled, and then slowly began to open their eyes. After coming to their senses, they appeared somewhat confused. It didn't take long for them to compose themselves and begin to look around. The mountain and everything around it was gone. The medicinal cistern was gone, and the buildings they had constructed were now nothing but crumbled ruins. The lake that had formed was also gone. Left behind was only a large crater. They looked at it all silently, bitterness filling their hearts. They had gone to a lot of trouble to seek safety in this place, to find somewhere to practice cultivation in a convenient fashion. But now everything was gone. "The Immortal's cave is gone," said Meng Hao. "But I can find you another one." The more than 100 cultivators lifted their heads up to look at him. "The medicinal cistern is gone, but I can make you a new one." This second sentence caused a bright glow to appear in their eyes. It seemed their resolve had been ignited. "If you are willing," said Meng Hao, his voice resonating loudly, "follow me. There is vengeance to be had. The time has come to kill." He flicked his sleeve and shot up into the air. Behind him followed the more than 100 cultivators, their eyes flashing with intense killing intent. These were Black Lands cultivators, and they understood what it meant to exact vengeance. Meng Hao's spiritual sense spread out to track down the fleeing patriarchs from the three great sects. Meng Hao was in the lead, followed by well over 100 cultivators. They whistled through the sky in formation. The sight of it was very imposing. Meng Hao could clearly make out the three fleeing patriarchs with his spiritual sense. They had chosen to flee in different directions. However, their speeds were all different. Obviously, they were using various secret techniques to go as fast as possible. 3 directions. Meng Hao gave a cold snort and then extended his hand to point down at the ground. Immediately, a buzzing sound could be heard. No one else could see anything happen, but Meng Hao saw ghost images spring up everywhere, after which vast quantities of demonic chi appeared. It swirled up and rapidly began to coalesce in front of Meng Hao. In the blink of an eye, it had transformed into 2 figures. They were indistinct, blurry. The only thing visible was the aura, gradually spreading out. As for everyone else, they saw nothing at all. Meng Hao's eyes glittered as he waved his right hand, causing 2 blood clones to materialize in front of him. They moved forward to merge with the demonic chi, which was a shocking sight. This was a technique Meng Hao had come up with earlier. By merging a blood clone with demonic chi, it would make it both easier to control his etheric incarnation as well as simpler to recall it if necessary. The 2 blood clones' battle prowess was not equal to that of his true self, but the blood clone demonic chi combination could explode with incredible power. If the patriarchs of the 3 great sects were at the peak of their power, they could easily defeat these blood clones. However, Meng Hao could see that, with the exception of Patriarch Bighead, they had all sustained internal injuries as well as cultivation base reduction. Even more importantly, their minds had been shaken. Combine this with their lowered cultivation base, and they couldn't be in a weaker position. Meng Hao was confident that his incarnations could definitely exterminate them. Considering the level of his spiritual sense, he could definitely control both of these incarnations. If anything unexpected happened, there were other options he could employ to handle the situation. He sent his will into the 2 blood clone demonic chi incarnations and then sent them shooting off in 2 different directions. He also split the more than 100 cultivators into 3 groups, 2 of whom he sent to follow the blood clones off into the distance. Then, he raised his head and locked his spiritual sense onto the only of the 3 great sect patriarchs who had a bag of holding, Patriarch Bighead. Followed by around 50 cultivators, he headed directly in the man's direction. "You followed me for days with murderous intent. You destroyed the spell formation of my Immortal's cave. Do you really think I would let you get away with that?" Meng Hao's eyes flashed with killing intent. These people had been courting death, and Meng Hao wouldn't be soft-hearted with them. Most importantly, they had seen something they shouldn't have. The consequences for them would be death. Filled with killing intent, Meng Hao shot along at top speed. Meanwhile, in another location, Patriarch Rubicund was zooming along, his face pale. Currently, he was only able to wield about 40 to 50% of the power of his cultivation base. Furthermore, his bag of holding was empty. He had no medicinal pills, no magical items, nothing which he could use to recover. A feeling of desolation rose up in his heart, which then transformed into intense regret. And yet, how could he ever have imagined that the situation would have turned out so opposite to expectations? I have to get out of here. I need to go into secluded meditation and cultivate. After my cultivation base is recovered, I'll recruit some more fellow Taoists to go kill that guy. His eyes radiated vicious hatred. All he had to do was spread the word about a man who could concoct golden medicinal pills, and there would be plenty of Blacklands cultivators willing to go after him. In fact, there may even be some nascent soul eccentrics. If that were the case, it wouldn't matter what superhuman powers the guy had. He would be dead without a doubt. Suddenly, the reflection of a bloody glow could be seen in the old man's eyes. His heart lurched, and an intense sensation of imminent crisis filled his mind and heart. He veered off to the side without hesitation. The instant he shifted his momentum, a bloody beam of light whistled past him at high speed. Ripples emanated out through the air as it passed, causing Patriarch Rubicund's face to flicker. His heart pounded. He knew that if he hadn't evaded at the right time just now, his head would have exploded. An intense, grim sound filled the air as the rippling passed the old man. As the sound emanated out, the red glow in the air exploded. Smash! The ripples transformed into an intense attack. Booms filled the air as the old man, even in the middle of dodging and retreating, coughed up a mouthful of blood. His face pale, he turned around. The first thing he saw was a blood-red figure. His hair was red, its robe, even its skin. It approached slowly, and as it did, the old man could sense an invisible but powerful aura. It was bizarre, but as it emanated out, it transformed into an intense dread. He couldn't see this thing's cultivation base. The bloody phantom's eyes seemed to be completely blank, and even more strange, the closer the old man looked, the more he realized it was impossible to tell whether it had cultivated some heretical technique or was a puppet. "Who are you, Your Excellency?" said the old man, sounding frustrated. Were his cultivation base at the peak of its power, he wouldn't care, but at the moment he was seriously injured with an empty bag of holding. The circumstances couldn't be more inauspicious. The blood clone's eyes suddenly flickered and seemed to come to life. The look in its eyes suddenly resembled that of Meng Hao's. "Did you really forget me so quickly?" it said. "Didn't you say you would chase me to the ends of the earth to kill me?" Great waves of emotion suddenly flickered across Patriarch Rubicund's face. Without thinking about it, he backed up, his heart racing. It's him. But how could he be using a puppet like this? Is it a puppet? Or could it be an etheric incarnation? When his thoughts reached this point, his mind began to spin, and the blood completely drained from his face. The technique to form etheric incarnations was not something core formation cultivators could master. It was a divine ability that only nascent soul cultivators could employ. As the old man began to flee, he suddenly heard the sound of running. A black mist appeared as the 50 or more cultivators arrived, running together according to the Parrot's spell formation. Just who is this guy? Patriarch Rubicund's scalp went numb, and his eyes filled with despair and frenzy. Meanwhile, in another location and a different direction, Patriarch Pockmarks of the Han River sect was speaking similar words, his face filled with bitterness. He was surrounded by a red mist, outside of which were 50 cultivators running in formation. In front of him was a figure dressed in a red robe, with indistinct facial features. The only thing he could make out were two blood-red eyes. The eyes seemed to contain no emotions at all. They were completely merciless. Patriarch Pockmark's face was pale. His cultivation base was actually the weakest of the three. He was of the late core formation stage, but his injuries were severe. Cracks covered his core, and he could only wield roughly 30% of his power. He hesitated for a moment, then said, "Look, All of this is just a misunderstanding, sir. Suddenly, a boom filled the air, and the entire area was covered in mist. Off in another direction, Meng Hao's face was calm as he shot through mid-air in a band of light. Up ahead of him, Patriarch Bighead's scalp was numb as he used everything he could muster to fly forward. Occasionally he would spit up some blood. Meng Hao wasn't sure what secret technique he was using, but it continued to rapidly boost his speed. Meng Hao followed, frowning. At the moment, he was pushing forward with all the speed he could muster, but was still unable to catch up. He could only maintain the current distance. Just what technique is he using to achieve such speed? Thought Meng Hao, his eyes flashing. He suddenly waved his right hand out and pointed with his index finger. Demon Ceiling, 8th Hex. His finger descended, and ghost images sprang up everywhere as a bizarre power shot toward Patriarch Bighead. As it descended, the man's expression changed dramatically. However, just a moment later, to Meng Hao's shock, he spit up a mouthful of blood and used some method to seemingly unfetter his body and shoot forward in a flash. Meng Hao was visibly shocked. Patriarch Bighead's heart trembled. Damn it! This guy just recently broke into mid-core formation. He just cultivated core chi. How could he be so inhuman? And what technique was it that he just used? It forced me to use a forbidden legacy technique to get away. His escape had seemed nonchalant to Meng Hao, but in truth, the forbidden legacy technique was self-destructive. His injuries were now even worse. I can't keep doing this, he thought. At this rate, he won't even have to make a move. I'll eventually just die from my injuries. Grinding his teeth, he suddenly stopped in midair and slapped his bag of holding to produce a grain of pure white rice. He threw it out in front of him, flashing incantations with both hands. He then pointed toward the grain of rice and said, "Luminous rice, transform into a heavenly army." His voice was accompanied by a roaring sound which echoed out. The grain of rice transformed into a raging torrent of blackness. Popping sounds filled the air as more than 100 evil spirits appeared. Patriarch Bighead's neck was purple, and his extremely large head was covered with cold sweat. His breathing was ragged as he utilized the technique. His injuries had apparently worsened even further. Blood sprayed from his mouth and his eyes filled with viciousness. At this point, he didn't hope to slay his opponent, but just to delay him. Unfortunately, as soon as the 100 or so evil spirits appeared and shot screaming toward Meng Hao calmly said, "Amateur!" Suddenly, core chi exploded out above his head. The golden chi transformed into a star's cape filled with golden, glowing stars. The light from the stars shot out toward the incoming evil spirits. A booming explosion echoed out. The evil spirits could do nothing to block Meng Hao. They dissipated along with miserable screams. Patriarch Bighead's face went pale as he continued to retreat. However, Meng Hao had already lifted up his hand. Mania poured from the eyes of Patriarch Bighead. Seemingly risking everything, he performed an incantation with his left hand, simultaneously slapping his bag of holding with the other hand to produce a magical item. His heart filled with bitterness, but he knew that he would have to risk it all in this battle in order to have even the slightest chance of making it out alive. However, just as Patriarch Bighead was about to go all out, the bright, sunny sky was suddenly split by the appearance of a bolt of lightning. The tribulation clouds were gone, but the lightning bolt shot down toward Meng Hao nonetheless. It descended with incredible speed, landing directly onto the hat on Meng Hao's head. A deafening boom filled the air. Meng Hao wasn't hurt, but wisps of greenish smoke rose up from the hat. Meng Hao gaped in shock. He looked up into the sky only to find it as beautiful as ever. The lightning bolt seemed to have been a fluke. That was the aura of heavenly tribulation, thought Meng Hao with a frown. Thankfully, the lightning bolt hadn't done any damage. It had been absorbed by the meat jelly hat. The scene also shocked Patriarch Bighead, who looked up into the sky as well. However, he quickly recovered and began to flee with all the speed he could muster. He wanted to establish as much distance as possible between himself and Meng Hao. Meng Hao frowned. He suddenly had a very bad feeling. The lightning bolt just now had been too sudden, without any warning whatsoever. The sky above was a deep, beautiful blue. Meng Hao's gaze once again came to rest on the fleeing patriarch Bighead. Meng Hao gave a cold snort, then strode forward. Mustering incredible speed, he shot off, disappearing in an instant. Patriarch Bighead's face was paler than ever as he fled. He had already been running for an entire day, and his bag of holding was now devoid of medicinal pills used for healing. His internal injuries were getting worse, and he could only employ 40% of the power of his cultivation base. Damn it! Damn it! His eyes were bloodshot and he gnashed his teeth. Meng Hao followed behind, stuck onto him like marrow onto bone. Occasionally, a blast of core chi would whistle toward him, which would leave Patriarch Bighead scared witless. He couldn't think of anything else to do other than to run away with all the power he could muster. Just how long is he going to keep following me? Patriarch Bighead felt like he was about to collapse. He could sense nothing but ill tidings regarding Patriarch Rubikind and Patriarch Pockmarks. Of the hundreds of people who had begun this matter, he knew that he was the only one left alive. He was filled with regrets. The dogged pursuit he was enduring left him filled with despair and dread. Suddenly, a core chi attack shot toward him. In response, Patriarch Bighead spit up a mouthful of blood. The air beneath his feet seethed as a cloud of specters appeared, boosting his speed and instantly increasing the distance between him and Meng Hao. A strange light shone from Meng Hao's eyes. There had been multiple occasions throughout the day during which he was just about to catch up to his opponent. However, every time, Patriarch Bighead would use some method relating to evil spirits to add distance between them. Meng Hao hadn't encountered situations like these very often. Behind him, the more than 100 cultivators were also in pursuit. Their speed couldn't compare to Meng Hao's, but they had Meng Hao's blood clones to lead them, so they were able to follow along nonetheless. As dusk fell, it grew more difficult to see things clearly. Up ahead was a wide plain which was filled with residences organized in rings and surrounded with a stockade. The stockade village was home to more than 100 cultivators, who had been meditating moments ago, but who had stood up and were now looking out toward Patriarch Bighead as he approached. 3 old men flew out to meet him. It's the Patriarch of the Talisman sect from Dongluo City, Senior Ouyang. It really is Senior Ouyang. But who is he fleeing from? The 3 old men's faces flickered, and they hesitated for a moment. Patriarch Bighead neared, his eyes filled with a look of pleasant surprise. "Fellow Taoists, please help me by stopping this hoodlum," said Patriarch Bighead. There was no anxiety in his voice, only calmness, lending much credibility to his words. "I was in secluded meditation when he launched a shameful sneak attack. I was injured and my cultivation base damaged. Fellow Taoists, if you can just delay him for a few moments, maybe enough time for half an incense stick to burn, then I can recover my cultivation base. Fellow Taoists, after I slay him, I will definitely be in your debt. I'll even help you to reach core formation." Without even waiting for a response, Patriarch Bighead shot off into the distance. As for whether these people would comply with his request, he didn't stay around to find out. If they did, great. If they didn't, there was nothing he could do about it. The 3 cultivators were in the late foundation establishment stage. After hearing Patriarch Bighead's words, their hearts began to pound. There was little that could entice them more than the prospect of assistance in reaching core formation. They hesitated for a moment. For someone to successfully launch a sneak attack against a sect patriarch meant that whoever was chasing him was no weakling. He would definitely be of the core formation stage. However, the prospective reward was too enticing. They exchanged glances as Meng Hao approached, followed by the more than 100 cultivators. The sight immediately caused these late foundation establishment cultivators to grow more nervous and hesitant. One of them finally gritted his teeth and flew forward, clasping hands and bowing to Meng Hao. "Senior, please wait a moment, Screw off," said Meng Hao, his expression cold, flying directly past the man. The bowing foundation establishment cultivator's face flickered and his scalp went numb. Meng Hao's glance just now had caused his heart to tremble with fear. However, the reward promised by Patriarch Bighead nagged at his heart. The other two Foundation establishment cultivators held him back, then clasped hands in salute to Meng Hao. They didn't dare to do even the slightest thing to try to delay him. They, too, thirsted for the reward promised by Patriarch Bighead. But Meng Hao's words and cold glance left their minds reeling and their Dao pillars quivering. Meng Hao didn't slow down in the slightest. He whistled through the air, followed by the more than 100 cultivators who were still being led by the blood clones. They glanced at the local cultivators with cold smiles as they passed, shooting through the air like meteors. Some time after they were gone, the three late Foundation establishment cultivators let loose sighs of relief. Their faces were somewhat pale, because they knew that their greed just now had led them halfway to the grave. Who was that guy? They thought, exchanging glances. He managed to make Senior Ouyang take to flight. As he flew through the air, Meng Hao waved his hand out in front of him. The air rippled as arcs of golden light appeared. They shot toward Patriarch Bighead. But before they could get too close, the man spit up some more blood. The air around his feet grew blurry, and his speed increased, allowing him to evade Meng Hao's attack. In the blink of an eye, he was roughly 3,000 meters away. So fast, thought Meng Hao, giving a cold harumph as he continued onward. Throughout the course of this chase, Meng Hao's interest in Patriarch Bighead's legacy techniques had certainly been aroused. Patriarch Bighead's face was pale. He gritted his teeth and continued to flee, his heart pounding. A sensation of life or death danger floated in his heart. The only thing he could think to do was use every possible means to evade the pursuit and escape death. Bitterness filled his heart. After reaching core formation, he had always been the one to chase and kill others. This was the first time he had been pursued like a stray dog. If I can make it out of this, then all of this humiliation will be paid back 100-fold, he thought, his eyes filling with madness. He increased his speed, traveling another 3,000 meters in the blink of an eye. After half a day of employing the ultimate speed possible within the core formation stage, Patriarch Bighead spotted some earthen walls off in the distance. This city was not as flourishing as one of the United Nine, but clearly a powerful group resided within. As he neared, Patriarch Bighead cried out, "Fellow Taoist Chan!" Immediately, a beam of colorful light shot out from within the city. Inside was a muscular, bare-chested man of the mid-core formation stage, with flowing black hair. When he saw Patriarch Bighead, he gaped in surprise. "Big Bro Ouyang, what's going on? Fellow Taoist Chen, please stop the hoodlum that's chasing me," he gushed as he shot past the muscular man. "You and I have similar cultivation bases, but I was ambushed while in secluded meditation. I've been poisoned and I need an incense stick's worth of time to suppress the poison. I owe you." The muscular man's eyes glittered as he saw Meng Hao approaching. Meng Hao glanced at the earthen city wall, and the muscular man who hovered in midair. "Another person who doesn't know the difference between life and death," said Meng Hao as he flew forward. The muscular man hesitated for a moment, but after seeing Meng Hao, he got the impression that since Meng Hao's cultivation base was only at the mid-core formation stage, he wasn't someone to be too worried about. However, the golden glow surrounding Meng Hao, as well as the sense of danger that radiated out from him, caused the man to be cautious. "Fellow Taoist, please wait a moment. There's no flying allowed in my city." As the words came out of his mouth, the more than 200 cultivators within the city flew out. Their aura billowed out, forming into a sealing power. They stood there glaring hatefully at Meng Hao. These people had a variety of different cultivation bases. Some were core formation, most were foundation establishment or chi condensation. However, all of them radiated dense killing intent. Obviously, they had killed many people in the past. Meng Hao didn't care at all about people such as this who were clearly seeking to die. He continued forward without stopping, causing the muscular man's expression to flicker. He lifted his right hand to perform an incantation, when suddenly he saw the look in Meng Hao's eyes. It was a coldness filled with killing intent. As the gaze passed over him, the muscular man's heart began to pound. Cracking sounds could be heard coming from his core, as if it might shatter into pieces. He was astonished, but before he could retreat, Meng Hao was upon him. Meng Hao slammed a fist into the man's chest, and then shot past him. As Meng Hao passed, blood sprayed from the man's mouth. Then he trembled and directly exploded into bloody pieces. His death caused looks of terror to fill the faces of the rest of the cultivators from the city. Everyone here who pledges allegiance to me will live. Anyone who doesn't. Meng Hao knew that in the Black Lands, one could not be soft-hearted. The only way to establish power and gain respect was through ruthlessness. As his voice rang out, his blood clones approached, along with the 100 or more cultivators, whose killing intent billowed to the heavens. They shot toward the city cultivators, and immediately the sound of killing rose up, accompanied by miserable screams and cries. Meng Hao glared at Patriarch Bighead, his eyes flashing with killing intent. "Let's see how many people you manage to get killed along the way." He shot off again in pursuit. This cultivator was a strange one. No matter what powers Meng Hao employed, he was like a loach, slippery and difficult to lay hands on. This was especially true considering his secret art of speed boosting. He had used it multiple times to put more distance between himself and Meng Hao. Even more bizarre was his fearsome ability to sense danger. Every time Meng Hao attacked, he seemed capable of predicting it and dodging out of the way. That damned no-good fool. He couldn't even hold the guy up for half a second. Patriarch Bighead gritted his teeth. Hair in disarray, clothing ragged, breathing heavily, he shot forward. He was exhausted, but Meng Hao was still chasing him. He lifted his head up to the sky and howled. 2 days later, a black-robed figure flew out from a valley. "Don't worry, Big Brother Ouyang," said the voice arrogantly. "I shall help you take care of this despicable fellow. It won't be long before we can use his skull to drink alcohol together." The figure shot through the air to meet an incoming beam of golden light. This person possessed core chi in the form of an enormous mountain. The power of the core chi was joined by a howling totemic giant ape, which smashed down toward Meng Hao. Bighead was off in the distance looking on with an expression of appreciation. He'd finally found a friend willing to do something to help him. The first thing he did was to turn and flee off into the distance as fast as possible. However, before he had flown for the space of a few breaths, a blood-curdling scream rang out, which was cut off by a massive explosion. Heart trembling, Bighead looked back to see the giant ape falling to pieces and the mountain crumbling. The cultivator who had been attempting to block Meng Hao's way exploded. All of that was the result of a single fist strike from Meng Hao. The sight of Meng Hao's right fist caused Bighead's scalp to grow numb. Spitting out another mouthful of blood, he went all out to flee as quickly as possible. What a psycho! When did someone so inhuman show up in the Black Lands? And how come I had to provoke him? Heart filled with bitterness, he lowered his head and shot forward at top speed. For days later at dusk. "Fear not, Brother Ouyang," said a bald cultivator, lifting up his glass. "We, the Black Mountain Nine Saints, might not measure up to you in terms of cultivation base, but when it comes to our spell formation, we can trap anyone under the nascent soul stage for at least 3 days." Bighead, his face pale, reluctantly lifted up a glass of alcohol. However, his glance was drawn off into the distance, where 8 figures were shooting toward an approaching beam of billowing golden light. "Brother Ouyang, you really don't need to worry. Just don't think about going back on your word about the gilded lizard totem you said you would give us." The bald-headed cultivator laughed, but within his gaze was an imperceptible trace of scorn. According to the rumors he had heard, this Ouyang from the 3 great sects of Dongluo City had offended a mid-core formation cultivator of the junior generation. The two had been involved in a deadly chase across half of the western region of the Black Lands. Seeing the terrified state of Ouyang, the bald cultivator couldn't help but look down on him, and had come to the conclusion that the man's previous reputation had been considerably inflated. The bald cultivator took a drink of alcohol and then said, "How come a trifling mid-core formation cultivator is being called Patriarch Golden Light? How laughable! We Black Mountain Nine? Huh!" Before he could even finish speaking, a massive boom filled the air, and the ground trembled. Even more shocking to the man was that even though it was clearly midday, In the location where the fight was going on could be seen a starry sky. Even as the bald cultivator was shocked into silence, Ouyang's mind began to buzz. A forlorn expression appeared on his face as he tossed the glass of alcohol down. He slapped his chest, forcing some more blood out of his mouth to activate his secret technique. He shot off into the distance at high speed, something that had already become a force of habit. The bald cultivator watched on with gaping mouth. A mocking look appeared on the man's face. A moment later, while the look was still plastered there, the hair all over his body stood on end. An intense feeling of danger suddenly filled his mind. He spun as if he had been struck by lightning. There in front of him was a scholarly young man bathed in golden light. It was impossible to say when he had arrived. He picked up the flagon of alcohol and took a sip. "You?" said the bald cultivator. He turned to look off into the distance, where the bodies of his 8 compatriots were still falling down from mid-air. He gasped and backed up. Everything began to go dark. However, before everything went black, the bald cultivator blurted out, "I'll pledge allegiance to Patriarch Golden Light." Suddenly, his vision went back to normal. The chase continued for 7 more days. Patriarch Bighead chose not to return to his sect. He was a patriarch and had brought the sect elders with him on his excursion. The only people left back in the sect were of the Foundation establishment stage. There wasn't even a single core formation cultivator. Furthermore, in his current state, he would be incapable of operating the sect's grand spell formation. Also, he knew that if he stopped anywhere, he was dead for sure. Therefore, he could do nothing other than flee, seeking out the powerful people he was familiar with in the area. Unfortunately, none of those people had sufficient cultivation bases. Not a single one was of the nascent soul stage. Generally speaking, nascent soul cultivators were the most powerful experts one would see in the Blacklands. Under other circumstances, he should have been able to go plead for help from some rogue nascent soul cultivators. Unfortunately, because of the chaos in the Blacklands, nascent soul cultivators were now extremely valuable assets to the Alliance of United 9 Cities and the Blacklands Palace. Both forces were using everything they had at their disposal to recruit them. Bighead clearly couldn't compete with that, so he fled from place to place in bitter struggle. He thought of going to Dongluo City, but he was well aware of the ruthlessness of Blacklands cultivators. Considering his current condition, he wasn't worth anything to Dongluo City. They wouldn't do anything for his sake. If he had pledged himself to them earlier, it would have made things easier. They would have been forced to help him. Unfortunately, in order to try to get the most out of the deal, he had told them he would consider their offer, but hadn't formalized an agreement. As such, it would be difficult to solicit their aid. Damn it! When did such an inhuman beast appear in the Black Lands? He thought, cursing Meng Hao in his heart. Suddenly, he caught sight of a golden beam of light behind him. He spat up some more blood and fled. It felt as if he had spat up a lifetime's worth of blood recently. His face was pale white, and his injuries were even more severe, exacerbated by his blood loss. However, he had no other options. He couldn't fight, so he had to run. Behind him, Meng Hao whistled through the air surrounded by surging golden light. Following him were nearly 400 cultivators. These were people from the power groups that Bighead had tried to get help from. Faced with the prospect of death, they had chosen to side with Meng Hao. One of them was the bald mid-core formation cultivator from Black Mountain. The entire group flew through the air, looking up ahead at Meng Hao in the golden light. Strength came with numbers. During the past 7 days, this group had gained quite a bit of fame in this western part of the Blacklands. Wherever they passed, their shadows darkened the land and blotted out the sky. When you added in Meng Hao in the golden light which he intentionally caused to shine out from his body, it was really a shocking sight. It was hard to say who first called out the name Patriarch Golden Light, but word began to spread, and soon all the powers in the area knew of the name. A day later, Bighead was exhausted to the extreme. Despite that, he gritted his teeth and flew ahead toward a tall mountain. The mountain was a sinister one, the base of which was surrounded by black waters. 5 enormous vultures circled around its peak, occasionally calling out with shrill shrieks. Sitting cross-legged at the very top were 3 old men. The one in the middle wore a 7-colored robe and was of the late core formation stage. The other 2 were of the mid-core formation stage. Unsightly expressions covered their faces. They sat there cross-legged, seemingly in meditation. However, their cultivation bases were rotating, and they appeared to be on guard. Their eyes were fixed on the approaching big-headed cultivator and massive golden glow that was following him. Damn it, it's Patriarch Golden Light. The past few days, everyone has been talking about how Patriarch Golden Light is trying to kill Ouyang. Anyone who helps out Ouyang ends up getting slaughtered. I heard that more than 10 core formation cultivators have died at Patriarch Golden Light's hands. The weakest were of the mid-core formation stage, and there were 2 of the late core formation stage. Have you forgotten about the 3 great sects of Dongluo City? Ouyang is on the run for his life, but the patriarchs of the other 2 sects haven't appeared. They must have already met a dark end. If you add them in, it means that the number of core formation cultivators who have fallen to Patriarch Golden Light is incredible. Their faces were incredibly unsightly by this point. They were friends with Big Head, but that friendship wasn't enough to get them to stand up to Patriarch Golden Light. And yet, Big Head was clearly heading to them seeking refuge. "Fellow Taoists, save me!" he cried, his voice filled with a pleading tone. Considering his status and the level of his cultivation base, for him to cry out in such a manner showed what a wretched position he'd fallen into. His voice reached the mountain peak, and the ears of the 3 old men. They couldn't help but feel a bit sympathetic. Meng Hao approached, whistling through the air, surrounded by golden light. "Do the 3 of you want to get involved too?" he said coolly, his voice echoing out in all directions like thunder. The faces of the 3 old men flickered. This was especially true of the 2 men with the weaker cultivation bases. Their minds spun and their faces drained of blood. Their cores quivered inside of them. All 3 men took in deep breaths. They couldn't help but think about the rumors that had been spreading regarding Patriarch Golden Light. He ripped the cores out of cultivators and ate them raw. He massacred, leaving no survivors. His methods were cruel and vicious. It wasn't clear how such rumors had begun to spread about Meng Hao. He actually hadn't killed very many people in the past few days. Most of the deaths were caused by his hundreds of followers. In any case, as soon as Meng Hao's words fell upon the ears of the 3 men on the peak of the mountain, the old man with the highest cultivation base, the one with the 7-colored robe, shot to his feet. A smile covered his face as he clasped hands and bowed. "Greetings, Patriarch Golden Light. We will definitely not interfere in the matter between you 2. Having said that, he stamped his foot down, causing a glowing shield to rise up around the mountain. Big Head had absolutely no chance to enter. Big Head let out a plaintive wail. He spit out some more blood to activate his secret technique and speed away. He was now emaciated and frail, which made his big head even more conspicuous. He flew along in the air, so weak he could barely even form a fist, his head drooping down. Grief and indignation filled his face as he charged onward. 2 days passed. Big Head's indignation continued to grow. No matter where he went, his friends all began to use their magic to block his way. It was like he had turned into some sort of plague. In fact, there was one power group who had been slow in employing their spell formation. When he slipped in to beg for help, his friend had flipped out and attacked him. Apparently, the man had been afraid of causing a misunderstanding with Patriarch Golden Light. Big Head was now completely without hope. He floated in midair looking around in all directions. Unfortunately, there was no one he could turn to for help. He was out of power and could flee no more. Face ashen, he turned and looked at the approaching Meng Hao. After the space of about 10 breaths, Meng Hao came to stop in front of him. "Done running?" he asked coolly. Big Head stared at Meng Hao, his heart filled with a feeling of powerlessness. The days on the run, the constant pursuit, the despair he felt after repeatedly begging for help, all of it had left him completely drained and exhausted. He was dog-tired, and the constant use of his forbidden technique had pushed his injuries to the point where they could no longer be fully healed. At the moment, he could only use about 20 to 30% of the power of his cultivation base. To use such limited power to fight against Meng Hao, who led a group of hundreds of cultivators, and who had already killed so many of the people Big Head had recruited to help him. Well, it was simply impossible. He had no way to resist or fight back, not even in the slightest. Big Head knew all of this. As soon as Meng Hao spoke, he let out a roar. This was not an attack, nor was it a self-detonation. It was a roar to release all of the pressure that had been pushing down on him. The sound of it echoed out. Even if I, Ouyang, die, I won't bow my head to a villain like you. Even if I die today, I'll be a cultivator again in the future. Destroying my soul won't keep me from the cycle of reincarnation. Maybe I can't decide how I'll be born, but I can decide how I die, you lightning-damned evil. Even as his words rang out, even as he gave vent to all his rancor, and seemed about to really lay it on thick, suddenly, without any warning, a lightning bolt appeared in the blue, cloudless sky. It shot down toward Meng Hao at incredible speed, seemingly giving no chance at all for a reaction. The lightning bolt slammed onto Meng Hao's hat with a boom. Sparks showered off of the hat, some of them landing on Meng Hao, which caused his hair to stand on end. A greenish smoke rose up off of the hat. It almost looked like the heavens viewed Meng Hao's pursuit to be immoral. After all, the lightning had struck down right in the middle of Big Head's speech. Big Head gaped in astonishment at Meng Hao. This was the second time recently that he had seen lightning suddenly fall from the sky for no reason. The lightning appeared ordinary, but it actually had the power to eliminate an early core formation cultivator. Retribution, roared Big Head. This is the retribution villains like you receive. To be rent in two by lightning. Trembling, he began to laugh uproariously. As for Meng Hao, his face was a bit unsightly. He knew that Patriarch Big Head had already lost all of his will to fight, so his attention was now more focused up above. This is the second time, he thought. The bad premonition in his heart only continued to grow more intense. Not even half a month had passed, and 2 bolts of lightning had already randomly come after him. Their speed was incredible, and they didn't seem to be associated with any particular time or location. Furthermore, each of these bolts of lightning had emanated the aura of heavenly tribulation. Others would have a hard time recognizing such an aura, but Meng Hao was familiar with heavenly tribulation. He was absolutely certain that this was none other than tribulation lightning. Why is it doing this? He thought. It happened twice already. Does that mean it will happen a third time? Perhaps more? Suddenly, he thought back to what the meat jelly hat had said shortly after the parrot went to sleep, and before it began to rest. It had said that it and the parrot had helped someone transcend tribulation once, only for that person to end up trying to kill them. Don't tell me. This is the aftermath of delaying the tribulation? Lightning is going to constantly be falling down onto me? Meng Hao's face twisted as he looked back at Big Head and coolly asked, "Do you want to choose how you'll die?" The soil below churned as vicious vines exploded upward. They swayed about, not approaching. However, the mouths at the end of the vines were filled with razor-sharp teeth that dripped with viscous fluid. Their reddish color, their bizarre undulation, their fearsomeness, as well as the rotten smell that emanated out from them would cause anyone who saw them to feel shocked. Big Head laughed coldly and gave Meng Hao a scornful look. His expression was one of pride as he lifted his hand up toward his forehead. He had no intention of begging for his life. Considering the bloody path left behind by his pursuer, Big Head knew that he had little chance of escaping this calamity. Therefore, if he was going to die, he would die in robust fashion. However, the instant his hand was about to press down onto his forehead, another bolt of lightning suddenly appeared out of the blue. It shot down toward Meng Hao with such speed that, in the blink of an eye, it was less than 10 meters away from his head. However, because of the previous 2 lightning bolts, Meng Hao had already begun to keep some of his attention focused on the sky. In almost the same instant that the lightning bolt began to fall, he slapped his bag of holding and pulled out a semi-transparent soul embodiment. This soul embodiment was none other than the Li clan patriarch. A thin thread connected him to the blood-colored mask, making it so that even though he was now floating outside, he would be unable to flee. His life or death could be determined by a single thought from Meng Hao. Suddenly being pulled out in this fashion caused the Li clan patriarch to look around in confusion. This was the first time in many years that he had ever seen the sky in the outside world. However, before he could heave any emotional sighs, he was flung up into the air by Meng Hao. A boom rattled out as the lightning bolt slammed into the Li clan patriarch's soul embodiment. A miserable shriek echoed out as the Li clan patriarch quivered. A roar of pain and rage bellowed out from him. His soul embodiment had nearly been shattered, giving him quite a scare. He rapidly did everything he could to solidify it. If the soul embodiment dissipated, then he truly would turn into dust on the wind. His confusion quickly vanished, forced away by the unfortunately circumstances. He roared, gnashing his teeth as he floated there in mid-air, looking down at Meng Hao. If hatred itself could kill, then he would rip Meng Hao to pieces mouthful by mouthful. The lightning didn't stop at 3 bolts, however. After a few breaths' time, a 4th lightning bolt descended. Before it could fall, Meng Hao, his face expressionless, tossed up the Li clan patriarch. The lightning slammed into him, causing the Li clan patriarch to let out a miserable cry. Thankfully, his soul embodiment was vigorous. After being subjected to the torment of the meat jelly, it was actually quite resilient despite its weak appearance. After the boom echoed out, the Li clan patriarch grew almost completely illusory. And yet, before he could even catch his breath, a 5th lightning bolt fell, and another miserable shriek echoed out. Big Head watched all of this with gaping eyes. For the first time while standing in front of Meng Hao, he couldn't hide the fear in his eyes. He sympathized with this soul embodiment. As far as he was concerned, Meng Hao was absolutely the most savage cultivator in existence. It seemed he would shrink from no evil, and did not shirk from outraging men and gods alike. This soul embodiment is already in a wretched state, and yet he does this to it, thought Big Head. I wonder what great enmity exists between them. That soul embodiment seems on the verge of dispersing completely. He sighed inwardly, his mind spinning because of Meng Hao's viciousness. His impression was now thoroughly settled. That guy must have just been too attached to life and wasn't decisive enough. His soul got snatched up by this vicious cultivator. I, however, have steady resolve. I won't end up like that. If he stole my soul, I would end up like this, tormented into dissolution. Having psyched himself up to this point, Big Head lifted his hand to strike his forehead, when suddenly his body began to shake, and his resolve shattered. His eyes opened wide, filled with disbelief and intense dread. This was because just as the soul embodiment seemed about to be shattered by the lightning, a violet glow flickered in Meng Hao's eyes. He spit out a mouthful of golden qi, which was filled with his own life force. There wasn't much, but after it merged with the Li clan patriarch's soul embodiment, all of his wounds began to recover. Just when he was almost completely recovered, a 6th lightning bolt fell. A thunderclap rang out, accompanied by a miserable cry. Grief filled the eyes of the Li clan patriarch, along with despair. It was a hopelessness in which the desire for death exceeded the desire to live. The sight caused Big Head's scalp to go numb and his face to turn pale white. He began to quiver. He had been preparing to say some grand words just now, but now he could only swallow with a gulp. The hand that had been moving toward his forehead fell to his side. The pride in his eyes had been replaced by hopelessness. He suddenly realized that even if he managed to deliver a deadly blow to himself, he was a cultivator. In the moments after his death, there were a variety of methods that could be used to extract his soul. He could attempt to self-detonate, but seeing how adept Meng Hao was with inflicting torment, Big Head could see that dying was not necessarily a way of escaping. He didn't fear death, but what he did fear was living a life worse than death. Meng Hao was currently ignoring Big Head, and was instead focusing completely on the lightning, as well as the Li clan patriarch's soul. What he noticed was that even as the soul embodiment was on the verge of collapsing, sparking remnants of the lightning were fusing into the soul. Thanks to the healing provided by Meng Hao's life force, the recovery of the Li clan patriarch's soul embodiment resulted in much more lightning residing within him. Refine a soul of lightning, huh? It seems it requires a bit of a sacrifice to refine such a thing. Meng Hao's eyes glittered as he looked around for more lightning. After enough time passed for half an incense stick to burn, a final bolt of lightning appeared. After the Li clan patriarch absorbed it, Meng Hao put him back into the blood-colored mask. He cursed Meng Hao vigorously the entire time. Finally, Meng Hao looked thoughtfully back at Big Head. He lifted his hand up and was about to kill him and then let the vines consume him and pull out his special techniques. After all, Big Head's attitude just now had been one of firm resolution, even willingness to die. No matter how much Meng Hao tormented him, there would be no way to know if he was telling the truth about this techniques. However, even as Meng Hao lifted his hand up, Big Head began to quiver and his face filled with intense dread. Fellow Taoist, listen to me, he gushed. I happen to know the location of the secret treasure pavilions of all the 3 great sects. There's lots of stuff hidden there. I'll give all the treasures of my talisman sect to you as a gift. I'll do anything you ask. I'll even face mountains of swords and seas of flames. Big Head, won't even frown. Meng Hao's methods just now had left him trembling. He had no desire to have his soul tormented after he died. Meng Hao gaped at Patriarch Big Head for a moment. This caused the man to begin to pant and get more nervous. He could hear the sound of his own heart pounding. However, a look of resolve appeared in his eyes. He swore a poison oath, and, gritting his teeth, even extracted some soul blood from his forehead which he offered to Meng Hao. With that, Meng Hao would be able to kill him at any time. Big Head believed that it was only with such a resolution that he could truly evade calamity. Meng Hao thought about it for a moment. It didn't take him long to figure out what Big Head was thinking. He looked at the man for a moment and then a faint smile touching his face. Finally he reached out and accepted the soul blood. Now, said Meng Hao coolly, explain to me that bizarre legacy of yours. Bitterness filled Big Head's heart, however, in order to preserve his life, he put on a delighted expression and then obediently retrieved a small jar from his bag of holding. It was about the size of a fist, and a handful of holes could be seen on its surface. When wind blew through the holes, they would emit a mournful whistling. There didn't seem to be anything special about the sound, and looking at the jar, Meng Hao couldn't see anything very unique about it. Even his spiritual sense didn't reveal anything special. In fact, had he slain this patriarch Big Head, upon searching his bag of holding, even if Meng Hao happened to pick up the jar, he would most likely have taken it to be some sort of musical instrument and then paid it no more heed. Apparently fearing some sort of misunderstanding, Patriarch Big Head quickly bit his left index finger, then dropped some blood into 9 of the holes which covered the jug, doing so in some specific order. It appeared as if it were some type of locking mechanism that Meng Hao had never seen before. Now that it had been opened by Big Head, the jar began to emit a black glow. There was clearly no wind in the area, and yet the jar continued to make the whimpering noises. Suddenly, streams of magical symbols began to float up from the small jar. They circled around the area, along with a sinister aura. Meng Hao took a deep breath. He lifted a finger on his right hand, causing the black jar to fly over to him. It landed on his palm, whereupon he examined it closely. Gradually, Meng Hao began to get excited. The magical symbols were forming together to make the images of howling souls. Looking at it, he got the profound sense that this was indeed some sort of legacy. "This is a treasure I stumbled upon in some ruins many years ago," said Patriarch Big Head, choosing his words carefully, and not daring to leave anything out. "I discovered it on the body of a demonic cultivator that had 2 horns on its head. It also had a jade slip which I read and then destroyed. Recorded within was the method for using this evil wind jar. It also said that the demonic cultivator came from some place called the 4th Mountain, and that before dying, needed to pass on the legacy. If Patriarch Big Head hadn't mentioned the 4th Mountain, then Meng Hao might have continued to be suspicious. But after hearing the term, an imperceptible flicker ran through his eyes. Matters regarding the 9 mountains and seas were not things that average cultivators knew about. In Meng Hao's estimation, people who were aware of such topics were definitely extremely scarce. Without batting an eyelid, He gathered up the small jar and then looked at Patriarch Bighead. The man immediately began to grow more nervous, and quickly said, "Fellow Taoist, when I'm around, the treasure pavilions of the three great sects should be safe. But since the other two sects know that their respective patriarchs are dead, it won't be long before their disciples start dividing up the treasures. Sir, don't you think we should get there as quickly as possible?" At the moment, hundreds of beams of light were approaching from off in the distance. The impressive sight of so many people made Bighead even more nervous. His fear of Meng Hao couldn't become any greater. His trepidation reached deep into his heart. If he could go back in time, he definitely wouldn't ever provoke this inhuman creature. Even if he did provoke him somehow, he definitely wouldn't do anything to break the man's spell formation. In fact, to save his own life, he would immediately kill the other patriarchs from the other two great sects. Meng Hao could tell what he was thinking with a mere look. After a moment's thought, he nodded. Bighead let out a sigh of relief, but then suddenly became nervous once again. He really was worried that the disciples of the other two great sects would divvy up the treasure. Moments later, he and Meng Hao became prismatic beams of light that shot back toward the region of Dongluo City. A few days later, a glowing yellow shield could be seen covering a snowy white mountain, which was some distance from Dongluo City. The whiteness of the mountain and the yellow glow mixed together to make a beautiful sight, albeit a bit incongruous. Meng Hao hovered outside of the mountain. He hadn't personally attacked. No, that had been left up to Bighead and the bald-headed cultivator, who had once been a member of the 9 cultivators from Black Mountain. They, along with the hundreds of other cultivators following Meng Hao, filled the sky. Booming explosions rang out from all directions. Bighead spared no effort whatsoever. His eyes were bloodshot. He feared that they would be unable to break through the shield to get inside. The bald cultivator was thinking similar thoughts, and clearly wanted to ingratiate himself to Meng Hao. The two of them almost seemed to be competing as they went all out with various techniques. Beneath the powerful attacks of two people like this, bolstered by hundreds of other cultivators, this trifling great sect was only able to hold out for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Then, the shield collapsed into countless fragments of yellow light. As the shield disintegrated, the whiteness of the snowy mountain beneath became visible. No massacre was necessary. After the shield broke, the nearly 100 cultivators of the Han River sect immediately pledged allegiance to Meng Hao. Furthermore, they respectfully handed over the wealth and treasures of their sect. Meng Hao's forces now numbered nearly 600 as they headed toward another of the great sects. They moved with incredible speed, but this time they met some resistance. It was a middle-aged man who had 3 totem tattoos on his body. He was quite tall, and his attacks were accompanied by the illusory image of a mountain and river as well as a writhing poisonous flood dragon. Even as everyone else pledged their allegiance, this man launched a vicious sneak attack. He instantly killed several of the other disciples who had suggested to capitulate, and then attempted to flee. Even as he attempted to break past the ceiling spells to escape, Meng Hao's eyes glittered coldly. He shot forward, and in the blink of an eye was in front of the man. He punched him lightly with one fist. A boom filled the air, and blood sprayed from the man's mouth. His eyes filled with venomous hatred, but before he could use any magical techniques, Meng Hao punched him again. He didn't kill him, but instead took control of his cultivation base and then knocked him out. As for the final sect, the Talisman sect, there were no problems there. With Bighead present, there were no defenses to break through, and the 100 or so disciples of the sect welcomed Meng Hao respectfully. The main gate of the Talisman sect was located in a wide basin surrounded by mountains. The sect was quiet and tasteful, constructed in an orderly fashion. Upon seeing it, Meng Hao decided to occupy the place for the time being. A few days later, the parrot and the meat jelly both regained their senses. The parrot was extremely excited to see the roughly 700 new followers. It flapped his wings, squawking out orders as it began to train the cultivators. As for the meat jelly, it lazily flew onto the head of someone who caught its eye, whereupon it continued to deride and criticize the parrot as usual. Meng Hao asked them about the lightning randomly falling down from the sky. However, each time he brought it up, The parrot and meat jelly would glance around quickly and then suddenly disappear. Finally, Meng Hao intentionally provoked the parrot. Once its honor was challenged, it blurted out something that caused Meng Hao's face to look unsightly. "So what?" it said. "Lord Fifth delayed the heavenly tribulation. Of course some lightning will slip through every once in a while. It's not going to kill you. It's only a bit of lightning." With that, the parrot flapped its wings and quickly flew off, leaving Meng Hao alone in the secluded meditation chamber that used to belong Big Head. Time flashed by, and soon it was half a month later. During the half-month, the name of Patriarch Golden Light had risen to complete prominence in this entire region of the Blacklands. Granted, the name hadn't traveled too far, but all the local cultivators knew the name. According to the growing legend, Patriarch Golden Light loved killing cultivators. He drank alcohol out of Tao pillars, consumed cores, and committed any imaginable evil. Such descriptions grew more and more exaggerated, until everyone who talked about him grew pale in the face from fear. Patriarch Golden Light, a fierce cultivator and leader of a generation. He was now thoroughly entrenched as a power in the area. People in the Blacklands were becoming more anxious. 10 days before, one of the 8 remaining clans of what had once been the Alliance of United 9 Cities was suddenly attacked by the Blacklands Palace. It was completely exterminated, and overnight the city changed hands. Then, the Blacklands Palace issued a command throughout the entire Blacklands. It said that the Blacklands Palace was now the only power within the Blacklands. As for the 7 other clans who made up the so-called United 9, they were to be exterminated. A great war had truly begun. Amidst the chaos and general feeling of nervousness, Meng Hao's power base suddenly became something of a safe haven. More and more cultivators joined, including some of the core formation stage. During the half-month in which all of this happened, Dongluo City grew emptier and emptier. Suddenly, they began to look toward Meng Hao and his force of nearly 1,000 people the same way that a tiger eyes its prey. A few days later, the term Church of the Golden Light began to spread. Other than the Dongluo clan itself, it was now the most powerful force in the region of Dongluo City. In this wartime situation, Meng Hao's force of nearly 1,000 men continued to grow. He was thoroughly in command in this area. Actually, Meng Hao wasn't really aware of a lot of the developments. The parrot and the meat jelly seemed incredibly interested in recruiting more cultivators. The meat jelly felt that converting 1,000 people at once was definitely something it had never done before, and would be an amazing accomplishment regardless of whether you were talking about past, present, or future lives. As far as the parrot was concerned, when it heard the voices of roughly 1,000 people chanting the words regarding having faith in the Lord Fifth to gain eternal life, all of the feathers on its body would stand on end. It seemed to have already forgotten about how every few days lightning would fall from the sky and shoot toward Meng Hao. Boom! One early morning, a bolt of lightning appeared above the elegant basin, outside one of the buildings. The roof of this building was long since gone, apparently destroyed. Black ash was visible everywhere. There were roughly 1,000 cultivators here now, and all of them were more or less used to the lightning. As the parrot soared through the air, it looked up into the sky and gave a sympathetic sigh, then thought about how helpful it had been. After that, it wheeled off with determination to go train the cultivators in the use of the celestial spell formation. This formation uses people as its base. With hundreds, you can rock core formation. With thousands, you can strand nascent soul. With tens of thousands, spirit severing doesn't count for a fart. With millions, you can shake immortals. Back when Lord Fifth swept over the 9 great mountains and seas, no one refused to bow to him. A wistful look appeared in its eyes, and it sighed as it seemed to recall its past glory. Then it redoubled its efforts to train the cultivators. Inside the building that had just been struck by lightning, Meng Hao's face was unsightly. Even more unsightly, however, was the face of the Li clan patriarch, who looked as if he were on his last legs. "You're my ancestor," he wailed, his soul embodiment trembling. He seemed to be on the verge of going crazy. "My ancestor, okay? Just let me go. I can't hold on much longer. Just let the lightning rend me in half. Okay?" Meng Hao didn't say anything. He put the Li clan patriarch's soul embodiment away, then looked back up at the sky. Seemed clear, completely devoid of any lightning. At this point, he wasn't quite numb to the situation, but had gotten used to it. After some practice, he had developed some methods to pull out the Li clan patriarch even more quickly. By now, it had developed into a sort of intuition. As soon as a bolt of lightning appeared, the Li clan patriarch would be called upon. Currently, Meng Hao didn't reach complete success at first. However, the dangerous training method worked, and soon he was able to use the technique almost perfectly each time. Under these circumstances, Meng Hao's intuition with the lightning gradually formed into a type of instinct. At the moment, Meng Hao couldn't quite keep his face completely calm. It still looked a bit pained, although not as much as the Li clan patriarchs. Meng Hao looked over at the middle-aged man who lay in front of him, body trembling, face pale, seemingly locked in place and unable to move. This man was even worse off than the Li clan patriarch. This cultivator was not from the Black Lands, but rather the Western Desert. This was the man Meng Hao had knocked out earlier, the one who had 3 totem tattoos. Meng Hao had taken him here, sealed him to prevent him from moving, and began to study him. Meng Hao loved studying. Back when he was a scholar, he would study books. After he entered the cultivation world, he would study magical techniques or contemplate alchemy. It didn't matter when, as long as he had some time on his hands, he would take time to study something. This always led to further understanding on his part. However, this was his first time studying a person. Meng Hao had already been studying him for 3 days, inside and out. Whenever he encountered some area he didn't understand, he would make some cuts and focus further until he understood. Meng Hao had learned a lot in these 3 days, which left him very excited. As for the middle-aged man, however, it was a nightmare, as if he were residing in the depths of hell. The feeling was hard to describe. His coldness had turned into misery, cursing, and insanity. Eventually, he just began to wail, and to truly believe that Meng Hao was the most fearsome person in the entire cultivation world. At the moment, Meng Hao was studying the cultivator's blood. He reached out toward the man's arm, which was covered in wounds and scabs. Some of it was even missing pieces of flesh. Meng Hao made a long scratch and then collected some blood. He placed the blood into a pill furnace and began to refine it. The man's face was ashen, his eyes listless and filled with despair. He didn't know how much longer this treatment would go on, and his mind was on the verge of collapse. In fact, the previous night when Meng Hao was preparing to study his brain, the fear caused tears to leak out of his eyes. At that point, Meng Hao had hesitated and then decided not to proceed. Meng Hao had always been extremely interested in the totem tattoos of Western Desert cultivators. After much analysis, he had come to the conclusion that they contained a power similar to medicinal pills, a power that came from outside the body of the cultivator. For example, totems could be used to break through from chi condensation to foundation establishment, and then to core formation. This realization gave Meng Hao quite a bit of enlightenment. Meng Hao had long since had the feeling that he could break through from the mid-perfect core formation stage to the late stage. The feeling only grew more intense. Eventually, he realized that in order to break through to late core formation, he would need to allow the heavenly tribulation to bear down on him in full. After transcending it, he would then be able to enter late core formation. However, once that happened, he had little confidence regarding the nascent soul stage. The nascent soul stage was a huge step that few cultivators were ever actually able to take. Throughout the years, many cultivators could reach the late core formation stage. However, few were able to break through to nascent soul. It might seem like there were a lot of nascent soul cultivators, but that had more to do with their vastly extended lifespan. Few members of any particular generation would ever actually break through. One of the most critical factors for Meng Hao was the fact that he was missing the section of the Sublime Spirit Scripture that had to do with the gold core. Without the proper technique, it would be difficult to achieve a perfect nascent soul. It wasn't very likely that he would be able to acquire the manual, either. He had no idea where it was. However, Meng Hao had the strong feeling that the totems of these Western Desert cultivators would enable him to forge his own path toward the perfect nascent soul. Meng Hao focused on the blood in the pill furnace as it slowly transformed into a mist. Eventually it dissipated, whereupon a bright glow shone in his eyes. Interesting. There is no totemic aura within the blood. Skin, muscle, bone, and blood. Without exception, they are all completely ordinary. Meng Hao sat in thought for a while and then looked back up at the man in front of him. The man's heart trembled, and he was about to open his mouth to beg for his life, when Meng Hao's right hand descended onto the totem tattoo on the man's arm. This totem has faint traces of demonic qi, which is also the so-called essence of the ninth mountain and sea. As Meng Hao lifted his hand back up, the man let out a shrill wail. The totem tattoo slowly separated from his skin, pulling up until Meng Hao held what looked almost like a patch of skin in his hand. After separating, it rapidly faded away until it was completely gone. So once it leaves the body of the cultivator, the totem vanishes. He frowned. Just what is a totem? The manifestation of some great demon of heaven and earth. Meng Hao looked outside. It was already evening, and the sky was filling with clouds. A variety of thoughts spun through his head, but no answers. After a while, Meng Hao waved his hand. The seals binding the middle-aged cultivator vanished. He rose to his feet, trembling. He immediately clasped hands and bowed to Meng Hao, continuing to shake violently. "You can go," said Meng Hao coolly. To the man, the words seemed like those of a celestial being. His heart was filled with so much appreciation that he wanted to weep. He immediately left, speeding away as fast as possible to leave this land of nightmares. More time passed. Meng Hao bowed his head and laughed. "I think I'm getting ahead of myself," he murmured. "I have the power to bestow demonic qi, but to understand totems will require a lot more time. Full enlightenment can't be gained in a short period of time." However, determination gleamed in his eyes. He would not give up on his desire to understand totems. He smacked his bag of holding to produce an earth-yellow band of soft, cloth-like paper with uneven edges. This was none other than the object which had led to the rise of Patriarch Golden Light, the flag which the Parrot had helped Meng Hao to steal from the auction. After waking up, the Parrot had helped him to refine it. A talisman used by an immortal, which can help me to gain enlightenment regarding the magical symbols in the Black Lands. This will definitely be a huge help. He rubbed the paper as he thought about the vastly expanded area within which his followers could search for the celestial soil now that he was Patriarch Golden Light. Obviously, it was much greater than before. Vast quantities of celestial soil were being delivered to him. Now, all he had to do was touch the soil to this talismanic paper, and it would immediately suck in the aura of the soil, leaving the soil completely ordinary in nature. After sucking in the aura, magical symbols would appear on the paper, which were gradually forming into the shape of a seal. Meng Hao was sure that after enough time had passed, and enough soil was collected, more magical symbols would appear on the paper. With further enlightenment of the symbols, he would definitely be able to employ some shocking divine ability. It was in this way that he planned to have completely unique celestial magic prepared for when he reached the nascent soul stage. The next day at dawn, Meng Hao put away the talismanic paper and then took out the wooden time sword and began to further refine it. He had consistently been working on this particular sword since arriving in the Black Lands, and as of now it contained 3 60-year cycles of time. In addition, he had quite a quantity of spring and autumn trees in his bag of holding that contained 2 60-year cycles. It's not very difficult to forge a time treasure that contains a 60-year cycle, he thought. It only takes a bit of effort. As for 2 60-year cycles, I only have a 30% chance of success. Failure means complete loss of all the resources. That's not really a big deal, though. What's truly scary is the time treasures of 3 60-year cycles. There's only 0.5% chance of success. Without the copper mirror, I probably wouldn't be able to forge even one in my entire life. He looked at the sword in his hand, which emitted a blinding blue light. Its surface seemed to flow like flowing water, and waving the sword through the air caused ripples to spread out. The ripples caused the surrounding structures to immediately show signs of decay. Meng Hao was just about to put the sword away when suddenly, He lifted his head up and looked at something far off in the distance. He frowned. So, the Dongluo clan really just can't hold themselves back, he muttered. He sent his spiritual sense out to find the parrot and impart some instructions. Next, his body began to grow blurry, and ghost images sprang up. Moments later, a second Meng Hao appeared. One was sitting cross-legged. The other slowly sank down into the ground. Meng Hao waved his right hand, whereupon 10 wooden time swords flew out from his subterranean chamber to circulate about in the air overhead. The tips of the swords faced outward, and as they spun, they began to create a vortex in the shape of a lotus flower. The power emanated by the lotus-shaped sword formation caused the building Meng Hao was in to begin to decay. Soon it was nothing more than ash. All of the aura in the area soon began to fill with ancientness and decay. The minds and hearts of the 1,000 cultivators trembled. They immediately dispersed, looking back wide-eyed at Meng Hao, who sat cross-legged, a giant lotus spinning above his head. Around him, everything in the basin was beginning to decay. It was at this moment that the moon rose. Moonlight cascaded downward onto the swords, causing them to gleam with a silver glow. They looked like a blooming lotus, bizarre and beautiful. Everyone who observed the spectacle would remember it for the rest of their lives. As the lotus rippled, the patriarch beneath it lifted his head and said in a cool, echoing voice, "This is my time sword formation." Meng Hao gazed at the lotus sword formation. It came from the 3-page booklet he'd acquired when conning the hundreds of cultivators who were chasing him. As for who it had originally belonged to, he had no idea. However, the small booklet had given Meng Hao a sense of great enlightenment. Before, he'd never realized that swords could be organized into formations. His research in recent days hadn't been limited to totems and the small jar that was a legacy from the Fourth Mountain. He'd also spent significant time studying sword formations. The 3-page booklet had no text, only illustrations. If you understood it, you understood it. If you didn't, you never would. Meng Hao didn't understand very much, but based on what he did, he could form the lotus that he had just now. Even still, the sword formation was able to emanate shocking, explosive power. Creating a formation like a lotus enabled him to unleash the deadly power of time. He paid little attention to the surrounding 1,000 cultivators, but they had no choice other than to pay close attention to him. Meng Hao was their patriarch, the soul of the Church of Golden Light. The name of Patriarch Golden Light had long since been placed in the highest position in the area. Everyone's hearts shook as they observed Meng Hao, the spinning lotus, and the decaying buildings in the basin. Big Head's face was pale and his breathing ragged. His eyes filled with intense fear. Before, he had assumed Meng Hao had used all the power he possessed to chase him. However, the sight of this sword formation caused him to tremble in terror. Who in the core formation stage could possibly stand up against a sword formation like that? He thought, his heart and mind trembling uncontrollably. The lotus spun and time danced. Heaven and earth were shaken, and everything in the area crumbled. It was impossible for Meng Hao not to be the center of attention. The parrot looked on in shock, its eyes filled with an expression that rarely existed there. It stared fixedly at the lotus sword formation, panting. Next to it, the meat jelly gaped with equally wide eyes. The two of them hadn't noticed the booklet and had been focused on managing the 1,000 cultivators. They hadn't paid attention to Meng Hao and his research of sword formations. Without thinking about it, they exchanged a glance, whereupon they noticed the mutual look of shock in each other's eyes. "I've never heard of this lotus sword formation," said the parrot, blinking. "However, looking at it gives me the chills." "It's too wicked," said the meat jelly solemnly. "An evil sword formation like this is too domineering. The aura is too bizarre. It should be destroyed. Such a thing should not even exist." Lord Fifth feels a certain lack of understanding regarding this particular master, murmured the parrot. Meanwhile, a group of a few dozen cultivators hovered in the air at the edge of the basin, looking at the lotus sword formation. One of their number was an old man. He watched on with a look of concentration, his eyes shining with a brilliant light. This was one of the 3 nascent soul patriarchs of the Dongluo clan who had infuriated the parrot back in Dongluo City. Behind him were none other than Dongluo Ling and Dongluo Han, as well as other Dongluo clan cultivators. All of them watched on in silence. The cultivators who were under the nascent soul stage saw the ripples emanating out from the sword formation, and were shaken. They saw the decaying power contained within. The mountains grew old and even the ground itself was becoming ancient. It was at this moment that Meng Hao's eyes suddenly opened. They gleamed brightly as he waved his right hand. The lotus sword formation streaked through the air toward the Dongluo clan cultivators. The nascent soul cultivator who floated in the lead position immediately waved his hand. A glowing shield appeared directly behind him and in front of the other Dongluo clan members. Meng Hao's expression never changed. His right hand flickered in an incantation gesture, and then he waved a finger toward the sword formation. A buzzing sound filled the air. The lotus no longer rotated. The 10 wooden time swords transformed into 10 beams of light that shot toward the old nascent soul cultivator. The man's eyes glittered as he raised his right fist up into the air. Then, he slowly opened it and said, "Stabilize!" As soon as the word left his mouth, the air seemed to collapse. A boom resonated out, and the land shook. The 10 time swords suddenly stopped moving. They seemed incapable of flying forward even a teeny bit. However, the nascent soul cultivator's face suddenly fell. The shield behind him began to fall into pieces, as if it had been in existence for a very long time. As it collapsed, the man's face suddenly seemed to grow older. It was as if his longevity were being sucked away. Even as his expression flickered, Meng Hao waved his right hand. The 10 swords immediately flew back toward him and then disappeared. Meng Hao rose to his feet. His black hair floated in the wind, and his long green robe gave him an elegant, erudite appearance. His refined features contained both the dignity of a scholar and the loftiness of a cultivator. "I was working on my spell formations just now," he said coolly, "and was a bit careless. Senior, I hope you can forgive me." It was only at this moment that the surrounding 1,000 cultivators realized that dozens of Dongluo clan cultivators had appeared on the nearby mountain ridges. The eyes of the 1,000 cultivators began to glow, and their power merged together to form a crushing weight that emanated out in all directions. This land was their sect, a place that outsiders were not permitted to enter without permission. Any visitor should announce themselves and make a formal request to pay a visit. However, the Dongluo clan had showed up without any of the formalities. Clearly, they came with ill intentions. This was even more apparent because of the presence of the nascent soul cultivator leading the group. "Don't worry about it," said the nascent soul cultivator with a laugh. "There's no need to blame yourself, lad." He advanced forward into the basin, followed by the dozens of clan members. As he moved forward, his expression was normal, but his heart was filled with shock. The 1,000 cultivators present all had different cultivation bases, and yet the feeling they gave off was that they were integrated into a whole. The feeling caused the heart of the nascent soul cultivator to fill with amazement. Then he saw the decayed buildings in the area, and suddenly began to feel a bit of hesitation. What caused him to hesitate was not Meng Hao's cultivation base, but rather the sword formation that he had just employed. This sword formation can absorb longevity. The nascent soul cultivator couldn't shake the feeling that this place was completely bizarre. The 2 things that nascent soul cultivators valued most were their lives and their longevity. They had long lifespans, and because of that, any reduction to their longevity was very bothersome. The original plan had been to travel to this place and force Meng Hao and his followers to join the Dongluo clan. Should he refuse, the Dongluo clan would resort to certain methods of force. Meng Hao had grown a bit too powerful in the area, leading the Dongluo clan to their current course of action. However, it only took a moment for hesitation to fill the heart of the nascent soul cultivator. He had just barely made contact with Meng Hao's lotus sword formation, but could tell that he had lost several months of longevity. The next thing that happened was that he saw the parrot flying through the air. Suddenly, he sighed inwardly. At this point, he was quite certain that the parrot was the same as the muscular man he had encountered back in Dongluo City, transformed via some unknown technique. All of these things, however, merely made him hesitate. They by no means made him abandon the plan laid out by the Dongluo clan. He continued to advance until he was a bit more than 30 meters away from Meng Hao, whereupon he stopped. His eyes suddenly blazed with an aggressive aura as he stared at Meng Hao. Hands clasped behind his back, he slowly said, "Unfortunately, lad, if word of your inadvertent action spread, then it would have an adverse effect on my reputation." He gave Meng Hao a meaningful look. "I assume you know why I've come here today. Please provide your response. What happens here today all depends on you." His words were filled with an air of authority. Behind him, the dozens of Dongluo clan members glared out in all directions. It was only Dongluo Han who had an apologetic aura to him. Next to him, Dongluo Ling was the picture of loftiness. Her expression was one of scorn as she stared at the hated Meng Hao, just waiting for him to bow his head in acquiescence. As the old man's words rang out, one figure after another suddenly appeared in the region surrounding the basin. They simply stood there, not entering the basin, but slowly emanating crushing pressure which descended upon the 1,000 local cultivators. The parrot looked around proudly, even scornfully. The meat jelly was currently perched atop the head of Huang Daxian, who was trembling in fear. A look of dignity covered its face as it attempted to count how many people were surrounding them. However, no matter how it counted, there only seemed to be 3. As for the 1,000 cultivators, their faces were filled with anxiety. It was only Big Head who set his jaw and then muttered to himself, "These Dongluo City people can mess with anyone they want, and they choose to mess with this inhuman villain." Meng Hao looked calmly at the nascent soul cultivator in front of him. His cultivation base was at the early nascent soul stage. He stood there like some kind of mountain exerting powerful pressure. He held himself like the lord of this area, as if he were in charge of the 1,000 cultivators, as if their lives or deaths could be determined by a mere thought on his part. His expression the same as ever, Meng Hao asked, "How will joining the Dongluo clan benefit me?" It was as if he hadn't even noticed the people standing on the surrounding mountain ridges. "By becoming an auxiliary branch of the Dongluo clan, you will have the right to occupy this position," said the nascent soul cultivator, his voice calm. "You can also receive financial support from the Dongluo clan. Of course, you will need to consume the clan's medicinal supplements. When the appropriate time comes, we will of course dispel them." He was convinced that Meng Hao would capitulate. There was really only one option available. Meng Hao wasn't powerful enough to make any other choice. Actually, considering the current crisis in the Blacklands, the Dongluo clan had little other choice than to do things in this way. Because of the chaos everywhere, few people would willingly join them. The results of their recruiting efforts lately had been abysmal. Meng Hao and his 1,000 followers looked like meek lambs. Furthermore, Meng Hao's cultivation base was not high enough to cause them any concern. Even if his military might was strong at the moment, exterminating him wouldn't be very difficult. "I shall give you 3 breaths of time to consider," said the old man with the flick of a sleeve. "You're a smart fellow, you should be able to figure out what the right decision is. Even if you don't want to concede, you will." "Who the hell are you again?" replied Meng Hao coolly, his expression the same as ever. "Is the Dongluo clan looking for a new boss?" Meng Hao's words boomed out like thunder. It wasn't just the nascent soul cultivator who stared in shock after hearing them. All of the surrounding 1,000 cultivators gaped. When the words rang out, Big Head was off in the distance reveling in Meng Hao's misfortune. He gasped. In his opinion, Meng Hao's words were simply too pretentious. Dongluo Ling's eyes went wide. She had never imagined someone could be so wildly arrogant. Dongluo Han also stared in shock, along with all of the other Dongluo clan members, who looked on in disbelief. The nascent soul cultivator started to laugh. His laughter grew louder, and the look on his face became grimmer. His killing intent had long since begun to emanate out. "You stripling, you really don't know the height of the heavens and the depth of the earth. Well, if you're looking to die, I can fulfill your wish." Even as he spoke, he began to stride toward Meng Hao. Simultaneously, the Dongluo clan members on the ridges around the basin transformed into prismatic beams of light and shot downward. However, Even as they sprang into action, the parrot, who was currently soaring through midair, suddenly cried out in its shrill voice, "Get into formation!" The screeching voice slammed into the ears of the 1,000 onlookers. Immediately, the more than 100 cultivators who had been with Meng Hao from the beginning began to run, almost out of instinct. Their actions spurred on the other cultivators. They had been training for many days with the parrot, essentially developing this skill out of nothing. It was difficult, but they had already started to become familiar with the spell formation. Working in unison with others made things much simpler. At the same time that the cultivators began running, the nascent soul cultivator was closing in on Meng Hao. His right hand lifted up, forming a palm which he then closed into a fist. The air around Meng Hao collapsed, shrinking rapidly, crushing down onto Meng Hao. Meng Hao's eyes glittered sharply. As the old man neared him, the lotus sword formation suddenly appeared and shot forward. A booming rang out, and as it did, Meng Hao struck out his right hand with incredible power. The old man frowned. He suddenly stopped moving forward and then disappeared, completely evading Meng Hao's sword formation. Then he reappeared behind Meng Hao, a snide look on his face. He reached out his left hand and closed it into a fist. "Shatter," he said. Another boom filled the air as the air around Meng Hao shattered, along with him, slicing his body into infinite pieces. "Now you know the gap between the core formation stage and the nascent soul stage," said the old man. "It doesn't matter if you have an amazing sword formation or some bizarre power in your right fist." Even in the middle of his diatribe, then old man's face suddenly flickered and filled with shock. This was because Meng Hao's body had been shattered, not into pieces of bone and flesh, but rather qi. A clone? How could a core formation cultivator have a clone? His face twisting, he spun around. Even as he did, he saw a vast fog, within which massive figures nearly 30 meters tall could be seen, running to and fro. The dozens of clan members who had accompanied him here were nowhere to be seen. The man's face was unsightly. If he didn't understand that he had been trapped, then he didn't deserve to be a nascent soul cultivator. "This trifling spell formation can't hold me," he said with a cold harumph. His body flickered, and he disappeared as he employed another minor teleportation. When he reappeared, his face was filled with thorough shock. This was because he had discovered that he was still surrounded by endless fog. So minor teleportation doesn't work. The old man slapped his bag of holding to produce a strip of bamboo. He rubbed its surface, causing it to ignite. A howl rang out from within the flames and smoke. It transformed into the phantom image of a vicious beast, which charged toward the fog. "Break!" cried the old man. As the boom resonated out, Dong Luo Ling and the others looked around with fear at the fog. They had all been separated, and occasionally miserable shrieks could be heard. The Dong Luo clan members who had been charging down from the ridges above all looked shocked. Any of them who entered the fog instantly became lost. As for the cultivators who didn't enter the mist, they took deep breaths as they looked down at the basin. As of this moment, it looked as if it had become a lake of fog. Fog had filled the entirety of the basin. The fog roiled and churned with amazing power. Within could be seen tall phantom figures running back and forth. The figures seemed to be chanting something, although it wasn't clear. Their running caused the earth to quake. Up above, the sky turned pale and clouds began to amass. The Dong Luo clan members who had not been drawn into the fog were just about to retreat, when they suddenly found that, unbeknownst to them, a fog had appeared behind them. They were trapped. A fatal blow was about to be delivered. The only people who knew about this spell formation of Meng Hao's were the hundreds of cultivators who had tried to kill him. However, almost all of them were dead. Any of them who hadn't died were now part of Meng Hao's forces, and under the compulsion of poison. Of course, they wouldn't spread any information about it. Therefore, this spell formation was Meng Hao's greatest trump card. No one knew about it, and with 1,000 people to power it, it gave Meng Hao a shocking advantage. At the moment, he sat cross-legged in a secret underground chamber, his true secluded meditation zone. As he looked up, His vision passed through the ground to see everything that was happening up above. He saw the deaths of the Dongluo clan members and other cultivators they had brought. He also saw the old nascent soul expert frantically trying to break through the spell formation. Unfortunately for him, the power of the spell formation had already been unleashed. When it was completely in play, even a nascent soul cultivator would be unable to break it. The Dongluo clan came with vicious intent, thought Meng Hao. You can't blame me for responding in kind. He pushed his right index finger down the ground. Immediately, demonic chi coalesced to form an illusory body. In the blink of an eye, it assumed the appearance of Meng Hao, then passed through all the dirt and soil to join the events in the outside world. Meng Hao then stood up and left the secret chamber. When he appeared in the mist, a multicolored streak of light flew toward him. It was the parrot, who landed on his shoulder, its face filled with arrogance and complacency. It looked around with derision. Meng Hao, let's sack the city. Plunder that random clan, whatever it was called. What's theirs shall be ours. With Lord Fifth's spell formation, we can screw those no-good sons of bitches to death. Then I can go visit those cute birdies again. Ha ha ha. Lord Fifth is always the most badass. Birdies, just wait for Lord Fifth, alright? Lord Fifth has already decided that from now on, that Dongluo City is going to change its name to Peacock Screwing City. Meng Hao ignored the parrot. His body flickered as he shot forward. Because of the parrot's help, the fog did absolutely nothing to Meng Hao. Traversing about within it was as easy as walking down a paved road. Are you sure your spell formation can hold a nascent soul cultivator? Meng Hao asked coolly as he walked through the fog. Of course, no problem, replied the parrot. Slapping its chest with its wing, it said, Lord Fifth's human-powered celestial spell formation is unique in all the 9 mountains and seas. It draws its power from people. Since we have more than 1,000, well, we might not be able to kill a nascent soul cultivator, but we can definitely trap one inside. Child's play. Its tone was lofty, as if its actions were doubly efficient. Can the spell formation move? Asked Meng Hao, his eyes glittering. He stopped walking for a moment as he caught sight of a Dongluo clan cultivator of the early core formation stage off in the fog. The man was frantically attacking the mist around him, an expression of terror and despair on his face. He couldn't see Meng Hao, but Meng Hao could make him out quite clearly. Meng Hao shifted into motion again, and within a moment was at the man's side. He waved his hand, and the fog coalesced, surrounding the Dongluo clan cultivator, enveloping him. When it dissipated, Meng Hao walked off. Behind him, the Dongluo clan cultivator had collapsed unconscious onto the ground. Of course it can move. As long as our men keep running, then Lord Fifth's spell formation can go anywhere, and take the people inside along with it. An expression of arrogant pride covered the parrot's face. Meng Hao nodded and continued to proceed forward. It wasn't long before he found Dongluo Han. The man's face was pale and filled with vigilance. He peered around at the fog. His core chi was in full play and he was on guard against any changes. Meng Hao looked at him thoughtfully for the space of a few breaths, then shot over. The fog began to seethe, and Dongluo Han's face flickered. Before he could react, though, a hand shot out from the fog next to him and pushed down onto his back. A great power shot through him, sealing his cultivation base. He didn't even have the strength to turn his head now. Instead, he fell to the ground, unconscious. Meng Hao walked out from within the fog and looked down at Dongluo Han. He didn't kill him. Knocking him out was good enough for now. Meng Hao turned and continued to walk off into the distance. Whenever he ran into Dongluo clan members, he disabled them and rendered them unconscious. Some of them, however, ended up in the paths of the running figures. These ones could only perish with miserable shrieks under the power of the spell formation. After enough time passed for an incense stick to burn, Meng Hao found Dongluo Ling within the fog. Her hair was in disarray, and her beautiful features were filled with hopelessness and anxiety. She had used every method she had at her disposal, but was unable to escape. How could she not feel despair? She couldn't see her fellow clan members. It was as if the entire world had turned into fog, and she was the only person left. When the massive phantoms went running by, They emitted a great pressure which filled her heart with fear. How could she ever have imagined that the person who pissed her off so much would have such a fearsome spell formation? She didn't dare to approach the running phantoms. She had already seen a few of her fellow clan members run into them and instantly be trampled to death. In fact, she could smell the odor of fresh blood rising up in the air. Meng Hao looked at her, his eyes cold. He lifted up his right hand, causing the fog to roil and rush toward her. It immediately enveloped her, then slowly dissipated. She was now unconscious on the ground, completely still. In addition to the Dongluo clan nascent soul cultivator, there were over 70 clan members left in the fog. By now, Meng Hao had already incapacitated about half of them. After enough time passed for half an incense stick to burn, Meng Hao slowly lifted his hand up from the middle of the back of yet another listless Dongluo clan member. The man spit up a mouthful of blood and then collapsed unconscious. "That's the last one," said Meng Hao. Turning, he looked off through the mist toward the stranded nascent soul expert. He was currently shooting divine abilities off constantly, as well as employing minor teleportation. In his mind, he was traveling forward slowly, but from Meng Hao's perspective, he was merely going in circles. Going in circles would not enable him to escape the fog. "The Dongluo clan came with malice," said Meng Hao. "So let's teach them a lesson. Move the spell formation." Immediately, the parrot on his shoulder lifted its head up and let out a powerful squawking howl. The fog around them immediately began to roil. The 1,000 running cultivators within no longer ran in a circuitous path. Their eyes were closed, as if their wills were fused with that of the parrot. According to the parrot's thoughts, the spell formation began to move toward Dongluo City. Looking at the fog from outside, it was like a roiling sea within the basin. As it churned and seethed, it slowly began to move, climbing out of the basin, growing at the same time. The fog sea was huge, tens of thousands of meters in diameter. As it passed along, it was as if an enormous beast made of fog consumed everything it touched. The fog sea moved forward, and as it did, giant figures slowly became visible. Their roaring voices slowly became clearer. "Have faith in the Lord Fifth. Gain eternal life." The sound of it rolled out, growing louder and clearer. Eventually, it shook heaven and earth, drawing the attention of the rogue cultivators who resided in the region surrounding Dongluo City. They stared fixedly with wide eyes at the unbelievable sight of the roiling fog. More and more people began to watch the mass of fog. It seemed to be moving slowly, but actually proceeded on with great speed. Some of the people flew along in midair to watch, panting, eyes wide. Currently, the fog was about 500 kilometers from Dongluo City, slowly moving forward. Onlookers had no idea what it was, but they could hear the indistinct voices emanating out from within. The sound of it left them shocked. "What does it mean? What a huge swathe of fog. It looks like there are people inside running around." "No, whatever things are inside are much bigger than people. It looks like they're more than 30 meters tall. Just what is this fog?" By now, there were several hundred cultivators floating up in the air watching. These were all rogue cultivators who hadn't joined any of the local power forces. They stared on with wide eyes, fearfully keeping their distance so that the fog wouldn't envelop them. The fog moved along, drawing closer and closer to Dongluo City. 500 kilometers, 400 kilometers, 250 kilometers, 150 kilometers. The fog billowed up high into the sky, and as it moved along, it emitted a thunderous rumbling sound that shook the ground. Dust flew into the air, and an immense pressure emanated out. The cultivators who were following along in midair retreated further away in fear. Meanwhile, in Dongluo City, everything was relatively desolate. Other than the Dongluo clan members, the only other cultivators in the city were a handful of rogue cultivators. As they all became aware of what was going on, their hearts began to fill with consternation. They had no idea what the fog was. All they knew was that Dongluo City clearly lay directly in its path. Given the speed with which the fog was moving, it would arrive in the time it takes an incense stick to burn. As it neared, the people inside Dongluo City began to shrink back in fear, as if they wanted to flee. "What happened? Is it the Black Land's palace? Damn it! How come it's moving so fast? Just what Black Land's palace technique is this? This fog is so immense it's frightening. Most of the Dongluo clan members were gathered up in the second layer of the city. There were roughly 500 of them, and all of their faces were filled with unsightly expressions. Standing in front of all of them were two old men with grim faces. These two old men were the other of the three nascent soul cultivators of the Dongluo clan. Standing next to them was the current Dongluo clan chief. He was frowning, and his expression was one of anxiety. Up above them, three scarlet peacocks circled about in the air looking uneasy. They emitted plaintive wails as they eyed the incoming fog. An oppressive aura had come to rest over the entirety of Dongluo City. One of the nascent soul cultivators standing next to the clan chief, a middle-aged man, said, "According to my investigation, all of the forces that Third Elder took with him to the Church of the Golden Light have gone missing. After that, the Church of the Golden Light was completely empty. That's when this bizarre fog appeared. Its target is clear, Dongluo City." He paused for a moment, a look of bitterness, fear, and reverence on his face. "I arranged for 7 men to investigate the mist from various directions as it approached. But, regardless of the level of their cultivation base, as soon as they touched the fog, they were sucked in. After that, we lost all contact." The clan chief sighed inwardly. He might be the clan chief, but even if his opinion differed from that of the elders, he still had to comply with their wishes. His opinion regarding the Church of the Golden Light had been to cooperate with it and form an alliance. However, the 3 elders viewed the Church of the Golden Light as nothing more than a group of rogue cultivators. The Church's founder, Patriarch Golden Light, was only a core formation cultivator, and therefore not qualified to enter an alliance with the Dongluo clan. He could either capitulate or be enslaved. Those were his only options. It was under these suppositions that Third Elder had set out. Now, the Church of the Golden Light was obviously striking back at them, in a way that far surpassed the predictions of the Dongluo clan. The Black Land's palace hadn't even come their way yet, but they were already facing a crisis. The other nascent soul elder coolly said, "Does a firefly dare to compete with the full moon? Employ the clan's grand spell formation. If the Church of the Golden Light wants to attack us with fog, then the Dongluo clan will break them with our spell formation." At this point, the fog was now about 25 kilometers away from the city. Green beams of light began to emanate out from Dongluo City, transforming into sheets of leaves which covered over the city. Within the fog, Meng Hao looked out at Dongluo City. His eyes glowed with coldness. Above his head spun the lotus sword formation. Surrounding him were more than 70 Dongluo clan cultivators who had previously been unconscious. They were awake now, although their eyes were filled with blankness. They seemed to have lost their senses, as if their bodies weren't even under their own control. Meng Hao had used the art of righteous bestowal to take control of them. "Demon sealers don't usually exchange blows with others," Meng Hao murmured. "The blows are delivered by means of righteous bestowal." He lifted up his right hand and waved it out in front of him. The hundreds of rogue cultivators floating in midair didn't leave. They wanted to stay and watch the battle. Each and every one could tell that this fog was not the work of the Black Land's palace. Many of these people had lived in the area for a long time. After making some inquiries, they came to find out that the fog belonged to none other than the burgeoning Church of the Golden Light. They gazed with intense looks as the speed of the fog increased, drawing it ever closer to the defenses of Dongluo City. 15 kilometers, 10 kilometers, 5 kilometers, 2.5 kilometers. All the way until a massive explosion shook the land and sent vibrations out through the air. When the fog slammed into Dongluo City, sky and earth turned pale. Dongluo City shook as the leaves surrounding it began to glow. The fog churned violently, and an intense rumbling emanated out from it. Next, the onlookers stared raptly as the fog began to cover over the leaves, slowly enveloping the entirety of Dongluo City. As of this moment, Dongluo City was no longer visible. The only thing that could be seen was an all-encompassing fog. However, Those who looked closely could see that even though the Dongluo City defensive spell formation was covered by the fog, it hadn't been broken yet, and wouldn't anytime soon. This was not a battle between cultivators but a struggle between spell formations. Booming sounds rang out one after another. Suddenly, 1,000 enormous phantoms appeared within the fog, causing the hundreds of cultivators watching on from mid-air to gasp. These phantoms were roughly 30 meters in height, and they ran with incredible speed, black smoke streaming off of their forms. As they ran, the fog grew thicker, and rumbling booms filled the air. Furthermore, the top of the fog layer began to churn, and a figure rose up. He wore a long green robe, and his black hair whipped about in the wind. Golden light emanated out from his body. This was none other than Meng Hao. Patriarch Golden Light. So this fog is the work of Patriarch Golden Light. Is he crazy? He's only at the core formation stage, but he dares to pick a fight with the Dongluo clan. That spell formation might be strong, and the Dongluo clan doesn't have a spirit-severing patriarch. However, they do have 3 nascent soul elders. That's more than enough to hold a solid position in the entire area. Nobody around here dares to provoke the Dongluo clan. Meanwhile, the fog-covered Dongluo city showed no signs of weakening. The countless leaves surrounded the city, within which were about 100 rogue cultivators who had chosen to side with the Dongluo clan. They were nervous, but having seen the effectiveness of the Dongluo city defenses, they were confident in their decision. In the second level of the city, the Dongluo clan cultivators were breathing sighs of relief. The 2 nascent soul elders' eyes shone with cold light, and they let out cold harumphs. The fact that the city's spell formation could resist this bizarre mist put them in an unassailable position. Even the Dongluo clan chief was feeling a bit more at ease. One of the nascent soul elders pulled out a jade slip. "I'm interested to see how formidable this guy's spell formation really is," he said, smashing the jade slip between his fingers. A green aura swirled up to form a light that shot out toward the city's leaf defense. In the blink of an eye, the leaf spell formation began to emit a buzzing sound as hundreds of toxic wasps flew out from within. Each toxic wasp emitted a dangerous aura as it flew out from within the spell formation. However, even as they charged forward, the more than 70 Dongluo clan members in the fog who were under the control of Meng Hao's righteous bestowal shot forward to meet them, their eyes glowing with a mysterious light. "Damn it!" said the Dongluo clan nascent soul elder, his face falling. Obviously, he was observing the scene outside through the eyes of the toxic wasps. His right hand flickered with an incantation, causing the toxic wasps outside to veer away from the clan members and search for cultivators of the Church of the Golden Light. Within the fog, the parrot let out a sharp squawk. Immediately the running phantoms around him changed directions. Instantly, the fog transformed into a vortex, within which danced countless lightning bolts. The parrot's colorful feathers all stood on end and its eyes filled with a feverish look. It pushed the spell formation to the limits of its power in order to break the city's defenses. "Lord Fifth swore an oath to screw this city?" it screeched, controlling the movements of the spell formation as if it were bewitched. "You just wait. Lord Fifth is coming." The phantoms ran back and forth, trampling above the city, causing booms to fill the air and the leaves to tremble. As the 2 spell formations fought back and forth, Meng Hao floated in midair, looking down through the fog at Dongluo City within. He lifted his right hand, flashed an incantation, and then pointed down toward the ground. "Righteous bestowal," he said coolly. As his voice rang out, Meng Hao saw ghost images spring up everywhere. At the same time, strands of qi rose up from all directions to circulate around him. He made a gesture toward the fog, and the demonic qi instantly began to coalesce and shoot toward it. It passed directly through the fog and then into Dongluo City's spell formation. A boom rang out, causing everything to shake violently. Meng Hao continued to make incantation gestures with his right hand. More demonic qi surged forth, passing through the fog to slam into the other spell formation. Everything that was happening caused the observing rogue cultivators to shake in their boots. They suddenly realized that Patriarch Golden Light was not someone to be looked down upon in the slightest. Suddenly, a cold snort rang out from beneath the fog, filled with pride and scorn. Paltry church of the golden light. Piddling core formation child. You dare to use some bizarre fog spell formation to trap my Dongluo clan members? The voice caused the air to shudder, echoing out far beyond the region of the fog. Another voice rang out, that of an old man. You don't know the height of the heavens and the depth of the earth, you little punk. Suddenly, Dongluo City's leaf defenses began to emanate a bright green glow, within which the images of leaves could be seen. It swirled around, emanating a booming sound that caused the fog to vibrate. The running figures inside suddenly began to show signs of weakening. The parrot let out a squawk, and the fog suddenly began to churn. Rumbling sounds emanated out as the attack on the Dongluo City defenses redoubled. A proud voice rang out. The Dongluo City spell formation has been at the top for years. It has never been broken. Even the Black Lands Palace would have to pay a heavy price to get through it, let alone some piddling church of the golden light. Your spell formation might be incredible, but how long will it last? Once you can't hold out any longer, I'll personally rip the skin off your body and hang it in my bedroom. The echoing voice rang out to be heard by the hundreds of observing cultivators, causing their hearts and minds to tremble. A coldness glittered in Meng Hao's eyes. The reason he had chosen to use the spell formation to isolate Dongluo City and then use the Dongluo clan members to attack was because he knew that the general chaos in the Black Lands would prevent the Dongluo clan from going all out. He wanted to send a warning to the Dongluo clan to not trifle with him. He and they were separate entities, and although blood had been spilled, not all issues needed to be solved with a massacre. However, the arrogance of the Dongluo clan showed no signs of lessening. In fact, it seemed to be growing more intense. A cold smile touched the corners of Meng Hao's mouth. Well, in that case, Meng Hao understands, he thought. Slapping his bag of holding, he produced a black-colored medicinal pill. As soon as it appeared, it began to emanate a mysterious glow that seemed capable of sucking in one's consciousness. This was a poison pill personally concocted by Meng Hao, one of the more powerful varieties. With the wave of a hand, crushing the pill into ashy powder, it flew down to be sucked into the spinning fog vortex. After a moment, it began to descend onto Dongluo City's leaf defenses. As the powder descended, the leaves began to contract and show signs of decay. They even emitted squealing sounds. At the same time, Meng Hao pulled out another medicinal pill. He crushed this one as well, and as he sprinkled the resulting powder down, a flame sea sprang into being. The flames were mysterious and bizarre as they passed through the fog and down toward Dongluo City. Next, Meng Hao produced a third pill, then a fourth and a fifth. He crushed them all into powder and sent them floating down. 3 deadly poisons that merged with the flame sea to become a 5-colored hypertoxic poison. The hypertoxic poison was something specially designed by Meng Hao using his skill in the Tao of alchemy. Poison pills that he created were not necessarily things that nascent soul cultivators would fear, but anyone under that stage who were infected by them would be incapable of dispelling the poison without Meng Hao's assistance. This fog was now a poison fog. Multitudinous hissing noises rose up, and the fog seethed. In the space of an instant, Dongluo City went completely quiet. Everyone inside was looking up at the leaf shield, their faces flickering with various emotions. The Dongluo clan cultivators all looked on with unsightly expressions. Even the 2 nascent soul elders had looks of shock on their faces. This guy's also a poison expert. Damn it! How come no one uncovered such an important piece of information? Poison cultivators are usually less powerful in direct combat, but in large-scale conflicts, their abilities can determine victory or defeat. The Dongluo clan members were shocked, but the hundreds of observing cultivators could do nothing more than gasp and looked at Meng Hao, their eyes filling with dread. Poison is only part 1, said Meng Hao, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light. He waved his right hand, and the lotus sword formation flew out toward the fog. Within the fog, it began to spin rapidly, sending out vast ripples containing the power of time. As the ripples spread out, it carried fog with them, which in turn contained time power. The combination of the 10 swords was equal to the power of more than 10 60-year cycles of time. The poison alone could cause extreme damage. However, combined with the power of time, it transformed into a sort of terrifying baptism. The ripples spread out, bolstered by the unimaginable power of the fog spell formation. Poison, the power of time, the imprisoning power of the spell formation. All of these things caused the spell formation to surge with boundless power. As the time ripples spread out, a handful of observing cultivators who were relatively close by could see the vegetation on the ground withering up. Even the soil itself seemed to fill with signs of decay. Signs of it could even be seen in the air. Before the cultivators who saw this could flee, the ripples hit them, and their faces flickered. They then employed every method possible to get away as quickly as they could. Even still, they weren't fast enough. All of them suddenly transformed from being middle-aged to being old. One of them even began to emanate a faint aura of death. All of the observers gasped when they saw this, their faces filled with looks of unprecedented shock. Immediately, they began to fall back, fearful of coming into contact with the ripples. What magic is that? Time. That's time, the power of time. It's a divine ability that can cause you to age almost a whole lifetime in the blink of an eye. Patriarch Golden Light is so powerful. No wonder he dared to provoke the Dongluo clan. What is time? Many years later, Dongluo Han would never be able to forget what he saw that day as he stood atop that bright green leaf. His eyes were blank, but his mind was awake. He saw his body beginning to grow old. He saw the green leaves around him growing decrepit and old. He saw the land around him becoming ancient. As the lotus sword formation spun, and its power emanated out, Meng Hao hovered above the fog looking down inside, observing the effects of the power of time which he wielded. On the one hand, it was something of ultimate flexibility within heaven and earth. On the other hand, it contained paramount indomitability. No person, no living thing, no creature could stand up to that gentle onslaught which is time. It didn't matter if you used spell formations or divine abilities, illusory or tangible items. All of it would deteriorate under indomitable, smashing time. And this was a single lotus sword formation formed with time swords. Only one of them contained 3 60-year cycles. The others were incomplete. If all the time swords contained 3 60-year cycles, then that combination would be a power of time equal to 1,800 years. That was enough to shock the heavens and rock the earth. This is time. In this moment, all of the surrounding rogue cultivators had lost the power to even breathe. They stared in shock at the land. It looked somewhat yellow, like an old painting which was slowly fading away into dust. Within the fog, the Dongluo clan members who were under Meng Hao's control were coming to their senses. However, even as they did, they wished they hadn't. This was because as they recovered, they found themselves on the verge of becoming ancient. Dongluo Ling looked down at her hands. They were covered with wrinkles. Her body was withered. All she could do was stare out blankly. The green shield of leaves surrounding Dongluo City was in the process of rotting. It started to show signs of breakage, and there were some areas where the shield couldn't even cover the city. Fog started to pour inside along with the power of time and the hypertoxic poison. This all gave birth to intense dread within the city. All of the Dongluo clan cultivators felt their hearts and minds trembling. Before they could even take any countermeasures, the fog began to seethe violently. The parrot suddenly shot out from within, flying up into the air and giving out a piercing cry. Beneath it, the fog began to transform into columns of black smoke. The boundless fog, which was nearly 5,000 meters in diameter, congealed into hundreds of bands of black smoke, which shot up to circulate around the parrot. Within them were the more than 1,000 cultivators of the Church of the Golden Light. Their eyes were closed, and they were surrounded by black smoke, as if they were part of the spell formation itself. The trembling onlookers watched as the black smoke congealed rapidly to form into the shape of an enormous black raven. The raven's body emanated a black aura. It let out a piercing cry which seemed capable of causing the living to close their eyes and the dead to open theirs. It echoed out throughout heaven and earth. then slammed down onto Dongluo City like a meteor falling from the heavens. This spectacle was a familiar sight to some of the audience. They had seen something very similar that night some time ago in Dongluo City. Here it was again. However, the amount of power they could sense was far, far greater than that from before. They watched on in awe as the black raven screamed through the air directly toward the green leaf shield of Dongluo City. An enormous, deafening boom filled the air. The defense shield had already been weakened. Now it trembled, unable to stand up to the force which assailed it. It suddenly began to collapse. As it exploded, vast quantities of trees within Dongluo City also began to fall apart. The leaves shattered. The shield was completely gone. At the same time, the black raven began to disperse. It transformed into vast quantities of fog, which once again dispersed out to cover Dongluo City. Miserable shrieks filled the air, along with explosions. The hypertoxic poison, along with the power of time, swept through the city. Outside the fog, everything was quiet. No one spoke. The hundreds of observing cultivators watched on blankly, their minds spinning. Everything that was happening was being sealed onto their minds, never to be forgotten. Within Dongluo City, the two nascent soul elders stood pale-faced. The vast fog which surrounded them made it impossible to see their fellow clan members. All they could hear were blood-curdling screams echoing about. They were nascent soul cultivators. Compared to everyone else around them, they were at the pinnacle of power. However, within this spell formation, they weren't even able to move. No matter what divine abilities they utilized, they could not escape, nor break through the fog. Rage sprang into being in their minds, but even their rage was useless against the spell formation. On the first day, they were still able to come up with ideas about how to break out. On the second day, it was the same. In fact, they maintained this optimism until the fifth day. After that, though, they no longer heard any blood-curdling cries from their fellow clan members. Hopelessness filled them, and their expressions filled with complete frenzy. Their features had been assaulted by the power of time for over 5 days. They were nascent soul cultivators, but they were unable to fight the changes that resulted from such an onslaught. On the sixth day, the fog covering Dongluo City suddenly began to lift. It left the city, no longer filling it, but surrounding it. Not a scrap of fog was left to be seen inside. What was clearly visible inside of Dongluo City was decay. Trees, leaves, everything looked as if it had been rotting there for hundreds of years. There were only 3 people left inside of the city. They were none other than the Dongluo clan's nascent soul elders. The one who had been trapped inside the fog for the longest looked around in surprise as soon as it lifted. Immediately, his breathing grew ragged, and astonishment filled his eyes. From beginning to end, he had assumed he was still in the basin of the Church of the Golden Light. Only now did he find out where the battle had actually been fought. At the same time, he caught sight of the other 2 nascent soul elders. They all exchanged glances, then looked up silently as Meng Hao strode out from within the fog. The instant they saw him, the 3 of them began to grow blurry, as they prepared to use minor teleportation if necessary. Now that Meng Hao had made an appearance, they were determined to be prepared for anything. Meng Hao looked at the 3 old men, then lifted his right hand. Immediately, hundreds of figures began to emerge from the surrounding fog. They were none other than all the other members of the Dongluo clan, unconscious, dragged out by the fog itself. The appearance of these people caused the 3 old men to give up any notions of using minor teleportation. With all of their clan members here, they wouldn't take the risk. They stood there silently. "Enough," said Meng Hao. "You know, the fault is yours. If I hadn't fought back, you would have assimilated me. Joining you wouldn't be that bad, I guess, except you lack a bit in the sincerity department. I didn't kill very many of your clan members. They're all here. I'll trade them back to you for this broken-down city of yours." He looked at them, awaiting their answer. The hearts of the 3 nascent soul cultivators filled with bitterness. They exchanged glances, and then second elder gritted his teeth and nodded. "Things being the way they are," he said, "we agree with everything you've said. Except..." Before he finished speaking, He locked gazes with Meng Hao. It seemed as if he were engaged in a respectful interchange. But suddenly, the bodies of the three elders vanished. Using minor teleportation, they reappeared off to the side, looking as if they were going to make a run for it. Even as Meng Hao looked over at them, First Elder, who hadn't spoken the entire time, suddenly grew blurry. As he did, killing intent filled his eyes. When he reappeared, he was standing behind Meng Hao. His hand shot out hatefully, slamming into Meng Hao. A boom filled the air as the Meng Hao in front of First Elder exploded into pieces. However, what dissipated out was nothing more than vast quantities of qi. Next, Third Elder shot toward the mist. He wasn't fleeing. No, his right hand flickered an incantation. His body began to emit a buzzing sound, and an enormous hand appeared behind him. It shot into the mist where it grabbed someone. The person it grabbed was none other than Meng Hao. "Die!" cried Third Elder. A boom rang out as the man clenched his fist. However, even as the boom filled the air, the Meng Hao within the fist suddenly dissipated into qi. The three elders' faces fell. First Elder, Second Elder, who had been speaking just now, and Third Elder, all felt their hearts begin to pound. They had come up with their plan based on a few mutual glances. However, their plan had been defeated in an instant. Suddenly, roughly a dozen people walked out from within the fog. All of them were Meng Hao. Their appearances were completely identical, and all of them glared coldly at the three elders. "Patriarch of the Church of the Golden Light," said Third Elder of the Dongluo clan, shamed into rage. "Will you only rely on your spell formation? Or do you dare to fight one-on-one with any of us?" The frustration he had felt over the past days exploded out. The power of his nascent soul cultivation base also emanated out. His entire body brimmed with power. One among the dozen of Meng Hao's cleared his throat and said, "No, I don't." He looked a bit embarrassed. Even as the words came out of his mouth, Second Elder appeared in front of him and launched an attack. Meng Hao's body dissipated into black mist. But then, 10 more Meng Haos walked out from the fog. The three old cultivators were now starting to be inundated with a feeling of helplessness. "Elders, don't you think your acting this way is a bit improper?" said one of the Meng Haos, looking a bit bashful. "I'm sincerely trying to discuss a way to resolve the situation. The Dongluo clan is quite well known in the Black Lands. Your position in the United Nine might be weakening as of late, but if your entire clan dies overnight, that would be really embarrassing for you. I would once again like to request that you three elders agree to hand over the city to me. What do you say?" Even as he spoke, the hundreds of Dongluo clan cultivators wrapped up in the fog started quivering as the fog began to wrap tightly around their necks. Dongluo City's three nascent soul elders stood there fuming, gnashing their teeth. The hundreds of cultivators outside of the fog still hadn't left, and were able to clearly see what was happening. Strange expressions covered their faces. Without any sort of consultation, they had all come to think the same thing. Meng Hao was someone to be intensely feared. After a long moment, First Elder let out a long sigh and said, "Let all of our clan members free, and you can have the city, okay?" The dozens of Meng Haos all smiled. None of them spoke or moved. They simply looked at the three nascent soul elders. Not an ounce of respect for the nascent soul cultivators could be seen in their gazes. Meng Hao didn't need to respect them. During his battle outside the Rebirth Cave, he had fought against more than 10 nascent soul experts. There was nothing about them that he found awe-inspiring. Even more importantly, Meng Hao was supremely confident that if he put on the blood-colored mask, although he would still not match up to them completely, he would definitely be able to fight back. The First Elder said nothing for a while, but then let out a bitter laugh. He lifted his hand up and then smacked it down hard onto his chest. His body trembled as he spit up 3 consecutive mouthfuls of blood. With each mouthful, his aura grew weaker. By the end of the process, his cultivation base was reduced by half. Even though he was still of the nascent soul stage, his actual battle prowess was now at almost exactly the same level as the Great Circle of Core Formation. It would take him months to recover fully from such a state. After a moment's silence, Second Elder sighed. He knew there was only one thing he could do. There were no other options available. He also delivered a palm strike to his own chest. After coughing up some blood, his face grew listless. Third Elder glared venomously at Meng Hao for a moment, then took a deep breath. He also inflicted self-injuries. As he coughed up blood, his cultivation base sank. "Now do you trust us?" said First Elder coldly, wiping the blood from his mouth. One of the dozens of Meng Haos gave a shy smile. Nodding, he tapped his bag of holding. Even as he did so, the First Elder's eyes filled with a gleaming light. He suddenly opened his mouth and spit out a beam of light. This was nascent soul aura similar to core chi. However, in terms of level, it was the heavens and core chi was the earth. This nascent soul aura was red in color and was vastly more intense than any naturally occurring red glow in heaven and earth. It wasn't very dense, but carried a brilliant luster. In an instant, it appeared in front of Meng Hao, then spread out to cover everything. The glow disappeared in the blink of an eye. As it did, the Meng Hao who had been tapping his bag of holding, as well as all of the other Meng Haos in the area, were destroyed. However, what fell to the ground was not blood and flesh, but fog. The sight caused the nascent soul cultivators' faces to grow even more unsightly. They had used every method at their disposal, but the prudence and deviousness of Patriarch Golden Light defeated them at every turn. "Of course the one tapping the bag of holding wasn't really me," came a voice from the fog. The fog churned, and Meng Hao strode out. "Seniors, I know that my clones look transparent to your eyes. The fact that you mistook the clone for the real me is my fault, I guess. Oops." He waved his hand, causing hundreds of streams of medicinal elixir to fly out. They shot directly toward the bound Dongluo clan members, fusing into their bodies through their foreheads. "This poison is really harmless," said Meng Hao with a smile. "It's not fatal, nor will it affect the cultivation base. Let's just say it's there as insurance." He stepped to the side, and a path opened up in the fog which led to the outside. The fog unwrapped from the hundreds of Dongluo clan cultivators, releasing them. The three nascent soul elders stood there with angry expressions on their faces, glaring at the single Meng Hao, unable to tell whether he was a clone or not. After a long moment's silence, they started walking. When they passed him, Meng Hao continued to smile just as before. Suddenly, they stopped and turned their heads to look at him. "Don't worry. The city is yours," said the First Elder, his tone sincere. "The Dongluo clan doesn't want it anymore. The chaos of war grips the land, and the Dongluo clan is now too weak to put up a fight. We will go into hiding. However, if any of our clan members are harmed by your poison, then the three of us will exterminate you, even if we die in the process." Having finished speaking, he flicked his sleeve and walked off. Meng Hao continued to smile the entire time. He watched everyone leave, then suddenly lifted up his right hand. There in his palm was the Li clan patriarch. Almost at the exact same time that the Li clan patriarch appeared, a lightning bolt suddenly appeared in the blue sky above. It shot down, slamming onto the Li clan patriarch's soul. "Curse you, you goddamned." Before the old man could continue with his cursing, Meng Hao put him back into the blood-colored mask. Meng Hao's movements just now had been as smooth as floating clouds and flowing water. He was quite proficient now. The three nascent soul elders looked back. When they saw the lightning fall, and then Meng Hao's actions, their faces sank and they sighed inwardly. It was now obvious that the Meng Hao they had just walked past was the real one. The entire Dongluo clan left, hundreds of people. They departed what had once been their Dongluo city, leaving it completely and thoroughly empty. No one knew where they left to. It was only known that several days later, they issued a proclamation in the Black Lands announcing their secession from the United Nine. The news spread through the Black Lands like storm winds. Furthermore, the name of Patriarch Golden Light rose to complete prominence thanks to their battle. The Dongluo clan having been replaced, Dongluo City was renamed Peacock Screwing City. This rocked the Black Lands, after which many parties made various investigations and inquiries. In the end, it didn't matter. The Church of the Golden Light was now firmly established as a power. Local cultivators rushed to live in Peacock Screwing City. Soon, the Church of the Golden Light was over 1,500 men strong. By now, they were more powerful than the Dongluo clan had been, with the exception of the 3 nascent soul cultivators. The city itself was fully repaired. The style was different from what Dongluo cities had been, though. The renovated Peacock Screwing City radiated the style of the Parrot. It was now bright and colorful. Meng Hao handed everything over to the Parrot as he prepared to go into secluded meditation. All aspects, the city walls, the protective spell formation, all began to resemble the gaudy colors of the Parrot. In regard to the burrowing vines, Meng Hao planted some here, whereupon they became one aspect of the city's defense system. Anyone who joined the Church of the Golden Light was allowed to live in the city. Of course, the Church of the Golden Light was not a sect, so as more people arrived, the city was no longer truly a city, but rather a temple. Meng Hao channeled a spring from a local river, which he then transformed into a cistern. After adding some medicinal pills, it turned into another medicinal elixir cistern. This became the root of the entire church. The green leaf spell formation had been defiled by the Parrot. After becoming the master of the city, the Parrot didn't get rid of it, though, but rather came up with some methods to repair and upgrade it. Now the spell formation could emit crushing pressure. Also, it was now multicolored. The interior of the city was arranged as before into 3 levels. There was only one residence on the 3rd level. That was where Meng Hao currently sat cross-legged in meditation. In front of him was the small black jar which he had acquired from Big Head, the legacy item from the League of Hellfire from the 4th mountain. He had been studying the item for several days. He very much wanted to be able to use it with the same seemingly miraculous speed that Big Head had. The idea was very intriguing. He rubbed the surface of the jar, and then suddenly, information regarding a divine ability popped into his mind. "Bloodburst flash?" he said lightly. "Use the power of flowing blood to achieve dramatic speed increase." Meng Hao's eyes glittered as he lifted his hand to rub the rock scale on his forehead. No matter how he tried, he had been unable to employ its power a second time. Several days later, just as Meng Hao had finished cultivating the art of the bloodburst flash, Big Head solemnly delivered a jade slip to him. He scanned it with spiritual sense, whereupon his eyes began to gleam. Meng Hao had sent Big Head to make some inquiries throughout the Black Lands to find out where frigid snow larvae existed. Such larvae were rare but not mythical. Thankfully, it didn't take long for Big Head to acquire the necessary information. "Holy Snow City," said Meng Hao with a soft sigh, gazing at the jade slip. A slight smile spread across his face. There was only one place in all of the Black Lands where frigid snow larvae could be found. It was none other than one of the cities of the United Nine, Holy Snow City. The city belonged to the Frigid Snow clan, a clan that was much more powerful than the Dongluo clan. Their spirit-severing patriarchs had ensured their continued existence for many years. In fact, in the past, they had even occupied the most prominent position within the United Nine, with 3 spirit-severing patriarchs. Unfortunately, recent years had seen quite a decline in their power. They now only had 1 spirit-severing patriarch. According to rumor, this final patriarch was reaching the end of his life and rarely appeared. He was now the Tao reserve of the Frigid Snow clan. Apparently, only direct blood descendants of the clan could acquire a frigid snow larva along with the method to raise it. Most importantly, the moment after coming to life, the frigid snow larva would bond a master. That bond could never be altered. When the master died, the larva would also die. Meng Hao put away the jade slip. The frigid snow larva was related to his ability to transcend tribulation, and he definitely needed one. After some mental deliberation, he rose to his feet and left his residence. As he looked out at the riotously colorful city, he felt a bit dizzy. The Parrot soared excitedly through the air, followed by 3 listless scarlet peacocks. From below drifted up chanting regarding having faith in the Lord Fifth to gain eternal life. As for the meat jelly, it was finally able to begin preaching to the thousands of members of the church. Currently, it was looking solemnly at a Foundation establishment cultivator. Ignoring the trembling look of despair on his face, as it enthusiastically described the beauty of a sunset from many years in the past. Meng Hao watched on for a bit and then sighed. It looked to him like the cultivators in the city were very different than they used to, thanks to the parrot and the meat jelly. After a moment's thought, he turned, transforming into a beam of light that shot off into the distance. When the parrot saw him leaving, it suddenly got very excited. Taking off, eh? Ha ha ha. Lord Fifth will now enact a plan that has been a long time in the making. Come come, children. Lord Fifth will now teach you a second celestial spell formation. This one is called the Immortal Execution Formation. The parrot slapped its chest with its wing, its voice roaring out with excitement. This formation can shake the heavens and rock the earth. Employing it isn't dangerous at all, and won't hurt you in the least bit. Lord Fifth was definitely not screwed over by my own spell formation 9 times in the past. Therefore, you all have nothing to worry about. It was dusk in the Black Lands. Meng Hao whistled through the air at high speed, like a green shooting star that disappeared over the horizon. This was his 7th day of travel after leaving the city. He had followed the course laid out on the map in the Jade Slip, flying without rest the entire time. It was uncommon to find long-range teleportation portals within the Black Lands. If you wanted to travel somewhere, you needed to make the journey with your own power. Throughout the 7 days, lightning would occasionally fall, to be accompanied by the miserable shrieks of the Li clan patriarch. Meng Hao wasn't harmed at all. At the moment, he was flying over the smoking ruins of what had once been a town home to a small-scale power. Amidst the smoldering wreckage, Meng Hao could make out quite a few corpses. This was the 5th such scene Meng Hao had encountered during the past 7 days. He looked down at it for a moment, and was about to fly past when suddenly he gave out a cold snort. His eyes glittered with coldness and he waved his right hand. A flying sword had just shot out toward him. Now it came to a halt about 30 meters away. A sinister cry suddenly rang out from within the ruins. Attack! 8 beams of light appeared, shooting up toward Meng Hao. Among the 8 people was 1 late core formation cultivator. 2 were of the mid-core formation stage, and the rest were of the early core formation stage. 8-men squads like this were nothing to take lightly in any location. As they flew out, they emanated shocking power. However, other than the late core formation cultivator, all of the men had listless expressions in their eyes. Their cultivation bases were powerful, but their movements were rigid like those of puppets. They bore down on Meng Hao, employing blazingly colorful magical items and techniques. Flying swords and magical bottles filled the air, seemingly moments away from slamming into Meng Hao. Meng Hao frowned, then utilized the bloodburst flash. Instantly, his body flickered, and he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was some distance away. This was not minor teleportation. However, to move such a distance in such a short time was completely shocking. Booms filled the air as the position he had just occupied exploded into a pillar of light, the result of the combined attack. Meng Hao's expression grew dark. The attack just now had been filled with killing intent. However, he was certain that he had never met these people before. So, the chaos in the Black Lands has already reached this level, he thought with a frown. It was at this moment that the group of 8 men realized that Meng Hao had disappeared. They turned around and caught sight of him. The late core formation cultivator gave a cold snort, and a vicious look appeared in his eyes. Trifling early core formation cultivator. It looks like you have some nice magical techniques. However, now that you've run into me, you have no choice but to be a good boy and become my puppet. The more puppets I have, the safer I'll be. The man lifted his right hand, and immediately, the 7 other cultivators charged toward Meng Hao, their faces wooden. Meng Hao blinked several times in succession, focusing the power of his cultivation base into his right eye. Instantly, his view of the world changed. Using the celestial vision technique, Meng Hao was able to see vast quantities of gossamer threads attached to the bodies of the 7 cultivators. The threads stretched back into the fist of the late core formation cultivator. It seemed these people really were all puppets under his control. As they sped toward him, Meng Hao lifted his hand. He sliced his fingertip, causing blood to flow out. His face grim, he pointed forward, and everything in his field of view turned the color of blood. A rumbling filled the air, along with a blood chi that transformed into an attack that shot out toward the incoming 7 cultivators. The rumbling increased in intensity as the blood chi shook the air with power like that of a dragon. The 7 cultivators coughed up blood, and their bodies tottered backward. The face of the late core formation cultivator flickered. Meng Hao shot forward once again using the bloodburst flash. In the blink of an eye, he was directly in front of his opponent. Without hesitation or mercy, he lifted his blood-soaked finger and pressed down onto the man's forehead. Blood chi poured into the cultivator's body, causing him to tremble. Veins bulged out on his skin, and lines of red appeared in his eyes. He twitched a few times and then exploded. Meng Hao flicked his sleeve, preventing any of the blood and gore from touching him. He had slaughtered the late core formation cultivator smoothly and efficiently. After the death of the late core formation cultivator, the other 7 people began to tremble. Blood oozed from their eyes, nose and mouth as they slowly died. Brow furrowed, Meng Hao collected their bags of holding. The entire battle had been a bit strange. It seems everyone in the Black Lands is living in fear. The weak wish to be strong, and will kill without compunction. Slaughtering opponents leads to increased strength. He turned, disappearing off into the distance as he continued on toward Holy Snow City. I hope nothing too drastic has occurred to the frigid snow clan of Holy Snow City. They are the only people who can raise frigid snow larvae. So if anything has changed, my plan will be ruined. As of now, Meng Hao truly understood the level of chaos within the Black Lands. He continued forward at top speed. Several days later, he was traveling through a chain of mountains when a boom suddenly echoed out. Meng Hao's eyes glowed with killing intent as a dozen or so cultivators closed in on him. He continued on and heads flew. After enough time passed for an incense stick to burn, Meng Hao left, leaving only complete death in his wake. The attack just now had stemmed from an incident a few days before when Meng Hao had consumed a medicinal pill to bolster his cultivation base. The scene had been witnessed by a cultivator, which led to an explosion of greed among other locals. Now they were all dead. Time passed by slowly. Half a month later, Meng Hao was still traveling along alone. He had faced quite a bit of dangerous situations along the way, but in the end, his grisly tactics left anyone who messed with him dead. Afterwards, he used a magical technique to cause their severed heads to float along behind him as he traveled. It was a road of death and severed heads. In the end, the floating severed heads grew more and more numerous. There were dozens of them, most of them dried and withered, although some still dripped with blood. This sight shocked the hearts of many local scoundrels, and enabled Meng Hao to travel a bit more safely. Fewer and fewer people were willing to provoke him. Any cultivator with brains who saw the macabre floating heads would immediately dispel any notions they had of messing with Meng Hao. A few more days passed. More than a month had gone by since Meng Hao left the former Dongluo city. He had nearly crossed the entire Black Lands, and had personally witnessed the anarchy which reigned. There was no order. The forces of the Black Lands Palace and the armies of the United Nine engaged in countless battles which left the land swathed in the flames of war. The pandemonium was like an even more explicit version of the law of the jungle. There was no need to conceal one's actions, no need for misgivings. Only the strong survived. As for the weak, they were there to serve the strong. Within a month's time, of the 9 cities that made up the United Nine, only 4 remained. The clans in the other cities were either exterminated, seized by the Black Lands Palace, or forced to flee into hiding. It was simply too difficult for the United Nine to stand up to the combined forces of the Western Desert and the Black Lands Palace. It was only the day before that Meng Hao heard that Holy Snow City had been besieged, which caused his heart to sink. I'd hoped there would be no obstructions on my way there, he said, shaking his head. He shot forward as fast as possible. According to his estimation, his current rate of travel would get him to the vicinity of Holy Snow City in about 2 days. Currently, he shot across the land underneath the evening sky. The ground below was no longer pitch black, but rather somewhat pale. It was not white soil but rather snow. The air temperature was so low that Meng Hao could see his own breath. The wind was bone-piercingly cold, and it had begun to snow. It had been a very long time since he had seen snowfall. In fact, to his best recollection, the last time had been that snowy night in the state of Zhao when he'd shared the horse cart with the scholar and engaged in a lively discussion. Snowflakes floated down from the sky, and Meng Hao's eyes glittered as he saw the snow piling up on the ground. Down below was a forest, although there were no leaves on any of the trees. Instead, their withered branches were piled up with accumulations of snow. Meng Hao looked off into the distance, and suddenly his expression flickered. He dropped down to the ground and ceased flying. His green robe whipped in the wind as he walked through the forest. Deeper within the forest were two cultivators, blood-spattered and pale-faced, standing protectively in front of a young woman in her late teens. She wore a white gown and was spectacularly beautiful. However, she seemed to be in a very miserable situation. Her face was also pale and filled with a miserable expression. In her right hand she held a larva that appeared to be made of crystal. It was currently spinning silk, which transformed into a bright light that surrounded the group of 3 people. Unfortunately, the larva appeared to be somewhat listless, as if it were on the verge of death. The group was currently surrounded by a pack of 100 wolves, all of whom emanated black auras and had bright red eyes. Behind the wolves was a western desert cultivator, his body festooned with totem tattoos, who was staring greedily at the white-robed young woman. The cultivators protecting the young woman consisted of a man and a woman. The man gruffly cried out, "You despicable western desert cultivator! Don't you fear the power of our frigid snow clan's spirit-severing patriarch? There's no need to discuss whether your spirit-severing patriarch is alive or not," replied the western desert cultivator in a hoarse voice. "If he's alive, he'll be paying attention to the Battle of Holy Snow City. Right now, you're just a regular old frigid snow clan member. Your life or death won't mean anything to him." The man waved his right arm, and the 100 black wolves pounced, slamming into the shield weaved by the larva. Booms rang out, and the western desert cultivator's eyes brimmed with avarice. "Your frigid snow clan switched out the character blood in your name with the character snow. But did you really think that would make the western desert forget about you?" The man laughed as he stared at the girl. The western desert cultivator gave the young woman a vicious, greedy smile. When neo-demons began to be raised in the western desert, the frigid blood clan brought forth generation after generation of Grand Dragoner. "When I was small, I heard all of the legends about your clan. Grand Dragoners wield power far greater than that of totems. They are the true pinnacle of the western desert. As for me, I'm a mere rank 3 Dragoner. But if I can seize the legacy of the frigid blood clan, then I'll have a chance to become a Grand Dragoner. Hanshua Shan, what do you think of the neo-demons I've raised?" The western desert cultivator laughed heartily as the black wolves in the area all lifted their heads up and howled. They seemed to bristle with ferocity. The glowing shield surrounding the white-robed young woman was showing signs of breaking apart. Her face was pale, and blood oozed from her mouth. There was despair in her eyes, but also determination. Turning to the 2 cultivators protecting her, she said, "Don't worry about me. Leave while you can." The 2 cultivators looked nervous. They were about to say something when the young woman glared, indicating that they shouldn't speak. It was at this moment that the bodies of the howling black wolves suddenly began to expand, and they charged forward. They slammed into the shield, which was now more than half destroyed. From the look of things, one more attack would thoroughly shatter it. The wolves were on the verge of attacking again, and the western desert cultivator's eyes were glowing with a bright light. At this exact moment, the sound of footsteps crunching on snow suddenly echoed out from within the forest. The sound was extremely distinct. Mortals did not live in this area, so the instant the sound of the footsteps could be heard, it caused the white-robed young woman and her companion cultivators to look toward where the sound was coming from. The western desert cultivator also looked over with a frown. What they saw was a young man wearing a long robe, with black hair flowing down past his shoulders. His features were refined, and he had a cultured air. This, of course, was Meng Hao. He walked out slowly, looking every bit like a scholar. From his bearing, he seemed as if he were simply enjoying a midnight stroll in his own backyard, out to see the beautiful layers of snow that had fallen on his flower garden. He strolled out, carrying a scroll in one hand, which only lent further to his scholarly aura. The Western Desert cultivator's eyes narrowed, as if he disbelieved Meng Hao's profound aura were real. He waved his right hand, and immediately 8 black wolves leaped toward Meng Hao, howling, their crimson eyes glowing brightly. The white-robed young woman seemed to be upset at the sight of it, but all of her energy was focused on controlling the frigid snow larva, leaving her powerless to provide any assistance. She could only watch silently. "Excellent fur," said Meng Hao lightly, glancing at the wolves. "If the parrot were here, he would probably like them." These wolves were not illusory creations of magic, but flesh and blood creatures. However, there was something different about them, as if totemic power also existed inside them. This was the first time Meng Hao had seen beasts like this. There were more than 100 of them, and each one emanated a power similar to that of the late Foundation establishment stage. Back in the southern domain, this pack of black wolves would constitute quite a powerful force. "Interesting," said Meng Hao as he walked forward. He patted his bag of holding to produce a red medicinal pill. He quickly crushed it into powder, which he then dispersed into the air with the flick of a sleeve. A wind picked up, spreading the powder toward the 8 wolves that were charging toward him. As soon as they made contact with the powder, they began to howl miserably. A moment later, they exploded into a haze of blood and gore. The blood and gore instantly turned black, and then completely dissolved. The powder continued to spread out, and more black wolves screamed and began to rot away, their bodies then exploding. The explosion of the bodies sent black blood flying about, staining the white snow and filling the air with the stench of decay. Any other wolves who touched the blood would immediately begin to squeal. Their bodies would shake, and it only took the space of a few breaths before they, too, collapsed. It was a chain reaction. As Meng Hao walked forward, more and more wolves began to scream and collapse into death. Black blood sprayed about, floating through the air, spreading out like a dark mist, which rose up into the air to form a cloud. It took only moments for half of the over 100 wolves to be killed. The rest retreated, trembling, their tails between their legs. As they looked at Meng Hao, their eyes filled with unprecedented terror. The white-robed young woman watched all of this with wide eyes. The 2 cultivators next to her also gaped. Even the Western Desert cultivator stared in shock. "This? You?" he stammered, his body trembling. His eyes looked like they might pop out of his head. "So, you're looking to die, huh?" He then let out a howl filled with ultimate fury. The veins on his face bulged out, and his eyes filled with savagery and blood. He lifted his right hand, within which appeared a black stone. He crushed it, then waved his arm. A black smoke swirled out, which then transformed into a vortex. Rank 2 Reptodragon Neo-Demons. Emerge. Suddenly, roaring sounds poured out from within the vortex, followed by a bright red reptilian creature, approximately 3 meters long. It was followed by another. Soon there were 10, then 30. 30 red reptilian creatures appeared, emanating shocking power. Their roars caused everything around to tremble. A strange light shone in Meng Hao's eyes. He had long since noticed that there was something different about this particular Western Desert cultivator. He had 2 totem tattoos on his body, one of a black wolf, the other a reptilian creature. The totems didn't appear to be any different from the type seen on other Western Desert cultivators. However, Meng Hao sensed that there was indeed something strange about them. "Senior, he's a Western Desert Dragoner," said the white-robed young woman anxiously. She could tell that Meng Hao was unfamiliar with creatures such as these, and continued, "Dragoners might not have high cultivation bases, but they command neo-demons. Kill him, and the neo-demons will disperse. After I exterminate this guy, I'm going after you, slut," cried the Western Desert cultivator viciously. He waved his hand toward Meng Hao, and the 30 crimson reptiles charged toward Meng Hao in a frenzy, their gaping red mouths emanating an odor of death. Meng Hao took one more look at the crimson reptiles, then shook his head. He raised his right hand and extended a finger toward the black cloud which still hovered in midair. Immediately, vast quantities of black raindrops began to fall down. The rain sprayed over the crimson reptiles, and they began to howl miserably. Their bodies trembled and began to decay. Over the space of a few breaths, all of the reptiles underneath the 300-meter-wide black cloud had transformed into skeletons. Meng Hao stood in the midst of the black rain. Not a single raindrop fell onto his green robe or his long black hair. The sight of it was shocking, causing the Western Desert cultivator to gasp. His eyes filled with a look of disbelief. You're a Grand Dragoner. Being unfamiliar with the term, Meng Hao asked, "What's a Grand Dragoner?" He walked up to the Western Desert cultivator, who was currently trembling as he stared with reverence and fear at Meng Hao. The person to respond to Meng Hao's question was not the shivering Western Desert cultivator, but rather the white-robed young woman, Xianxia. Grand Dragoner is the highest title achievable by Western Desert Dragoners, similar to Totem God. Both are titles which represent extreme levels of power. One breeds rare creatures that are even more powerful than earthly neodemons. The other controls 5 or more totems. The battle prowess of the former is similar to that of the spirit-severing stage, the latter almost the same. The glowing shield surrounding the young woman had already dissipated, and she had put away the listless larva. Meng Hao turned to look at her, whereupon she clasped hands and bowed. "I am Xianxia of the Frigid Snow Clan. I offer many thanks for your kindness in saving me, Senior." The exhausted cultivators next to her gave Meng Hao looks of gratitude. However, vigilance could still be seen in their eyes. After all, the power he had manifested just now had frightened even the Western Desert cultivator, let alone them. With the wave of a sleeve, Meng Hao had killed countless wolves, transformed their blood into a mist which caused a rain to fall that desolated everything within a 300-meter radius. Nothing alive was left in the entire area. Such methods left them in complete shock. Furthermore, they couldn't see Meng Hao's cultivation base. He emanated a mysterious force which left all of them incapable of showing him anything but respect. "I'm not a Grand Dragoner," said Meng Hao, shaking his head. "However, you do owe me some thanks." He pointed a finger toward the ground and at the same time pressed down on the forehead of the Western Desert cultivator. The man's body instantly began to tremble, and his eyes filled with blankness, as if he had suddenly lost his thinking ability. His cultivation base is only at the early core formation stage, thought Meng Hao, and yet he can control so many beasts. So this is a Western Desert Dragoner. Meng Hao now understood the situation, but he was still very curious regarding Dragoners, so he looked back at the white-robed young woman. "I didn't save you for no reason," he said. The eyes of the two cultivators standing at her side glittered with even more intense vigilance. This was especially so after they saw Meng Hao press down on the forehead of the Western Desert cultivator. Whatever method he had used to make the man suddenly look so blank was clearly some frightening technique and caused them to become even more nervous. "Please do not hesitate to state what you desire, Senior," said Xianxia, her voice light. "I want a frigid snow larva," he replied immediately. The two cultivators standing next to her frowned. At the same time, they tried to conceal the irritation toward Meng Hao that appeared in their eyes. Xianxia hesitated for a moment. "Senior, frigid snow larvae bond with a master when they are very young. According to everything I've been told, the Frigid Snow Clan currently does not possess any such young larvae. Of course, I might not be privy to all the information. If you come back with me to Holy Snow City, I can check into the matter thoroughly and do my best to repay your kindness." She looked at Meng Hao with her exceedingly beautiful eyes. They didn't seem to contain any duplicity. She was thankful to Meng Hao for saving her life. However, she also feared him. Everything she had witnessed just now left her with a feeling of profound dread. Her words did not sound forced, but they were. She had the feeling that if she didn't provide the correct response, this man's kindness would very likely turn into enmity. Furthermore, she couldn't be certain if his appearance here and now was coincidental, or if he had prepared for this situation all along. In any case, he had definitely saved her life. After returning to Holy Snow City, she would try to repay him. Meng Hao thought for a moment as he looked at the young woman. His eyes filled with abstruseness. Then he gave a slight smile and nodded. The white-robed young woman gave an inward sigh of relief. With a forced smile, she backed up a few steps. The other two cultivators continued to observe Meng Hao with even more vigilance as they left the woods. The Western Desert Dragoner followed Meng Hao with a blank look on his face. He seemed to have lost control of himself, which, of course, filled Xianxia and the others with even more shock. Holy Snow City was in the northern part of the Black Lands. Although it was some distance from the Western Desert, it couldn't be considered extremely far. The land in the area was blanketed with ice and snow year-round, making everything look white. It was quite a distance from the location Meng Hao had recently occupied, the former Dongluo city. Despite the fact that both had been members of the United Nine, they actually had few dealings. After all, both clans' position in the United Nine had been waning in recent years. Despite the recent decline in power of the Frigid Snow clan, which had once been the leader of the alliance, they still maintained their pride and dignity. Furthermore, there were still rumors of their spirit-severing patriarch, who continued to remain in secluded meditation. He hadn't appeared for several hundred years, but no one was completely sure whether he was alive or dead. Even the possibility of him being alive ensured that Holy Snow City would not suffer any sort of disaster. Therefore, although Holy Snow City did not possess the glory it once had, it still shone with splendor. Right now, though, everyone in Holy Snow City was filled with a certain somberness. A pressure weighed down on them, as if dark clouds filled the sky and pushed down onto the land. The ice-like, crystalline city walls were covered with Holy Snow City cultivators, all of whom stared out vigilantly into the outside world. The region outside of the city trembled. Currently, the sky was filled with countless pitch-black, winged flood dragons. They twisted about in the air, their crimson eyes glowing with viciousness. They emitted fierce howls that caused the hearts of the observing cultivators to tremble. At first glance, the winged flood dragons seemed innumerable, but actually, there were only 50 of them circling around Holy Snow City. Down on the ground could be seen 70 or 80 gigantic blue lions, each one 20 meters or so long. Wherever they walked, the ground beneath their feet turned into blue ice. In addition to these beasts, there were approximately 1,000 cultivators, who stood behind the creatures, staring at Holy Snow City. They wore black clothing, and their faces were covered with masks. Most of them had cultivation bases at the foundation establishment stage and wore white masks. Among the 1,000 cultivators, only about 30 wore azure masks. In the lead position was an old man with flowing white hair and a silver mask. Based on the aura of his cultivation base, he was at the nascent soul stage. Further off was a snow-covered mountain where several hundred tall men stood. Their faces were expressionless, and totem tattoos could be seen on their bodies, some more than others. Their auras were different from that of the other cultivators, a bit more wild and bizarre. These were Western Desert cultivators. Between the armies of Holy Snow City and the Black Lands Palace stretched a vast field filled with wind and snow, separating the two of them. Even further back were tens of thousands of Black Lands Palace disciples, spread out to form a huge barrier around Holy Snow City, completely encircling it. It seemed that a great battle was about to take place. It was at this very moment that Meng Hao and the others appeared off in the distance and saw the scene spread out in front of them. Meng Hao's expression remained the same as ever, but the faces of Xianxia and the two other cultivators fell immediately. They had been traveling for over a day, and during the entire time, Meng Hao had never asked her why she had left Holy Snow City, nor had Xianxia taken the initiative to provide any details. However, based on some of the discussions he had heard between the other two cultivators, he came to the realization that their party had set out with over 30 members. As of now, they were the only two guards left. "It seems we won't be able to get into the city," said Meng Hao coolly. The forces of the Black Lands Palace were arrayed in such a fashion as to completely lock down Holy Snow City. At the moment, no military offensive had begun. Some people might not be able to tell, but considering that the strongest combatant present was of the nascent soul stage, it was clear that this was not intended to be a decisive battle, but rather an exploratory attack. Xianxia was about to say something when, suddenly, the sound of war bugles filled the air. The winged flood dragons shot toward Holy Snow City. The gigantic blue lions also sped forward, their bodies glowing with light such that they seemed like gigantic blue arrows. As the bugles sounded out, the Black Lands Palace cultivators flew up into the air in succession. Behind them, the ground shook as two giants appeared, each one roughly 90 meters tall. It wasn't clear exactly where they had come from, but they strode forward accompanied by thunderous rumbling. Slung over the shoulder of each giant was a great sword nearly 300 meters long. The sword seemed old, even ancient, but the power they emanated was astonishing. If that was all there was to it, it would not be a big deal. But as the bugles sounded out, a black sea appeared. This black sea was comprised of several tens of thousands of black wolves which spread out across the land as they charged toward Holy Snow City. The shield surrounding Holy Snow City sparkled as nearly 1,000 cultivators flew up from within the city. They employed a variety of magical techniques and magical items, the power of which shot through the shield to slice into the approaching beasts and cultivators. In addition, a massive beam of white, shining light shot up from within the city. Up above the city, 5 blinding, shining lights that looked like planets appeared, rotating about. With each rotation, they emanated a curving white light which swept out past the city walls. Booming sounds shook heaven and earth, and everything trembled. Meng Hao had never witnessed a battle such as this between cultivators. As the battle began, Meng Hao also noticed a group of several dozen people fly out from within the city toward the glittering shield. The instant they passed through it, 5 flying planets appeared above them. They rotated, emanating an arcing white light which shot through the shrieking beasts in front of them, ripping them to pieces. Up above, the flood dragons dodged away, unable to get near them. It wasn't one such squad that appeared. More than 10 groups charged out from within the city to engage in the battle with the Black Lands Palace forces outside the city walls. Explosions filled the air, along with miserable shrieks, and the fighting continued. It was not that Meng Hao had never witnessed a large-scale combat between cultivators. However, this type of battle was something he had never seen before. The sight of it caused his heart to start pounding. He was no newcomer to the cultivation world, though, so he quickly calmed himself down. What drew his attention most were the 2 massive giants that strode across the battlefield. Their movements were slow, but every step they took caused the ground to shake. The enormous swords they wielded emanated thoroughly shocking swords auras. Suddenly, one of the squads of cultivators from the city changed directions to head toward Meng Hao and his group. He might have taken it to be coincidence, but when he saw the look of happiness glittering in the eyes of Xianxia, he knew that these people were coming to take her back to the city. It seemed like the approaching cultivators were actually preparing to attack. Meng Hao blinked. Looks like even though I saved her, no one will believe I did. In the lead was a handsome young man who looked extremely nervous. His cultivation base was at the late core formation stage. Following him were a dozen or so other cultivators, the weakest of whom was at the early core formation stage. 3 were of the same level as the young man, the late core formation stage. At the front of their group were 5 rotating planets. The spell formation shone brightly and caused them to speed forward like the wind as they attacked. Suddenly, Xianxia shot forward. Her speed was incredible, causing Meng Hao's eyes to flicker. Clearly, she had been concealing the true limits of her speed before. As she flew forward, a cloud of ice and snow appeared beneath her feet, propelling her forward. The other 2 cultivators also shot forward, utilizing magical techniques and treasures to increase their speed. They were obviously worried that Meng Hao would attack them, or do something else to hold them back. Apparently, their use of these techniques and items were a waste. Meng Hao did nothing more than watch them go, a faint, enigmatic smile on his face. He didn't even take half a step forward. he just let them speed away. This caused the two cultivators to stare in shock. However, they had no time to think much about it. As vigilant as ever, they escorted Xianxia as she flew down toward the battlefield, ready to defend her with their lives. As Xianxia flew along, a silvery glow flew out from her person. Wherever the silver light went, the surrounding beasts would stop moving and being to tremble. This made it possible for them to quickly charge quite a distance. When Xianxia and her guards were several hundred meters away from Meng Hao, he saw them meet up with the other young cultivator and his group. Both seemed quite excited, but obviously knew that this was not the time for any sort of discussion. The cultivators from the young man's group fanned out to protect Xianxia, and they headed back toward the city. It was at this point that Xianxia finally breathed a sigh of relief. She glanced back at Meng Hao off in the distance, a cunning, complacent gleam in her eyes. However, just as the group set out, flood dragons, Blacklands cultivators, as well as a huge group of black wolves, charged toward them in attack. Off in the distance were some western desert cultivators who also approached, 8 of them. The battlefield was in chaos, but Meng Hao was clearly able to see all of these developments. "Don't think I'll forget so easily about the fact that I saved your life," murmured Meng Hao. By this time, even he could see that this was not any sort of decisive battle. Both sides had various misgivings and were holding back. The most powerful combatant on the field was the nascent soul cultivator from the Blacklands Palace, who hadn't even made an attack. The person who had been sent to escort Xianxia was of the late core formation stage. Holy Snow City hadn't even deployed nascent soul cultivators at all. "They're holding back," thought Meng Hao, scanning the battlefield. "Neither side wants to reveal their true strength. This battle is just a way to feel each other out. I don't see much down there that could cause any problems for me." He began to stride forward, followed by the confused western desert cultivator. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared within Holy Snow City, a figure who shot out past the city walls. It was an old woman with gray hair. The silver-masked nascent soul cultivator from the Blacklands Palace strode forward to meet her, his eyes gleaming. Neither spoke. Instead, they immediately attacked with divine abilities. A boom echoed out, and the sky above the battlefield suddenly grew dim. At the same time, the slaughtering on the battlefield grew more intense. More cultivators poured out of Holy Snow City to join the fighting. As for Xianxia, she was getting more nervous. Despite being surrounded by guards from Holy Snow City, she was still quite some distance from the city itself. Furthermore, the surrounding wolves, lions, flood dragons and cultivators from the Blacklands Palace and Western Desert were making it difficult to move at all. Out of their group of a dozen or so Holy Snow City cultivators, 3 had already died. The magical 5 planets device rotated rapidly, but even the bright beams of white light that shot out from it were incapable of completely extricating them from the danger they were in. Even more importantly, one of the enormous giants was approaching, brandishing its gigantic sword. In addition, a group of more than a dozen flood dragons was currently charging toward the 5 planets, clearly intent on destroying them. If the magical 5 planets device was destroyed, then they would be in even more danger. A roaring sound filled the air as the dozen or so flood dragons began to howl. Their bodies glowed with flickering light as they shot toward the 5 planets device. Booming sounds filled the air as it began to break apart. Moments later, it completely collapsed. When the 5 planets device broke apart, 4 more of the cultivators surrounding Xianxia died. When she heard their agonized, dying screams, her face went pale. She watched as one of the cultivators chose to self-detonate before being killed. The powerful explosion spread out, slamming into their enemies, buying them a bit more time. The young man of the late core formation stage anxiously grabbed Xianxia, his eyes bloodshot as he dragged her onward toward the city. He seemed worried that the nearby beasts and cultivators might also use self-detonation. The complacency Xianxia had previously shown toward Meng Hao was now completely gone, replaced instead by grief. She could only bite her lip as she followed the young man in front of her. It was at this time that Meng Hao entered the battlefield. Before he had moved too far, nearby black wolves charged toward him, radiating frenzied savagery. Meng Hao's right hand shot out and grabbed one of them by the neck. Using his left hand, he forced a medicinal pill into its mouth, which caused it to begin to shake violently. Suddenly, the fur began to fall off of its body, which then began to swell. This entire process only took the space of a few breaths. As other wolves closed in, Meng Hao let go. A boom filled the air as the hairless wolf let out a miserable shriek, and then exploded. There was no flesh and blood, but rather a black mist that spread out in all directions. As soon as the incoming wolves touched the mist, their bodies began to wither up, and they let out miserable shrieks as their bodies, too, transformed into mist. Very quickly, the area surrounding Meng Hao was filled with thick mist. He proceeded forward, his expression as calm as usual. Of course, the scene which had just played out would cause any observer's eyes to fill with astonishment. As he walked on, the mist roiled out, killing any of the beasts who touched it. It didn't take long before he was surrounded by mist for dozens of meters in each direction. By now, many people on the battlefield were looking over in his direction. Han Shuashan also saw what was happening. It was at this moment that a huge blue lion, over 20 meters long, pounced toward Meng Hao. Before it could get close, though, Meng Hao's right hand stretched out as fast as lightning, clamping onto the neck of the lion. Once again, he used his left hand to force a medicinal pill into its mouth. Everyone watched on in astonishment as the gigantic lion's fur suddenly began to fall off. After that, it exploded, not into flesh and blood, but rather a blue mist. The blue mist spread out in the cold air, rapidly fusing with the black mist. The new mist expanded, and now, Meng Hao had no need to personally attack any of the blue lions. As soon as they touched the mist, their blood-curdling howls would echo across the battlefield. Gasps could be heard from the nearby Blacklands palace cultivators. Who is that? That's poison? That guy's a poison expert. That's no ordinary poison. Look what it does to the Western Desert neodemons. This poison, The Blacklands palace cultivators backed up, the faces beneath their masks filled with shock, considering that even the Western Desert cultivators' demonic beasts had no way to avoid Meng Hao's poison. How could they? Even more shocked than them were the Western Desert cultivators, who all looked at Meng Hao with gazes of astonishment and terror. Among the Western Desert forces were 3 people who were clearly not as tall as the others but were still sported totem tattoos. These were Western Desert Dragoners, men capable of controlling neodemons. All of the flood dragons, black wolves, and lions in the area were under their control. However, they seemed more frightened than anyone else on the battlefield. Their breathing came in ragged pants as they stared at the mist surrounding Meng Hao. Their hearts were filled with astonishment. Dragoner. He's a Dragoner. Only a Dragoner could understand neodemons so well to be able to kill them like that. Meng Hao proceeded onward. Up above, fierce shrieks rang out as 3 flood dragons sped toward him. Meng Hao looked up, a strange light glowing in his eyes. There was no need to use poison in this situation. All he did was open his mouth in the direction of the flood dragons and suck in a deep breath. As he did, the flying rain dragon core that existed inside of his golden core suddenly trembled. Suddenly, the illusory image of a massive flying rain dragon appeared behind Meng Hao. It was huge, several hundred meters in length, and it erupted with a domineering air of profound superiority. It was a sovereign of the sky. As Meng Hao breathed in, the flying rain dragon opened its mouth and charged toward the flood dragons. It seemed to be hungry, starving, as if it hadn't eaten for tens of thousands of years. The 3 flood dragons let out miserable, desperate shrieks. Now that they faced up against a flying rain dragon, they trembled, and their expressions were those of dread. They wanted to flee, but it was too late. The flying rain dragon swallowed them up, a scene which caused everyone on the battlefield to reel. The Western Desert cultivators stared with wide eyes, panting, their faces covered with shock. He consumed those neodemons. Grand Dragoner. He's definitely a Grand Dragoner. That flying rain dragon phantom is his heavenly neodemon. It's definitely a heavenly neo-demon. The heavenly neo-demon of a grand dragoner. The Black Lands Palace cultivators. The Holy Snow City cultivators. Everyone was staring at the scene, their minds reeling. The flying rain dragon behind Meng Hao lifted its head toward the sky in a soundless roar, then shot toward more flood dragons. This chapter was sponsored by Daniel Han, Mykola Sakharov, Nam Tran, Night Runners, Dion Shutt, Henry Chundra, Pedro Pulido, Alexander Kubiak, and Lim Derek flood dragons are food for ancient flying rain dragons, who will chomp them down merrily. Meng Hao's flying rain dragon phantom flew through the air, its massive illusory frame shaking everything. Dozens of nearby flood dragons let out fierce shrieks that were filled with dread. Their bodies trembled, and they were about to flee in all directions when the illusory flying rain dragon let out another soundless roar. The wolves on the ground began to shake and then lie prone. The enormous blue lions also lowered their trembling heads and let out subservient grunts. The flood dragons seemed to be filled with despair. However, they didn't dare to move. Meng Hao's flying rain dragon phantom swooped down and swallowed one of them up. The battlefield was deathly quiet. Everyone gaped in shock at the scene which was playing out in the sky. The flying rain dragon swallowed one flood dragon after another. Soon, each and every flood dragon had been swallowed up, after which, the flying rain dragon flew back to Meng Hao and then vanished. Everything was as quiet as death. Meng Hao cleared his throat, and then proceeded along toward Xianxia. When he arrived in front of her, he saw her face covered with disbelief and dread, as was the face of the young man standing next to her. "I saved your life," he said, looking a bit embarrassed. "You still haven't paid me back. Before you do, is it really appropriate to go running off?" He felt a little bit awkward saying words like this to a young woman. Xianxia quivered, her beautiful eyes brimming with terror. In her anxiety, she wasn't sure how to respond. It was at this moment, however, that her eyes suddenly went wide. It wasn't just her. Everyone on the battlefield who had been paying attention to Meng Hao were now panting. A roar echoed out behind Meng Hao as a 90-meter-tall giant charged toward him, waving its enormous sword in the air. This sword seemed capable of slashing a hole through the air itself. A piercing sound filled the air as it slashed down toward Meng Hao. It didn't emanate ripples, but instead seemed to be sucking in the surrounding air. The mist surrounding Meng Hao began to churn. All of this takes some time to describe, but actually happened in only a moment. By the time Meng Hao finished speaking, the enormous sword was only about 30 meters away from his head. The sword in its entirety was around 300 meters long. The giant was 90 meters tall and bursting with immense power. Although it didn't have a cultivation base, it was clearly powerful enough to cause anyone to shake in fear. The sword descended toward Meng Hao's head, causing the mist surrounding him to roil out in all directions. This made Meng Hao even more conspicuous on the battlefield. However, even as the sword was almost upon him, Meng Hao, without even lifting his head up, reached his right hand out and physically grabbed the sword. A huge boom echoed out. A massive energy shot from the sword into Meng Hao, causing his bones to creak and massive cracks to appear around him in the ground. The enormous amount of energy even caused his feet to sink about 8 inches down into the soil. Meng Hao's expression never changed. He turned to look at the enormous giant. "Time," he said coolly, and 10 wooden time swords flew out from his bag of holding to form the lotus sword formation. It rotated in the air, circling around the giant. The giant howled and tried to wrench back its sword, but it was astonished to find that no matter how much power it used, the sword remained stuck in Meng Hao's grip. There was no way to take it back. The giant's eyes glowed with a green light as it howled. It let go of the sword and then curled its hand into a fist which smashed down toward Meng Hao. "Interesting," said Meng Hao with a laugh. "It would be a real pity to kill you." Tossing the great sword to the side, he retrieved his wooden time swords and then used the bloodburst flash to disappear right before the enormous fist slammed down. When he reappeared, he was on top of the giant's head. He pointed down with the finger of his left hand. "Righteous bestowal." Immediately, Meng Hao saw ghost images spring up everywhere on the battlefield. Visible only to him were strand after strand of chi which rushed to pour into the head of the giant. The giant howled, reaching toward Meng Hao with both of its hands. However, the blood-burst flash flickered, and he evaded completely. No matter how many times the giant tried to grab him, it couldn't, and he continued to use the art of righteous bestowal. This sight caused the eyes of all the onlookers to fill with shock. Receiving righteous bestowal is good fortune for you, if you keep resisting. He pushed his hand down onto the top of the giant's head, his eyes shining with a strange glow. He could sense the resistance of the giant's will, but also a desire for the demonic chi that he wielded. The twisting hesitation seemed to be causing it to hold back. Meng Hao could also tell that this giant was not like a human, but more like a type of animal. It had an enormous physical body, but actually couldn't speak out with language. Its sentience was quite limited and it couldn't practice cultivation. However, when it attacked, its physical strength was as explosive as the Great Circle of the late Foundation establishment stage. In some ways, such pure physical strength was actually much more frightening than cultivation-based power. Therefore, Meng Hao had decided to test out his art of righteous bestowal. He wanted to see whether his speculations regarding its effects were correct. As a demon sealer, he should be able to use righteous bestowal on any living creature in heaven and earth, give it his approval, and thusly help it to become demonic. As the words came out of his mouth, the enormous giant began to shake. The glowing green light in its eyes was gone, as if suddenly it could think. Its expression was no longer one of ferocity, but rather obedience. Now, it permitted the demonic chi to pour into its body. The Black Lands cultivators didn't understand exactly what was happening, but the scene was completely shocking nonetheless, although it didn't seem as incredible to them as what had happened moments ago with the flying rain dragon. To the Western Desert cultivators, though, what was happening caused their minds to reel uncontrollably. This was especially true of the three dragoners. Their faces filled with unprecedented looks of disbelief, as if their minds had been completely overthrown. Their brains reeled to the point that they were complete blanks. A wild giant actually yielded. That's impossible. Wild giants never yield. Not even Grand Dragoners can do that. Even our Heavenly Wilds tribe is only able to use them because of the special arrangement we have with the Wild Giant faction. Other than us, no one in the entire Western Desert can get a wild giant to yield. It doesn't have anything to do with cultivation base. It's like a rule of the wild giants. Their honor and their very blood won't permit it. So what's going on? The Western Desert Dragoners were shocked as they saw Meng Hao standing on the head of the giant. He wasn't paying attention at all to the chaos that his presence had given birth to on the battlefield, nor the shock with which people were looking at him. He didn't even notice how the mist he had created had risen up into the air and had transformed into a rain of poison. Instead, he was looking down toward the pale-faced Xianxia. "I've saved you twice now," he said with a smile. "You need to think of a way to repay me. Come up here. I'll take you home." The giant suddenly reached down toward the ground, placing its hand down flat in front of Xianxia. Everyone around her watched on as she stood gaping up at Meng Hao. Not even sure why she was doing it, she suddenly lifted her foot and stepped up onto the giant's palm. It lifted her up and placed her on top of its head, where she stood next to Meng Hao. Then, the giant howled and began to stride forward toward Holy Snow City. Up above in the sky, the two nascent soul cultivators who had been locked in battle were now staring at the strange scene which was playing out below. Meng Hao also noticed their attention. The giant charged forward, kicking up a fierce wind and causing the ground to quake. Soon, it neared Holy Snow City's protective shield. The cultivators inside had seen everything that had happened, and were now at a complete loss, not sure whether to open the shield or keep it closed. It was at this moment that war bugles suddenly sounded out. The Black Lands Palace and Western Desert cultivators began to pull back. That included all of the forces surrounding the city, the neo-demons and wild beasts. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, there were no enemy forces visible near Holy Snow City. This initial probing battle had been intended to give both sides a taste of the other's prowess. The fighting had been limited to below the nascent soul stage. However, Meng Hao's appearance had thrown everything into chaos. The morale of the Black Land's palace troops had been damaged, so it was without hesitation that they retreated. A great clamor of joy rose up within Holy Snow City when the Black Land's palace retreated, although many people understood that the battle had just begun. As for the old nascent soul woman, she flew down to hover in front of Meng Hao. As she looked at him, silence reigned around them. The shield still had not opened. All eyes were on Meng Hao. "What do you want?" asked the old woman. "A frigid snow larva," Meng Hao replied with a smile. "What are you good at?" retorted the woman in an unhurried tone. "I saved her," said Meng Hao, pointing at Xianxia. The old woman shook her head. "That's not enough." "I saved her twice," said Meng Hao, his voice serious. "Still not enough." The old woman looked at Meng Hao calmly. Meng Hao hesitated for a moment. "I think I might need to save her again a third time," he said. "Even if you married her, it still wouldn't be enough," said the old woman coolly. "It takes a year to raise a frigid snow larva all the way to the larva stage. Right now, we only have 2 pupae left in the clan." Meng Hao thought for a moment. "I'm good with poison," he said. The old woman gave him a deep look. "If you concoct poisons for the frigid snow clan for a year, then I will see to it that you get a frigid snow larva. However, if I find out that you have some other motivations, then you'll never leave the city alive." With that, she gestured with her right hand, causing Xianxia to fly over to her. Together, they flew back toward the shield. Before passing through the shield, Xianxia looked back at Meng Hao. "Granny gave you her word," she said. "If you have any evil designs, heavenly lightning will exterminate your soul. You'd better watch out for yourself." Meng Hao smiled and was about to say something when his face suddenly flickered. Without a moment's pause, his hand lifted up into the air, within which could be seen the Li clan patriarch's soul. A peal of thunder rang out, and a bolt of lightning shot down to slam into the soul embodiment. A miserable cry rang out, followed by vigorous cursing. Meng Hao quickly put the soul away. He looked around to see everyone, even the old woman, staring at him in shock. That was weird," he said with a slight cough, looking embarrassed. "How unforeseen." Holy Snow City was much larger than Dongluo City, and was divided into an inner city and an outer city. The inner city belonged to the Frigid Snow Clan, whereas the outer city was for other cultivators. The cold climate led to frequent snowstorms. Because of this, the white, snowy scenery was something that you never saw in the southern reaches. In the eastern section of the outer city was a row of mansions, each of which contained a spirit spring. Although the spiritual energy they emitted was not vast, in the Black Lands, such residences could be considered luxurious. Each residence was self-contained, and was protected with spells to ensure that no unwanted visitors would be able to enter. Even more importantly, the protective spells were actually linked to the primary defensive spell formation of the entire Holy Snow City, making them incredibly powerful. The people who occupied these mansions were guests of utmost importance. Of course, this was also where Meng Hao's living quarters were arranged. His mansion and its courtyard weren't huge, but neither were they small. The wild giant currently was sitting like a small mountain, snoring gently. It would occasionally wake up, whereupon it would grab some meat from the big pile off to the side, pop it into its mouth and swallow it down. If it ever woke up and found no meat around, it would open its eyes wide and roar, "Meat! Meat!" It would then say. Whenever that happened, Meng Hao would grudgingly run out and find some meat. It didn't take long for Meng Hao to start wondering which one of the two of them was the master. In addition to the meat-loving wild giant, there was also a middle-aged man in the courtyard. A look of bitterness constantly covered his face, as if he had a bitter melon stuck in his mouth. After feeding the wild giant only 2 times, Meng Hao decided to pass on that holy task to this man. He was none other than the Western Desert Dragoner that Meng Hao had captured. Meng Hao had unsealed him, but had then forced him to consume a poison pill, preventing him from doing anything other than sighing and accepting his fate. One of Meng Hao's other requirements for the mansion had taken quite some time for Xianxia to manage to comply with. Eventually, She had provided an assortment of lotus seeds, which Meng Hao catalyzed. Now the entire courtyard teemed with lotuses. Of course, ordinary lotuses could not grow here. These were snow lotuses. Snow lotuses filled the courtyard with beauty. Oftentimes, Meng Hao would stare at the flowers for the entire day. By observing their shape, he was able to sense their essence. By gaining enlightenment regarding the essence of the flower, he was able to improve his lotus sword formation. Such a life seemed strange to the Western Desert Dragoner. However, Meng Hao eventually asked his name, as well as other information. He helped Meng Hao to understand what neodemons were. And then, the heart of this middle-aged man named Gu La grew cold and filled with despair. That was because Meng Hao enjoyed studying. He liked to study blood, bones, flesh, and totems. Each time he studied any of these things, it was like a nightmare for Gu La. Meng Hao currently sat cross-legged in front of a lotus. As he studied it, information about Western Desert Dragoners spun in his mind. Dragoners are split into 9 ranks, with rank 9 being referred to as Grand Dragoners. Neodemons are also split into ranks, and they are simply bizarre creatures that lived within the Western Desert, which eventually came to be called neodemons. After the ranks of 1 to 9 for neodemons is rank 10. Those are referred to as earthly neodemons. Rank 11 are heavenly neodemons, and rank 12 are totems. A strange light shone in Meng Hao's eyes. Now that he had learned more about neodemons, his understanding of the totems of the Western Desert was more complete. He was no longer completely ignorant. According to the legends in the Western Desert, the totems of every tribe originated from rank 12 neodemons, which could also be considered heavenly neodemons. Only neodemons of such a high rank could become totems. After they did, then blood from their descendants could be used to draw totem tattoos. It was in this manner that totems were passed down from generation to generation. A large tribe would have many totems. A small, weak tribe might only have one. That was the origin of totems. You could say that all of the variety of different totems existed because way back somewhere in time, a rank 12 neodemon had appeared. Just how powerful is a rank 12 neodemon? Thought Meng Hao. There was no way for him to know, nor could Gu La explain clearly. He could only say that they were extremely powerful. As for the details, few people actually knew. In the Western Desert, many cultivators practiced totem cultivation. But the only people who could actually control neodemons were dragoners. In addition to studying totems, Meng Hao also continued to accrue enlightenment regarding the magical symbols in the celestial soil. He almost did it by second nature. If he wasn't engaged in some other research, he would spend his free time outside, trying to gain more enlightenment. Soon, he had been in Holy Snow City for several days. However, the Frigid Snow Clan had not once mentioned the matter of the Frigid Snow Larva. In fact, they had also not mentioned anything about the concocting services he was supposed to perform. As the days passed, no one came to visit him. He was alone inside the mansion, almost as if they had forgotten him. He wasn't in a hurry. After his display of power in the battle several days ago, he was sure that the Frigid Snow Clan had plans to use him in some capacity. Someone would come to call on him eventually. Furthermore, as the conflict escalated, especially when it reached the final stages, Meng Hao was sure that his poisons would only become more and more useful. He was the guest and they were the host, which would never change. However, as the guest became more powerful, the host would naturally be forced to yield some. Therefore, Meng Hao enjoyed the flowers, studied totems, and gained enlightenment of celestial soil. Meanwhile, deep within the heart of the inner city of Holy Snow City, the old woman sat cross-legged with 3 others in the Frigid Snow Clan's main temple hall. In front of them burned an oil lamp, which danced about in the cold wind, casting flickering shadows about the temple hall. Those 4 people were the 4 grand elders of the Frigid Snow Clan. All had nascent soul cultivation bases, and wielded much power in their capacity as administrators of the city. One of the 4 was a gray-haired old man with a moon-shaped mark on his forehead. The mark glittered as he spoke. I still disagree with Third Elder's suggestion. Matters pertaining to frigid snow larvae are very serious. Currently, there are only 2 that will be able to reach the larva stage. How could we possibly give one to an outsider? These four had already been discussing the matter of Meng Hao for quite some time. I concur with second elder, said a middle-aged man coldly. He had a grim expression on his face. First of all, we don't even know where that poison expert cultivator is from. His cultivation base is merely at the core formation stage, and yet he dares to boastingly demand a frigid snow larva. Most likely, he sees that Holy Snow City is teetering on the verge of collapse, so he figured he would come and try to extort things from us. In my opinion, we should just go kill him as a warning to others. Look, we've been discussing this matter for a while now, said the old woman. Whatever this man's objectives, for him to arrive at this particular time is obviously suspicious. However, in the battle a few days ago, he displayed powers that drew even my attention. Can we really shut the door in the face of such an ally? If we do, who else would dare come to our aid? Fourth elder, you say that we don't know where he's from. But isn't everyone in the Black Lands a rogue cultivator? How could he even prove where he came from? Furthermore, I already gave my word. I won't go back on it. If his poisons aren't effective, then it won't matter. But if they help to assure victory, then the frigid snow larva will be his. Her voice was calm but powerful. The main temple hall was silent for a while. The only elder who hadn't spoken so far was first elder. He had white hair and ancient features. He was short and stooped, almost like a midget. Finally, he opened his eyes. Immediately, they shone with a bright glow, causing the main temple hall to instantly grow brighter. It even seemed to suppress the light emanating from the oil lamp. The instant he began to speak, all three of the other elders, even the old woman, bowed their heads. Very well, he said. You three have been debating the subject for quite a while now. Before we make any decisions, let's wait until Sir Zhou can identify the poison in that blood. Time passed by. For hours later, footsteps could suddenly be heard in the temple hall. The four elders lifted their heads to see an old man approaching. He wore a long black robe, and his face was filled with an expression of pride. As he walked toward them, he was followed cautiously by two young women. Their eyes glowed with fervent respect, as if a single word from this man could cause them to do anything. As the old man entered the temple hall, second, third, and fourth elders all rose to their feet, smiles filling their faces. Sir Zhou, they said in greeting. Greetings, fellow Taoists, said Sir Zhou in a cool tone. His expression was haughty, as it usually was. His features were not ancient. Instead, his face shone with a healthy glow. Arrogance seemed to radiate off of him. Obviously, he was used to occupying a lofty position, or at least was used to people flattering him. Were Meng Hao present, he would be incredibly shocked. He would recognize this old man. It was none other than East Pill Division Furnace Lord Zhou Dikun, who had been captured and taken to the Black Lands. Despite their rocky start, Meng Hao had eventually developed a good relationship with Old Man Zhou, and the two of them eventually became good friends. He had taken Meng Hao to visit quite a few cultivator clans, where they had been waited upon hand and foot like royalty. The look on the man's face right now was similar to how it had been back then. His capture had worried Meng Hao, to the extent that after arriving in the Black Lands, he'd made some inquiries. However, no information had ever turned up. He had always assumed that Zhou Dikun was being tormented in some unknown location in the Black Lands. However, it seemed that in all aspects, Zhou Dikun was even better off now than before. His aged appearance from before had been replaced by a ruddy glow. From the respectful, shy glances being given to him by the two young girls, it was clear that Old Man Zhou was like an old tree that had suddenly blossomed again and again. Sir Zhou, how goes the poison research? Said the first elder with a smile. He remained seated cross-legged, but his expression was one of courtesy. He spoke to him as if he were an equal, despite the fact that Zhou Dikun was only of the late Foundation establishment stage. Considering the level of my Tao of Alchemy, responded Zhou Dikun proudly, there are only two people under heaven who can exceed me. One is my master, whom you all know of, Grandmaster Pill Demon. The other is my junior brother Feng Mu. Other than these two, I dare anyone to claim to be above me. He waved his hand, wherein appeared a jade bottle. This poisoned blood you gave me is definitely extraordinary. It took several days of thorough research before I was able to completely understand it. In any other location, this person could be considered a chosen of heaven. However, in my view, he's little more than a master alchemist. I could disintegrate his poison with a single breath. This man should know that the Tao of poison is not so simple of a subject. When it comes to the elite of the Tao of alchemy, there is only one person in the world whom I admire. That is none other than my junior brother Feng Mu. When his bedevilment pill appeared, the name of Grandmaster Pill Cauldron rose up. He could be considered the patriarch of all poisons in existence. He ended his speech with his jaw set proudly. Clearly, Zhou Dikun was implying that if his junior brother was so incredible, then his own power could only be imagined. Serious and courteous expressions covered the faces of elders, with the exception of the first elder. Behind him, the two young girls gazed at him with looks of adoration. I am fascinated by the illustrious Tao of alchemy of Grandmaster Pill Cauldron, said the old man with the moon-shaped seal on his forehead. Unfortunately, I have never been fortunate enough to be able to travel to the southern domain to pay him my respects. His expression was sincere. Obviously he had heard of Grandmaster Pill Cauldron, but not the events which had occurred at the Rebirth Cave. Fourth elder smiled and politely said, as a distinguished apprentice of Grandmaster Pill Demon, and elder brother of Grandmaster Pill Cauldron, your Tao of alchemy can shake the heavens and rock the earth. I truly admire you, sir. Truly. With you here, Grandmaster, Holy Snow City will never fall. Zhou Dikun laughed. Inwardly, he felt a bit emotional. Back in the southern domain, he could never have been so openly arrogant. But this was the backwater Black Lands, a place where continued existence was predicated by respect. Modesty was completely out of the question. Zhou Dikun had learned this lesson the hard way. So right now he nodded proudly, indicating that the praise of him just now was absolutely correct. In his heart, he sighed as he thought back to the despair he had felt after having been taken to the Black Lands. He thought of his bitterness at realizing he would never be able to return to his sect. There had been no one to serve him, and no cultivator clans to give him gifts and take care of him. At that time, his life had seemed as gray as ash. How could he ever have imagined that after the suffering would come happiness? He had managed to turn things around. He had been taken here because the people here viewed him almost like a treasure. After randomly concocting some medicinal pills, the locals had been shocked. He was provided with food and drink, and anything else he desired. He was even given 2 young female companions. His life was suddenly very comfortable, perhaps even more than back in the East Pill Division. As he thought back on everything, Zhou Dikun sighed. He might never again be able to see his sect, and yet that wasn't such a horrible thing. Thinking up to this point, he cleared his throat and then continued on with his lofty boasting. This crappy little poison is nothing, he said. Just wait until I concoct some of my own poison. I guarantee that those Western Desert cultivators will have no choice other than to give in. He spoke with an air of self-assured authority. First Elder thought for a moment and then slowly said, if Grandmaster Zhou is able to both dispel and concoct this same poison, then perhaps we should ask that other cultivator to just leave. Second and fourth elders nodded their heads at this, and were just about to voice their agreement when the old woman spoke. I disagree. Sir Zhou is clearly a grandmaster of the Tao of alchemy. However, it took several days of research for him to determine the nature of the poison. Besides, I've seen the results of that poison myself. If we make the other cultivator leave, then we should really determine exactly how effective the poison is. Why not have a little competition between Sir Zhou and this other cultivator? That way the man's true self can be clearly seen. She looked at First Elder. First Elder hesitated for a moment, then made a gesture to Second and Fourth Elders indicating that they should hold their tongues. He gazed at Zhou Dikun. Grandmaster Zhou, what do you think? Zhou Dikun laughed proudly. That's fine. I'm curious to lay eyes on this young mischief maker and teach him a lesson. I'll help him to understand that the Tao of alchemy of the southern domain is boundless, and that alchemists of the southern domain are unsurpassable. As he listened, First Elder nodded and smiled. He happened to very much admire this Grandmaster Zhou. He had sampled the man's medicinal pills, and was confident that he was definitely number one in all of the Black Lands. Laughing, he rose to his feet with clasped hands, as did the old woman and the other elders. Amidst all the smiles, the old woman sighed lightly. She had done everything she could and had put up a good fight. At least she had done her best to pay back Meng Hao's kindness in saving Han Shuashan. Naturally, people were sent to notify Meng Hao. The date for the Tao of Alchemy consultation was set for 3 days later. News of the matter spread through Holy Snow City like a whirlwind. Everyone heard about it, both Frigid Snow Clan members and outside cultivators. Excitement grew. Everyone knew the name of Zhou Dikun. After all, during recent years in Holy Snow City, the reputation of Grandmaster Zhou was like the sun in the noon sky. In fact, it was because of Grandmaster Zhou that so many rogue cultivators had been gathering in Holy Snow City. Regardless of the price they had to pay, they wanted to sample his medicinal pills. Whether openly or in the heart, all of them took Zhou Dikun to be the number one alchemist in the Black Lands. Actually, many cultivators who consumed his medicinal pills were so shocked that they claimed Zhou Dikun to be the ultimate grandmaster even in the southern domain. Therefore, Zhou Dikun's name only continued to grow more illustrious in Holy Snow City. Unfortunately, this place was so far from the former Dongluo city that Meng Hao had never received any information about it. The news that Zhou Dikun planned to give a consultation regarding the Tao of Alchemy caused quite a stir among the local cultivators. All of them planned to personally go watch the event, not only to cheer on Grandmaster Zhou, but also to see how pill concocting worked. This news was shocking enough. However, shortly thereafter word was issued from the temple in which Zhou Dikun resided. Based on recent battle achievements, he would choose 10 individuals for whom he would personally concoct medicinal pills. This new bit of information immediately caused a huge sensation. As the entire city simmered, Meng Hao sat cross-legged in his courtyard, surrounded by lotuses, looking at the invitation card in his hand. A strange expression covered his face, like a smile, and yet not. Standing across from him was Han Shuashan, who was completely unable to discern his thoughts. "Hey, what kind of expression is that?" she said, trying to suppress her nervousness. She wasn't sure why, but ever since the day Meng Hao had looked down at her from his position atop the giant's head, smiled and spoken those words, after which she had walked up in a trance to join him. Well, for some reason she kept thinking about him. Actually, as soon as she had heard of the matter of Grandmaster Zhou, she had immediately run over to tell Meng Hao. "Nothing," he said with a slight smile. "I just think this Zhou Dikun is kind of funny." "You," she cried, stamping her foot and glaring angrily at Meng Hao. "Zhou Dikun is at the pinnacle of the Tao of Alchemy, the number one alchemist in the Black Lands. He's even famous in the southern domain, the personal disciple of Grandmaster Pill Demon. He's also the elder brother of Grandmaster Pill Cauldron. Do you know who Grandmaster Pill Demon is? Have you even heard of him? People such as them are like chosen of heaven, and you don't even pay them any attention? All you can do is concoct poison. Aren't you nervous?" She was a pretty girl to begin with, but when she acted like this, it revealed another side of her beauty, as if she were vying with the surrounding lotuses. Meng Hao shook his head and smiled, a virtually imperceptible glitter in his eyes as he considered her words. A perplexed look on his face, he asked, "I've heard of Grandmaster Pill Demon, ma'am, and I very much respect him. But who is this Grandmaster Pill Cauldron of whom you speak?" "You don't know who Grandmaster Pill Cauldron is?" she replied, her eyes wide and filled with disbelief. "I guess I shouldn't be surprised. You're just a rogue cultivator, so you don't know much about the southern domain. I bet you don't even know anyone who's been to the southern domain. Your ignorance of Grandmaster Pill Cauldron is understandable. Well, let me tell you, Grandmaster Pill Cauldron is the number one chosen in the Violet Fate sect of the southern domain." A look of adoration filled her eyes as she spoke. "His name is Feng Mu, and he's Grandmaster Pill Demon's legacy apprentice. His Tao of Alchemy rocks everything under heaven. He's an amazing person who will be the stuff of legends in the future. He's an expert in poisons and has a unique understanding of the Tao of alchemy. There isn't anyone in the United Nine of the Black Lands who doesn't know about him. I have a dream that one day in the future, I'll be able to go to the southern domain and pay him a visit. I'll plead with him to concoct a medicinal pill for me. Meng Hao gave a dry cough. You're exaggerating, he said without thinking. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xianxia's gaze turned dangerous. You don't believe me? You're not convinced. She glared at him with wide eyes. After he had saved her twice, she suddenly found that she was less reserved in front of him and more open. You can disbelieve others or remain unconvinced by their words. But you are not allowed to disrespect Grandmaster Pill Cauldron. Feng Mu joined the Violet Fate sect when he was 17 years old. When he was just an apprentice alchemist, he utilized the Violet Fate sect's East Pill division techniques to cause a shocking scene. He displayed unprecedented talent and caused everyone to be shocked. In fact, one of the East Pill division elders personally endorsed him to participate in the trial by fire to become a master alchemist. He was the first person to ever do so after having joined the sect for less than a year. The way he became number one in the sect was something exceedingly rare from ancient times until now. Thanks to his absolute superiority, he was promoted to Master Alchemist, after which he created a bedevilment pill, which sent the entire southern domain into an uproar. Later, he competed with Grandmaster Eternal Mountain and produced a myriad strength pill, which was impossible to crush. That's when he became a Furnace Lord. By this point in her tirade, she really seemed to be upset. Her words came out in a rush. After that, he took place in an alchemy duel in the Black Civ sect. His Tao was shocking. Later, he received enlightenment at the ancient Tao geyser. He cowed the Tao child of the Black Lands Palace and slaughtered an azure-masked core formation cultivator, causing his name to ring out under all the heavens. Later, in the Violet Fate sect trial by fire for Violet Furnace Lords, he took first place in unprecedented fashion, suppressing Chosen to become a Violet Furnace Lord and the legacy apprentice of the East Pill division. He did all that in only a few years. Do you really think you're better than someone like that? You really think you can measure up? Meng Hao stared at her in shock, his face a bit red. He felt somewhat embarrassed. To be praised and commended in such a way was something he wasn't used to. He almost couldn't believe that Xianxia knew so much about him. Could it be that she specifically investigated me? He thought. He cleared his throat again, feeling a bit complacent. He couldn't help but give a faint smile as he looked at Xianxia. The look on her face said that she would fight to the death if he didn't show respect to Grandmaster Pill Cauldron. If this Grandmaster Pill Cauldron knew he had a devotee like you here in the Black Lands, I think he would be very happy. He laughed jokingly. Humph. Don't mock my love for Grandmaster Pill Cauldron. So what if I love him? He's my dream beloved. Meng Hao laughed. Now he knew for sure that for some reason, the incident at the Rebirth Cave was not known among the cultivators in the Black Lands. Perhaps the news hadn't spread, or perhaps the fact that he had left the Violet Fate sect and fled for his life had been suppressed. Seeing Meng Hao's expression, Xianxia was about to open her mouth and say something, but then had a sudden thought. A look of pity appeared in her eyes. Sighing to herself, she thought, his smile seems normal, but he's obviously covering up his jealousy of Grandmaster Pill Cauldron. It's so obvious. Then she thought about how he had saved her twice, and how he wasn't really very disagreeable in general. And of course there was the scene from the battlefield which kept playing out in her head. Her heart suddenly softened. She thought of Meng Hao's words and bearing from moments ago, and then realized she had actually embarrassed him a bit, which was why he had reacted in the way he did. There's no need to feel frustrated, she said comfortingly. Grandmaster Pill Cauldron is a rare talent in the world. AI, don't let yourself feel discouraged. Meng Hao wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry. There was no way he could tell this girl that the person sitting in front of her was the very one she adored to the extreme and wanted to marry. Grandmaster Pill Demon's true legacy apprentice, possessor of the ever-burning flame, wielder of the alchemy Tao transmutation incantation, and superstar of the southern domain, Grandmaster Pill Cauldron. Xianxia quickly changed the subject. She had suddenly thought of a problem. Frowning, she said, "What are you going to do? If you lose to Grandmaster Zhou, then there's no way you'll be able to get a frigid snow larva. Even Granny won't be able to do anything about it. Besides, there are only 2 young larvae that can be raised, and it will take a year. Otherwise, I would help you to get one. Except, I don't know how to raise them." She was about to continue when she saw the look on Meng Hao's face, as if something was unacceptable and he wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry. The look immediately annoyed her. Looking flustered, she stamped her foot. "Fine, forget it," she said. "If you aren't anxious, then what's the point of me being anxious for you?" Her attitude was something Meng Hao had never encountered before. Neither Su Qing nor Chu Yuyan had been so impulsive. He couldn't help but size her up again. "What are you looking at?" she said, glaring at him again, her young heart beginning to race. Without realizing it, she stood up a bit straighter and put on a menacing expression. "I'm looking at you, beautiful," replied Meng Hao with a laugh, winking. "You?" Her face suddenly flushed red, and her heart seized with panic. She backed up a few steps, holding her tongue for a long moment before bursting out. "You were just coming on to me." Meng Hao scratched his head, his smile growing wider. He suddenly realized that messing with this girl was quite amusing. He cleared his throat and was about to say something else when, suddenly, Xianxia once again spoke, her tone earnest. "Granny told me that according to clan rules, anyone who comes on to a member of the Frigid Snow clan will be turned into an ice statue. The only other option is to commit yourself to me." Meng Hao gaped in astonishment. This was the first time he had ever heard of such a ridiculous rule. "You remember that," said Xianxia obsequiously. "You owe me a commitment." Her eyes flickered with craftiness as she stared at Meng Hao. Covering her smile with her hand, she spun around and walked off. Her slender legs, lithe waist, and perky rear end only served to accentuate her youthfulness, and gave her a profound charm as she stalked off. Meng Hao watched her leave, laughing to himself. He then looked back down at the invitation card in his hand, and Zhou Dikun's name written on the top in flowing calligraphy. As he did, his smile grew even more brilliant. "Very well. 3 days from now I'll go see this Grandmaster Zhou. We'll see whether or not his Tao of Alchemy has made any progress during his years in the Black Lands." Smiling, he put away the invitation card, closed his eyes and sat cross-legged amidst the lotuses. He meditated on the shape of the lotus flowers and sought enlightenment regarding their essence. The wild giant snored gently as it slept. Off to the side, poor Gula was butchering some meat to feed it when it woke up. A forlorn expression covered his face. He missed his life in the western desert, and yet, after hearing the conversation between Xianxia and Meng Hao, he was suddenly filled with the desire to see this mysterious Grandmaster Pill Cauldron. "If I have to be a slave," he thought to himself, "it should be to a chosen of the Tao of Alchemy from the southern domain. That would be fitting for the likes of me, Gula. Oh well, such a pity." Time passed, and soon it was 3 days later. Xianxia came twice to visit during the 3 days, but every time she caught sight of Meng Hao's nonchalant attitude, she got mad. Her last visit came on the 3rd day, the appointed day of the competition. Her face was dark as she stalked over, delivered a jade slip, and then left without another word. The jade slip contained a pill formula, a simple one. Meng Hao could sense Zhou Dikun's Tao of Alchemy within the pill formula. Meng Hao wasn't sure how Xianxia had managed to get her hands on it, but obviously she wanted to give him a chance to study it so that he wouldn't lose too badly. "She really is a warm-hearted girl," he thought with a laugh. He studied the jade slip for a moment before transforming it into ash. Then he rose to his feet and flew up to stand on the head of the wild giant. "All right, let's go. Who knows, maybe I'll end up giving some pointers to Zhou Dikun. It depends on how much his skill in the Tao of Alchemy has regressed." He shook his head as the wild giant suddenly opened its eyes. Looking a bit disconcerted, it rose to its feet. Its 90-meter height made it look like a small mountain. It gave out a loud roar as it reached down, grabbed a big chunk of meat, and threw it into its mouth. "Meat! Meat!" It grumbled indistinctly. Then it strode forward out of the courtyard. Bells were sounding out within this region of Holy Snow City. As they heard the sound, nearby cultivators suddenly remembered that today was the appointed day for Zhou Dikun to concoct medicinal pills. Immediately, excitement began to grow. In recent days, Holy Snow City had produced large amounts of magical items and techniques, a variety of cultivation necessities, all for the purpose in bolstering the resistance against the Black Lands Palace invasion. Such items were available based on achievements in battle. Because of their former status as one of the great clans of the United Nine, the Frigid Snow Clan possessed deep reserves of such items. Everyone knew that Zhou Dikun was going to concoct pills for 10 people, based on their battle achievements. The news had caused quite a stir. Now that the bells were ringing out, large groups of cultivators flocked toward Holy Snow Square, in the east of the city. When Meng Hao appeared on the stomping wild giant, he was quite conspicuous. Even people some distance away could see the giant's huge frame. Murmuring filled the air as the wild giant strode forward at top speed. It didn't need to fly. A single leap would propel it hundreds of meters forward. Meng Hao sat cross-legged on top of the giant's head, the wind whistling past his ears. Snowflakes danced about in the cold air. He paid no attention to all the onlookers. He simply transmitted some silent instructions to the wild giant, his eyes closed. Within the space of about 10 breaths, he opened his eyes to find the wild giant leaping over a frozen river that ran through the city. Then they arrived at Holy Snow Square. The square had long since filled with hundreds of cultivators, packed densely in rings. The sight of the wild giant caused them to immediately clear a path. Anyone who saw a 90-meter-tall giant running toward them like a charging mountain would fall back without even thinking about it. The center of the square was empty. Considering his status in Holy Snow City, Zhou Dikun would obviously not sit around waiting for anyone. As soon as the wild giant entered the square, Meng Hao's body flashed as he flew forward. The surrounding hundreds of cultivators' eyes were fixed on him as he soared over them, his expression placid. It was amidst complete silence that he stepped foot into the middle of the square. It was almost noon. However, snow drifted down from the sky like it always did, landing onto the bodies of the spectators and resting on their hair. Meng Hao looked out at them calmly as he waited. So that's the poison expert who will exchange poison concocting services for a frigid snow larva from the Frigid Snow Clan. If that guy was in some other city, he might be able to make a big impression. Unfortunately for him, this is Holy Snow City, and we have Grandmaster Zhou Dikun. On the day of the battle, Grandmaster Zhou had reached a critical point in his pill concocting and couldn't participate. That's why he didn't have a chance to show off the power of his poison like that other guy. The onlookers discussed matters for a short time before 4 prismatic beams of light appeared. 4 people appeared in the square, followed by dozens of Frigid Snow Clan members. One was Xianxia Shan, who looked over concernedly at Meng Hao. As for the 4 people, they were none other than the 4 Grand Elders of the Frigid Snow Clan. First Elder stood there, as short as a midget, but emanating power from his cultivation base that seemed to suppress the surrounding cultivators. They instantly stared at him with intense looks of veneration. Second and 4th Elders, as well as the old woman 3rd Elder, were all nascent soul experts. Their appearance instantly caused everyone to cease speaking. Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever. After the elders arrived, about 5 breaths of time passed before Zhou Dikun appeared. He strode into the square, flanked by the beautiful young women, looking incredibly lofty. All of the cultivators in the audience looked at him with respectful expressions, smiled, and clasped hands in salute. Greetings, Grandmaster Zhou. Many thanks for the medicinal elixir you provided, Grandmaster Zhou. I had somewhat of a breakthrough in my cultivation base. Anything you need, I will provide as repayment. Haha. It's been a few days since we last met, Grandmaster Zhou. You are even more elegant and graceful than before. Words like these filled the air, causing Zhou Dikun to smile proudly. After entering the square, he greeted the 4 Grand Elders, and then looked superciliously over toward Meng Hao. What's your name? He said coolly, looking every bit a senior member of the Tao of Alchemy. Fong Mu, replied Meng Hao with a slight cough. Meng Hao looked at Zhou Dikun and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He had been worried about the man for such a long time, but from the looks of it, he was definitely doing quite well. Hearing the name Fong Mu caused Zhou Dikun to stare in shock. Zhou Dikun wasn't the only one to stare in shock. Han Shuashan also glared at Meng Hao angrily with wide eyes. The surrounding cultivators were struck speechless for a moment. Then, however, they burst out laughing. Fong Mu? Don't tell me he's talking about the famous Grandmaster Pill Cauldron from the Southern Domain. Hilarious. This guy sure is insulting Grandmaster Zhou. He really has some guts and maybe some skills too. It's too bad for him that he ran into Grandmaster Zhou. He'll definitely be outdone. As the laughter continued to ring out, Grandmaster Zhou frowned and then gave Meng Hao a cold harumph. Ignorant rapscallion, said Zhou Dikun, flicking his sleeve. It's hard to believe you dare to even speak the name of Fong Mu. He's my junior brother, Grandmaster Pill Cauldron. A proud look shone in his eyes. Clearly he felt that his status as Grandmaster Pill Cauldron's elder brother was a very prestigious one. Originally I merely planned to teach you a thing or two about the Tao of Alchemy. However, considering your blathering, you rascal, I will now help you to understand that the grandeur of the Tao of Alchemy is not something to be blithely chattered about. With that, he lifted up his hand to reveal a small bottle. Contained in this bottle is blood infected with the poison you used the other day, he continued, his voice arrogant. I've long since analyzed it, and I have to say, it seems very potent but is in fact quite simple. With that, he tossed the bottle over to Meng Hao. The first lesson I will teach you is regarding the liquefied poison in that bottle. You! Before he could finish speaking, his eyes went wide. All of the surrounding cultivators instantly went quiet, too, as their gazes locked onto Meng Hao. Even the 4 Grand Elders were watching him closely. That was because the instant Meng Hao caught the bottle, it shattered. A putrid, black liquid emerged, along with a mist, which floated above Meng Hao's hand. A moment later, a burning tongue of flame appeared in his palm, which instantly caused the black mist to dissipate. The liquid began to writhe, and after the space of about 2 breaths, had transformed into a medicinal pill. Everyone watching could clearly see the entire process. The black medicinal pill suddenly began to emit strands of red qi, after which the pill turned violet in color. It was no longer putrid. Instead, a fragrant aroma wafted up from it, which lifted the spirits of anyone who smelled it. Liquid congealment concoction, thought Zhou Dikun, his heart thumping. He was shocked, but quickly began to rationalize in his head. It has to be some kind of trick. This guy is simply too young. Liquid congealment concoction is something that only Violet Furnace Lords can do. Meng Hao coughed lightly, looking a bit embarrassed. He really didn't want to cause problems for Zhou Dikun. In fact, he was quite happy to be able to see him here. Liquid congealment concoction wasn't anything particularly astonishing to see. It was more of a method of extending greetings to another alchemist. Unfortunately, because of the situation with the G-Clan, and Meng Hao's lack of certainty regarding all the circumstances involved, he didn't want to openly be involved with Zhou Dikun. As an alchemist, I won't denigrate your petty gimmick, said Zhou Dikun, sounding very much like a grandmaster. In his best reprimanding tone, he continued, however, in the process of researching that poison liquid, I imbued it with no small amount of medicinal plants. I never imagined you would dare to treacherously use them to make a medicinal pill. We'll ignore your Tao of Alchemy for the moment. Such tricks are unacceptable. The onlookers, including the 4 Grand Elders, suddenly weren't as shocked as they had been moments before. After all, they had very much faith in Zhou Dikun, from their outsider's view. Zhou Dikun was actually somewhat alarmed inwardly. However, he knew that this was the Blacklands, and he was a Furnace Lord of the East Pill Division. Therefore, he was fully convinced that trickery had just been used just now to congeal the pill. Come, he said, setting his jaw. Concoct a pill for me. Use all the skill you have. His tone was arrogant, but inwardly he had decided to use this opportunity to determine the true skill level of his opponent. Meng Hao gave a slight smile. He glanced at Zhou Dikun, then shook his head and slapped his bag of holding to produce an ordinary pill furnace. Then, he produced some medicinal plants which he tossed into the furnace. After a few moments, a green medicinal pill emerged. The fragrant medicinal aroma was thick. It was really just an ordinary medicinal pill, but it should have been enough to shock the audience. However, upon the appearance of the medicinal pill, the observers didn't look surprised at all. In fact, some of them even laughed mockingly. The 4 grand elders frowned, and the old woman sighed and shook her head. Han Shuishan also shook her head, then looked at him as if he had lost and she were trying to comfort him. Meng Hao gaped at all of this. Something didn't seem right. The green medicinal pill seemed simple, but it emanated a strong medicinal aroma, and was actually an 80% medicinal strength pill for the foundation establishment stage. That's your medicinal pill? Fine, I won't go too hard on you. However, I will now be forced to convince you what a true medicinal pill is. Zhou Dikun was actually heaving sighs of relief inwardly. Meng Hao's Tao of alchemy had long since surpassed his by a vast margin. Furthermore, the medicinal pills Meng Hao created were not flamboyant. In fact, without holding the pill in hand, Zhou Dikun would have no way to tell its level. His expression was tranquil and composed as he smacked his bag of holding to produce a pill furnace. This particular pill furnace was made from jade, and as soon as it appeared, it emanated spiritual energy. Meng Hao looked at it with surprise. Based on what he knew about pill furnaces, it only took a glance to tell that this one was beyond ordinary. The surface of the jade pill furnace was carved with auspicious animals. These weren't ordinary depictions, they appeared to be totemic, and obviously served some special function. Seeing Meng Hao's gaze caused a self-righteous look to appear on Zhou Dikun's face. This pill furnace had been gifted to him by the frigid Snow Clan, and he was quite pleased with it. Despite the fact that his Tao of alchemy was only average, he was still confident in being able to achieve victory because of his consistency. With the addition of this pill furnace, his chances increased even more. As of now, his success rate would be at 90%. The pill furnace appeared along with a glowing red stone. After placing the pill furnace in position, flames leaped up from the stone to emanate out. Next, Zhou Dikun produced some medicinal plants which he catalyzed to various degrees and then tossed into the pill furnace. The pill furnace began to glow, and Zhou Dikun himself began to shine with a light that gave him a celestial appearance. He looked lofty, even holy. Anyone who looked at him would instantly be convinced of his grandeur. At this point, he definitely emanated the aura of a transcendent being. No wonder he's called Grandmaster Zhou. A single glance will tell you that he's Grandmaster material. This is the second time I've seen Grandmaster Zhou concoct pills. Every single time, I'm shocked and filled with admiration. The surrounding cultivators discussed the sight, eyes filled with open veneration. The 4 grand elders looked on with slight smiles, nodding with respect toward Grandmaster Zhou. A strange expression appeared on Meng Hao's face. No one else could tell, but it only took a glance for him to see that while the pill Zhou Dikun was concocting was exceptional, what was even more exceptional was the technique the man was using to make his body glow brightly. No wonder he's done so well for himself here, thought Meng Hao. That technique is really useful. If I remember correctly, he wasn't able to do that back in the southern domain. He must have picked up this technique here in the Black Lands. A buzz of conversation filled the air as Zhou Dikun, his eyes shining brightly, slapped the pill furnace. Blinding rays of light shot out, along with a white medicinal pill. Immediately, a dense medicinal aroma filled the air, spreading out for dozens of meters in all directions. All who smelled it were immediately energized, and felt their cultivation bases leaping with power. People continued to gush with conversation. Now that is a medicinal pill. You don't even have to consume it to feel your cultivation base jumping. That pill is incredible. It's definitely extraordinary. In fact, it's even more potent than the last set of pills Grandmaster Zhou concocted. Ha ha ha. It seems Grandmaster Zhou's Tao of alchemy is even better than before. Even the grand elders were smiling and nodding, with the exception of the old woman. Meng Hao gaped openly at the complacent Zhou Dikun. After a long moment passed, he smiled wryly, finally understanding why the audience had looked at him with such cynicism. Zhou Dikun's medical pills had always been exceptional. After all, he was a furnace lord. However, his final movement in slapping the furnace had seemed to be filled with complacency, but in fact caused the medicinal essence of the pill to begin to emanate out. After the pill appeared, it was inherently weak. Less than half of its original medicinal strength remained. The other half was emanating out into the air. The dense medicinal aroma caused everyone to feel energized, and even experience tiny leaps in their cultivation bases. To them, it indicated that this medicinal pill was high quality. However, that just went to show how little Blackland's cultivators understood about the Tao of alchemy. Suddenly, Meng Hao came to understand that when dealing with people who didn't understand the Tao of alchemy, you had to be adaptable. Furthermore, he also realized that he himself had unwittingly made progress in his own Tao of alchemy. His medicinal pills were no longer as showy, but rather subdued. This was a realm that exceeded that of ordinary alchemists, let alone ordinary cultivators. He put away the green medicinal pill, looked at the glorious Zhou Dikun, and, hearing the excited conversations of the surrounding cultivators, began to chuckle. It was at this moment that the voice of the Frigid Snow Clan's second elder rang out. "Grandmaster Zhou, there's no need to provide further instruction to this self-proclaimed Feng Mu," he said coolly. "Any agreements previously made with this callow cultivator are now invalid." He looked at Meng Hao. "Because of the kindness you showed in saving Hanshu Ashan, we will not look further into your trickery just now." Before the echo of his words could die out, the sound of piercing laughter suddenly filled the entire city. "So this is your Frigid Snow Clan's alchemist? Wow, such an amazing grandmaster. You've even outshone Pill Demon. Except, everyone's laughing at you." 3 colorful beams of light suddenly appeared in the sky, sending out ripples as they flew down. 3 people appeared, and just as they seemed about to smash into Holy Snow City's protective spell formation shield, it suddenly opened. When the 4 grand elders of the Frigid Snow Clan saw who these 3 people were, their expressions immediately changed.